Galarian Gestures, Chapter 1, Countryside Pleasantries. The young man stretched his arms above his head, wincing slightly before he opened his eyes again. He looked out over the multi-hilled of Wedgehurst, admiring the beautiful scenery of the countryside town. He had never really taken the time to slow down and admire this sight in the past, so taking it in right now made him rather happy. Though that was not to distract him from the main reason he had come here in the first place. Ketchum resumed his walking pace down the dirt path, his eyes set on the small town ahead of him. The 20-year-old wore navy blue jeans and a simple black t-shirt, with a grey spring jacket overtop parted down the middle. His destination was the Pokemon research lab of Galar's leading researcher, who Professor Oak mentioned was Professor Magnolia, and his reason was because he was on an errand for Oak. Yeah, somehow in the recent years, Ash had gone from eccentric wannabe Pokemon master to errand boy. Not to say that he didn't enjoy it, he was happy to help out the professor, but sometimes how easy these errands were could raise some questions. Especially something as simple as asking another researcher about their own research and seeing if they had made any groundbreaking developments, like this task currently underway. Ash may have been curious himself about Dynamax and Gigantamax phenomenon, something that occurred only in the region of Galar, but traveling to Galar itself instead of a simple video call seemed a bit excessive. But I guess the beautiful scenery around him right now kind of helped with that. In a matter of minutes, Ash found himself at the front door of the research lab. He pulled a hand from his pocket and rose it to knock on the door, hesitating for a reason he couldn't quite put his finger on, before finally managing to knock. A few moments passed in silence as he waited, a few more passing before he began tapping his toe in the dirt. Well, he did know researchers could be busy at times, so he had to be patient. But a few minutes later, he started to doubt that. Hello? His voice fell on silence, save for the gentle breeze that blew in the distance. He gave a quiet sigh to himself, looking down at the door handle before slowly reaching for it. Well, no one was answering, and he could always apologize later. Cautiously turning the handle and pushing the door in, he peeked inside to see no one around. He moved inside, closing the door behind him before starting to look around the lab. It was rather large, with a small dining area before proceeding into a variety of research equipment, as well as a staircase in the back which led to a second level. Ash wasn't sure how to be as unrude as possible, whether that would be to wait in the dining area until someone else comes along, or to see if anyone was on the second level. Hello? He called out again, but once again, nothing. He frowned a little, stuffing his hands in his pockets before glancing up at the upper deck. He could see the upper halves of what looked like bookshelves up there, figuring that must be where Professor Magnolia keeps her documented research. Would it be rude to go up there and take some reading material to pass the time? This was a public access laboratory, maybe it was like Oak's lab, where local kids came in to hang out and read when they got bored. Before he knew it, he found himself at the top of the stairs, admiring the large bookshelves all along the wall, chocked full of books. He could see a few sections that were quite dusty, deciding to steer away from them and grazing a finger along the cleaner book spines. He noticed a book with a familiar symbol he had seen in the past before, the representation of Dynamaxing, pulling it out and looking over the cover. He glanced over further down the wall, briefly noticing a gray sofa before looking back down at the book in his hand, mindlessly starting his way towards the seat. Then as he got closer, something registered in his mind, making him stop. His eyes slowly drifted back to the sofa, finally realizing that the sofa was not all he had seen. He swallowed his breath, suddenly growing nervous at the sight of the sleeping girl. He couldn't exactly see her face, since she was on her side and facing the backrest of the sofa, but that only gave him another issue entirely. Considering her semi-fetal sleeping posture, the young man swallowed his breath again, desperately trying to keep his eyes off the rather plump behind of the woman, which was greatly emphasized by the pale blue, high-waist skinny-leg jeans she wore. She was wearing a seafoam green long-sleeve top, which seemed to cut a little short above her waist, which left a strip of her backside's midriff exposed. Her hair was a vibrant orange and Ash could see the start of a ponytail on the side of her head she was resting on, with a few small heart-shaped hairpieces in the tail of hair that was draped over her shoulder. He flinched as the girl shifted in her rest, starting to roll, which made Ash straighten up and back away quickly. Thankfully for Ash, she didn't wake up and only rolled over onto her other side, so that she now faced the edge of the sofa. The young man's eyes narrowed curiously on the girl's face. She looked older than him now, judging by the maturity of her face. She was actually rather cute. Scratch that, really cute. Not to mention the exposed front of her midriff now gave Ash a view of her flat stomach, as well as the low V-cut of her top, and the size of the two orbs concealed by her shirt. He quickly smacked both of his cheeks a few times, shaking his head vigorously. Come on, man, she's sleeping. Don't be such a creep. The young man forced out a sigh of disappointment in himself, taking a seat on the floor and leaning back against the edge of one of the bookshelves. He cast a worried glance over to the sleeping girl, noticing her legs shift together slightly before he opened the book in his hand, forcing his attention to the literature instead. The book wasn't all that intriguing, mostly a bunch of fancy words that he didn't understand, but right now, he felt rather pressured focus on it. Otherwise, his eyes might end up wandering like earlier, and given the temptation of the girl's mature figure sleeping beside him. Ash flinched, hearing a quiet groaning sound from the sofa. He couldn't help but peek over, seeing the figure rouse from slumber as she began to sit up. She remained slouched forward, covering her mouth as she gave a yawn and stretched her other arm straight upward. He heard some more quiet strained sounds from her as she continued stretching, then finally rose to her feet. Okay, back to work dash, the girl's voice cut short as she turned on her heels back towards the sofa, reaching for the backrest before she caught something in the corner of her eye. Looking over curiously, she became confused to see a young man, quite a few years younger than herself, she reckoned, sitting on the floor, reading. That I'm sorry. Did we have some kind of appointment scheduled today? Not exactly scheduled. Though first off, I apologize for entering without saying anything. No one was answering the door earlier. She watched him rise to his feet, returning the book in his hand to its place on the bookshelf before turning to face her. My name's Ash. I was sent here on an errand to speak with the head of Galar's research, Professor Magnolia, on behalf of Professor Oak. Oh, Oak. So you're the trainer who was coming. Ash watched as the girl seemed to brighten up, grabbing a white lab coat from the backrest of the sofa and putting it on. She then took out a pair of glasses from its pocket, putting them on as well before flashing the younger man a warm smile, which made him begin to grow nervous. I apologize for being tardy when you got here. I was up rather late last night, reading more on Galar's history, and I sorta lost track of time. I thought I could sneak in a little nap before anyone noticed, I doubt it's alright. Ash's eyes shifted away to the floor beside him, earning a curious look from the girl. He couldn't exactly control it, but his heart began to beat faster in his chest. When he saw her sleeping earlier, he did already think she was kind of cute, but seeing her awake and in front of him right now, cute, didn't even begin to describe her. I suppose this is a little late, but my name is Sonia. Professor Magnolia is actually my grandmother. Ash nodded absent-mindedly, smiling for a few moments before he blinked. Your grandmother? Sonia giggled to herself, smiling with a nod at Ash's surprised expression. The young woman was quite used to the young kids of Wedgehurst visiting the lab from time to time, though rarely did she meet anyone older than a young teen. So right now was kind of refreshing for Sonia. Not only did she finally get a grown-up guy as a visitor, one of which who wasn't that airhead childhood friend of hers, but to think that he would be so cute. Oh, that's great, then. Do you know when she might be coming by? Professor Oak told me to meet with the head researcher, and mentioned her by name, so if it's at all possible for me to meet with her. Well, sorry to say, but Gran doesn't really visit the lab all that much anymore. The walk from our house is a bit too much for her body nowadays. Ash's expression seemed to turn to disappointment, Sonia watching him curiously before putting her hands behind her back. Although, if I understand correctly, you said that Professor Oak sent you here to speak with the head researcher, right? Yeah, that's right, he replied, seeing a smile on the girl's face. Well, then you're in luck. Because that's me. But what about your grandmother? Considering her age, Gran said not long ago that she was gonna finally go into retirement. She does still do a little research, but now it's only as a pastime at home, while she passed on the position of head researcher to me. Oh, I see. Ash fell silent, processing what she had just said. So this Sonia girl was the researcher he needed to talk to. The same girl who was sleeping earlier. And he had kinda peeped on. I am sorry. Sorry. Sonia became puzzled, watching the younger man bow to her at the waist. What exactly are you apologizing for? He then realized that he had done something suspicious. Why apologize if she doesn't realize he had done it? Granted, apologizing helped him feel a little better, but she didn't even know what he was talking about. And never mind. You're a bit of an oddball, huh? Ash's brow furrowed as the girl giggled at him, smiling as she moved past him. Let's head downstairs, we can have some drinks. Is coffee okay for you? Yeah, that's fine. The pair descended to the main floor, where Ash took a seat at the dining table while the young professor toiled away with the coffee brewer on the counter. The former trainer kept his focus on the table in front of him, trying to keep it there. But every now and again, he found his eyes glancing over to Sonia's lab coat. With each minor movement she made while preparing their drinks, her lab coat shifted against her figure, which inadvertently began to display her figure. Ash swallowed his breath, closing his eyes to prevent himself from looking at the rather clearly visible but that was once hidden behind the lab coat. Geez, why did his hormones have to start bothering him now? Here, he nearly jumped, seeing the mug of coffee be set on the table in front of him. He watched Sonia move around to the other side of the table, sitting across from him with her own mug before taking a sip. Ash took a sip of his own coffee, his eyes meeting Sonia's before he quickly looked back down at the mug. Sonia held back a smile at his reaction, feeling an odd warmth growing in her chest. Not only was she lucky enough to get a cute guy visitor, not to mention of proper age, but also one who had a shy side. Maybe if she could get this business done with early, then just maybe. Alright, then. What exactly is it that Professor Oak wanted to know? Ash gave a sigh to himself, gathering the research papers spread across the table while Sonia put the coffee mugs in the sink. It had been nearly 2 hours since their work discussion had begun, and Ash was so glad it was finally over. Most of what Sonia had verbally explained had gone right over his head, so thankfully she had made plenty of written copies of her notes for him to take. Geez, the more Ash thought about this, the more this could have easily been done over a video call. Sorry if that was all overwhelming. I remember hearing that you're a trainer and not a researcher, the young professor said, Ash giving a smile in return. Don't worry about it. I admit I don't understand much of any of that, but at least I've got these, so it's all right in the end, he said, stacking the papers in his hands. For a moment the young woman seemed unconvinced by his answer, troubled, almost, before she broke into a smile. Well, I sure wouldn't expect that if I didn't know. You seemed like you were doing fine the whole way through. Ash arched an eyebrow at her remark, watching her cross her arms as she leaned back against the counter behind her. Honestly, I would say you have the knack for being a research assistant. Assistant? He asked, replied by a nod. Yeah. As an assistant, you wouldn't have to really do or understand all of the work involved, but more like handle and organize it. It's mostly like a secretary. That's a very plain way to put it, I suppose, the professor chuckled sheepishly, rubbing her elbow. Ash leaned back in his seat, looking up and staring at the ceiling. While I do appreciate the offer, Sonia, I don't think it's really my style of work. The woman's expression softened at his words, almost appearing disappointed. It's nothing personal against researchers, or assistants, or anyone similar. I just don't think I could really handle it. I'm not exactly an organized person. Well, all careers take work and dedication towards progress. Ash couldn't help but notice it sounded like her mood had gone down a bit. Was she actually disappointed by him refusing? He was only telling the truth, research was certainly not his thing. Although that I can't help but think you could do a lot of good around here. I'm sure, but like I sigh, wait. You want me to work here? He asked incredulously, the woman pulling her crossed arms closer to her stomach. Well, of course. The assistants who worked for my gran have kinda turned into her caretakers ever since she retired, so they don't do as much work as they used to here at the lab. So, in truth at the moment, I'm kinda the only one around here. Wah, seriously? You're the only one working here? Ash couldn't help but glance around the lab, wondering how a single person was able to manage all of this. It's no wonder she was napping in the middle of the afternoon. I gotta admit that's really impressive, Sonia. Thank you, Ash. Though I must say, it is rather tiring most of the time. The young woman put a hand on her shoulder, making circular motions with her arm. If I don't keep up with my plans, then it piles on and becomes a killer. These shoulders can only take so much burdened weight. I'm sure they can. Ash muttered to himself absent-mindedly, not even noticing that his eyes had drifted to something else that her words could have meant. And in his absent-minded state, he didn't see that the young professor had noticed his averted gaze. She turned her head to the side, feeling her cheeks warm up as she struggled to fight back a small smile. Say, Ash, the trainer blinked out of his trance, finally regaining focus and noticing his own stare at the girl's shirt. He quickly snapped his head to the side, his eyes cautiously finding their ways to Sonia's and seeing a look of hope in her eyes. If I can't convince you to become my assistant, then, could I bother to ask you for a simple favor? What do you have in mind, exactly? He asked, watching as the girl moved past the table and him towards the back of the lab. She stopped a few feet from him, looking back over her shoulder and gesturing for him to follow, which made him curious. She led him up to the second level before she sat on the sofa, looking back to him and patting the sofa seat beside her. His brow furrowed, giving an odd look, but she simply continued to smile and watch him expectantly. Breathing a quiet sigh to himself, he complied and took his seat beside her, keeping his hands on his lap. So, what exactly is this favor? It's simple. His eyes drifted over to her curiously, making him begin to grow nervous as he watched her gather her hair and pull it forward over her shoulders as she turned away from him. He couldn't help but take a look at the nape of her neck, taking notice of how pale her skin complexion was. And it only became more attractive given how much skin was showing from the low cut of her collar. Ash didn't seem to realize as he became lost in thought that he was staring at her nape, the young professor not having to look back to know that this was the case. Well. Ash snapped from his trance, leaning away defensively and looking away. What do you mean? I mean, are you going to massage me or not? Ash was, at the very least, dumbfounded. Her favor was a massage. But why that of all things? I mean, she was just talking about the stress from the workload she was taking on all by herself, but there's no reason it should have escalated to this. Unless, wait, was she giving him some kind of hint? Or was this a trick? How the hell was he supposed to understand this? Ash, the trainer nearly jumped, being broken from his thoughts before looking at the girl cautiously. She was looking back over her shoulder at him, an expectant look in her aqua-colored eyes. But what confused Ash the most was the small frown on her lips, almost looking like a pout. Won't you help me out? A few moments passed in silence, followed by a sigh of defeat. Sonia turned her head to look forward as she felt a pair of hands gently touch on her shoulders, making her lips turn into a small smile. She tried to hold back a giggle when she felt his hands move very slowly and cautiously. He was clearly nervous. And what guy wouldn't be in this situation? Sonia knew that this was a precarious position, for both of them, and that even the slightest wrong move could be made easily. She glanced down at her hands on her laps, one palm rubbing the back of her opposite hand before closing her eyes. As Ash's hands continued to rub her shoulders much like an amateur's, clearly showing how inexperienced he was at this, Sonia could only begin to wonder how long it would be before he quit on. Hyen. I am sorry. Ash quickly yanked his hands back at the sudden sound from the girl, hearing a nervous chuckle from her. It's okay, sorry. It was just a joke, Ash, really. Sonia chuckled, not turning to look at him as her thumbs began twiddling on her lap. She was very thankful that Ash was behind her, so he couldn't see the bright red color that had spread to her cheeks, nor hear the pounding of her heart inside her chest. How could she let herself make that embarrassing sound? She had thought he would be bad at this, so she suggested it to simply be a little teasing, but the points that his thumbs had just pressed on it felt way better than she expected. She struggled not to tense up as she felt his palms touch her shoulders once more, before resuming their work. He extended his thumbs towards the center of her neck, lowering them a little to the base of her neck before pressing in again. Ash didn't realize that this gesture forced Sonia to bite her lip, barely holding back another embarrassing sound. She bit harder when his thumbs rolled back towards her shoulder blades, putting just enough pressure to gently push the skin in beneath the blades. Ash looked curiously at the back of the professor's head, wondering how he was actually doing due to her lack of reaction. Was he doing so badly she would feel rude to say anything? Or was it so good she was speechless? Nah, more likely the former. But on the contrary, was reality. Sonia's palms now gripped her thighs tightly as Ash's thumbs began making circular motions over her shoulder blades, the rest of his fingers curled around over the top of her shoulders and applying almost as much pressure. The young professor had never experienced anything like this, nor expected the need to. I mean, she was only 26 years old, it's not like she was an old woman quite yet. Though the work sometimes made her body feel like it. Is this okay? She opened her mouth to answer his question, but quickly shut it when his thumbs suddenly rubbed the base of her neck again. Oh man, if the sounds trying to escape her right now managed to succeed, she could never live it down. It's fine. Ash's brow furrowed at the oddity in her tone, trying to let it go but found it difficult when he noticed her head begin to pee to one side a little. He still wasn't sure how well he was doing, but he knew that he had to be most careful about how far his fingers extended over the front of her shoulders. When he felt the sensation beneath his fingers grow softer, he pulled back, fearing that he would eventually feel up something else by accident. No matter what the situation, he knew doing that to a girl without her permission first would only end badly for him. He had watched Brock's flirting attempts for years, and that was only touching their hands, so touching their chests that he shuddered at the thought. Though he didn't expect to feel Sonia's soft hands on his. Sorry, was I not? No, it's not that. He watched curiously as she lifted his hands from her shoulders, then let go. Her hands moved back to her shoulders, gripping the white fabric before pulling it down her arms. Here it's in the way, don't you think? Guess. Ash swallowed his breath, watching the lab coat drop onto the floor before looking back at the girl's shoulders. It might have only been one less layer, but for some reason, that was still more than enough to make him nervous. He began to resume his massage, taking notice of the difference in feeling between the former fabric and this one, noticing this was much softer. Or maybe that's because he was closer to her skin. Oh, God, what was he thinking now? Sonia glanced down at her top, discreetly pulling up a hand and tugging up on her collar. She had thought of removing her lab coat as nothing, since she had done it so frequently day to day, but now this time felt different. Now that there was a guy here, a cute guy, close to her own age, she was actually finding herself kind of embarrassed. And now that she thought about it, how old is Ash? He doesn't seem too much younger than herself, but how much is that? 5 years? 8? Say, how old are you? Ash blinked in surprise, looking at the back of her head in question. My age? Does that matter, somehow? He asked, the young professor rubbing one thumb over the other on her lap. Well, if you were to consider the position of my assistant, I would find out anyways. And what better way to get to know each other? Ash raised an eyebrow. Just started my 20s. For the head researcher of all of Galar, you can act and sound pretty childish. Ash noticed the girl's shoulders shake a little, hearing her laugh to herself. Thanks, I'm not sure how I don't hear that more often. And do you know how hard it is to fully mature, only a few months into such an esteemed position? her sarcastic tone made Ash laugh this time, neither one seeing the smile on the other's face. Also, how do I act childish? Well, you were napping when I first got here dash. Because I'm overworking myself. And also requesting massages from simple visitors dash. Again, because I'm overworking. How about something that's actually reasonable? Well. Ash trailed off, trying to think of something as his hands continued to massage her. And distracted by their conversation, Ash didn't notice as the circular motions of his thumbs began to expand in diameter, his thumbs starting to rise up the slope of her neck. And it turns out, that with so many late nights researching, overall stress of handling the lab herself, and even just the top-heavy female weights pulling down on her every day and night, Sonia had in fact developed muscle tension. Especially in her shoulders and neck. And in an instant, both distracted by their topic of conversation. Neither one was expecting for Ash to suddenly find a weakness. HI. Neither one said a word as Ash's hands suddenly froze. Ash merely stared at the spot on her neck he had just touched, while Sonia remained perfectly still, not daring to turn and face him with her palms over her mouth. It was so sudden, neither one could predict it. Ash certainly didn't expect a simple and amateurish massage to make a girl cry out, and Sonia didn't expect for her muscles to be so stressed that a little pressure could send a tingling wave of pleasure through her entire body. How about that? Sonia closed her eyes, her knees starting to shift together uncomfortably. What the hell was she supposed to say right now? Feeling good beyond her control makes her childish. To admit that she initiated this simply to tease him, but now he actually managed to make her feel good? And the most difficult point of all. How could she get him to continue without asking? Sonia, the girl nearly flinched as she felt his thumbs return to their prior position on her neck, starting a small and slow circular motion. She closed her eyes, trying to hold back her voice as the rest of his digits gently touched down on her shoulders. Well, at least she didn't have to ask. Though now there seemed to be a slight problem, for Sonia. The more his thumbs began to move again, the better it felt. And the soon accompanying massage of his index fingers over the arch of her shoulders wasn't helping in the least. Ash didn't know if he was somehow getting better, or if Sonia was becoming more sensitive by the second, but he could start to feel her shoulders begin to fidget beneath his fingertips. The young professor knew she was doing a bad job at trying to contain it or hide it, but she couldn't help it, his fingers felt like magic. The former trainer blinked in surprise, not expecting for the girl's back to begin leaning towards him. He turned his elbows out to the sides, feeling rather awkward as the back of her shoulders touched against his chest, her neck craning back so that her head landed softly on his own shoulder. He couldn't help but glance over, becoming intrigued by the expression of her face he was unable to see before. He found it rather suggestive, the way her closed eyes avoided his, how the breaths of her nostrils were shallow, and how her lower lip was slightly sked in behind her upper lip. The longer he found himself staring at her, the more he noticed that her eyelids would flicker ever so slightly, as if she were struggling with something. Like she was fighting against something within herself. Sonia, his tone was so uncertain and hesitant. And how could either of them be surprised? Considering the situation, he wasn't exactly positive on what was happening anymore. Was this still simply a massage? He had no clue, and for that matter, neither did Sonia. Ash, the trainer heard a quiet and shaky breath follow her words, noticing her eyelids begin to open slowly. The trainer felt his heartbeat start to get faster as her aqua-colored eyes looked up into his, an ever-increasing glimmer in them that made him curious. It was like that shine was reflecting her innermost feelings. But what are those feelings, exactly? Would it be rude or insensitive of Ash to simply ask her? He felt it would be, but on the other hand, he could not get a read on this whole situation. He wanted to say it was simply him fulfilling a favor to the professor, but her body language and reaction seemed to tell him that this was starting to go in a different direction. Then he felt something soft touch his hand. He broke their eye contact to look down at the girl's shoulder closer to his chest, seeing that her hand was now on his. His brow furrowed slightly as he looked back to her eyes, seeing her give a slow blink. almost in a tempting way. But that had to be Ash's imagination. And yet, when he felt her hand begin slowly trailing up his forearm, reaching to his elbow before it became only the graze of her fingertips along his bicep, he found that certainty getting smaller and smaller in his mind. If he weren't imagining things, if Sonia were really trying to tempt or stuck him, for any reason, why would that be? Perhaps this whole massage, even calling this a favor for cover, was merely an excuse to get him to let his guard down. Or even less believable, in his own mind at least, to sway him into trying something. But he couldn't do that, she was the leading professor of Galar. Such an educated woman would be far too busy with work to bother with romance or physical relations, she even said so herself. But as these thoughts and confusion swam through his head, he couldn't pry his eyes away from hers as her eyelashes continued to taunt him, rising and falling graciously every so often while her pupils never looked away from his. As if she were waiting. Sonia tensed up as a content sigh escaped her lips, surprised as she felt his hands slide down over her shoulders, his palms now resting over her ample bosom. She glanced down curiously, feeling her heart begin to beat against her chest more rapidly at the forgotten sensation. It wasn't as if she were a virgin, no, that experience had been shared quite some years ago with the man Galar still calls its undefeated champion. Though it's not as if it could ever have developed beyond that one night. Despite the pleasure and fun it was, both Sonia and Leon had agreed that a relationship would not bode well for either of them, given their respective images at the time. If the media found out that Galar's champion was dating a mere childhood friend, with no true esteem or accomplishments to her name at the time, they would have torn both of their public images to pieces. Sonia couldn't have done that to her grandmother, nor could Leon have sullied the name he shared with his parents or his little brother. So they decided to simply remain friends, and oddly enough, it wasn't long before both of them found things returning to normal between them. It wasn't like they had heard in movies or novels, sometimes, physical intimacy can be left behind, and return once more to friendship. But none of that was on her mind right now. Right now, all the woman could do was let out another sigh as she felt his fingers knead into the plump mounds of her sweatshirt, a tingling sensation running from her chest down to her abdomen. It had been so long since that feeling, she hadn't realized how much she missed it since that night. While Sonia's head was swimming in reminiscence, Ash's eyes were practically glued to the girl's facial expression, reading every twitch of her eyelids and soft breath from her parted lips in reaction to his actions. He rolled one BRST in his palm in a small circular motion while the other slid down beneath it, keeping only one fingertip over the other. He pressed it to the sweatshirt gently, tracing along in no particular pattern or shape, before he found something that made his finger stop in its tracks. A slight bump in the road. Sonia, did I ask this? Ash felt the woman's fingers leave his bicep, before feeling them sink into the hair on his head. He gave her a slightly questioning look, finally noticing that her eyes had continued shining this whole time. But now, it was very evident by the look in her eyes, among other clues, what she was feeling now. And these clues were more than enough of a response to Ash's question. The girl suddenly let out a sharp yelp, surprising even herself as she felt a shockwave in her chest. She looked back down to see Ash's index finger and thumb now pinching together around the small hardened point of her sweatshirt. The redhead couldn't help but blush at the sight of her own NPL getting hard from just a massage, but God, how could she not? He said he had never done this before, but Ash's hands were like a godsend, they knew exactly what they were doing. And her imagination starting to run wild during the massage, imagining what else those hands might be able to do didn't exactly help suppress this arousal. Ash was nearly forced to swallow his breath as he watched the girl part her lips and close her eyes, releasing a content sigh into the air at his actions. A few moments ago, he wasn't sure whether she would enjoy him trying this or slap him for it, but right now it seemed pretty obvious. This woman was definitely stressed beyond belief. And the sound of her breath starting to get heavier on his shoulder was sounding rather suggestive. Another surprised yelp escaped her lips when she felt her NPL rolled between his fingers, her other BRST feeling his palm seep into it. Sonia could barely keep herself together, her chest was getting hot, her breathing was shaky, her knees wouldn't stop fidgeting, and all of it happening at once was starting to take a toll. The electric jolts she felt in her chest from Ash's hands, and the heat flashes between her thighs in response to this, were both making her feel rather weak. As if drained of her strength, she felt as if she couldn't even manage to raise her free hand. Though oddly enough, her hand in Ash's hair refused to move. "Sonia, you okay?" A chill ran down the girl's spine at Ash's whispered words. His breath so close to her ear tickled her, making her hips begin to squirm on the sofa, which Ash couldn't help but notice. He released his grip on her NPL and grazed his palm along the underside of her BRST, doing the same with his other hand and lifting both mounds upward slightly. Sonia swallowed her breath at this sensation, feeling the tension in her shoulders free up a bit at the lack of weight on her chest. She had become used to the weight of her BRSTs in her teenage years, so feeling this relief was rather comforting. Then Ash gave a sudden squeeze of both BRSTs, surprising her. Ash watched as the girl's head leaned back more against him, her back arching forward as a content sigh escaped her. The young man couldn't help but crack a small smile at her reaction, glancing down to his hands which had caused it, but he noticed something else. A little further south of his hands, he noticed one of Sonia's hands between her thighs as they rubbed together awkwardly. His eyes narrowed curiously on the sight. The redhead then gasped, her eyes quickly opening and looking down to see Ash's hand grabbing hers between her legs. "Hey Ash? What are you doing?" Dash, another chill ran down her spine at the feeling of his soft breath on her ear. "SSSH, you asked for a massage. To relieve your stress, right?" The redhead's eyes drifted slowly over to meet his, her head falling softly onto its side on his shoulder as she looked up at him. Why would he bother asking that? Unless, did he know about her ulterior motives? Was he not as dense as she thought? "Why? Yeah," she answered timidly, a slight gap remaining in her lips. He could feel her warm and shallow breath on his cheek, making his heart begin to beat against his chest again as she stared up at him. Her eyes were clearly expectant, as if she were waiting for something. And this thought made Ash's eyes trail down slightly to her lips. He hadn't noticed earlier, but they seemed glossy. It wasn't anything fancy or super noticeable, but was Sonia a girl who liked lip gloss? And wait, was this what she was expecting? Was Sonia expecting him to kiss her? Sure, the mood did seem kind of right thanks to what his hands have been doing, plus her head on his shoulder facing him was kind of perfectly positioned, then there was the way her lips were almost shining. Ash, he swallowed his breath, looking back up to her eyes. Being this close to her, in such an NTMT position, Ash couldn't help but revisit an earlier thought, Sonia really is cute. Super cute. Sonia, the redhead held back a gasp of surprise, feeling Ash's hand pull hers out from between her legs. Her palm softly touched her lap, then his hand left hers and grazed back towards the insides of her thighs. Sonia's thoughts told her desperately to stop him, to prevent this from embarrassing her any further, not to mention preserve her dignity as a mature researcher. Though on the contrary, her body put up no resistance in the least. If you want to release stress, wouldn't this work a lot better? Before the redhead could open her mouth to respond, she was forced to quickly bite her lip at the feeling of Ash's fingers touch the crotch of her jeans. The former trainer was surprised at how warm it was, considering it was at least 2 layers of clothing between his skin and hers, but that didn't bother him. He merely pressed his index and middle fingers a little more intensely to the fabric of her pants, vacating the air from her lungs as he rubbed a short path up and down the fabric. Sonia's back arched, a tingling sensation traveling down to her body beneath Ash's hand, fueling the warmth that was growing inside of her. Ash, wait, he blinked, his brow furrowing as he looked to the girl's eyes in question. He felt both of Sonia's hands take hold of his, stopping them from continuing their actions, which certainly confused him. Given her reactions, he thought she was definitely enjoying all of this, so why stop him? I can't. I'm sorry, Sonia, I thought that you were enjoying it. Ash couldn't help but feel a sense of remorse wash over him as the woman shifted away from him on the sofa. He slouched forward, elbows on his legs as he let his face fall into his palms in shame. God, how could he let this happen? He was invited here as a guest, and then was willing to grant the girl a simple favor, which led to him basically attempting SXL assault. How the hell was he ever going to live with himself after this? How was Sonia going to live after this? She must hate him now. She probably wanted to slap him, or punch him, or kick him in the ash. He blinked out of his thoughts, tilting his head upward so he could peek out through gaps in his fingers. Much to his confusion, he saw Sonia's smiling face, which almost made him jump. Or at least, he thought almost. The redhead giggled to herself in amusement as he did in fact jump, straightening himself up and pushing against the back of the sofa. What are you doing? The redhead giggled again, resting her cheek against his knee. Ash wanted to ask more questions, but found himself too stunned to speak as he stared in disbelief at the girl's face, which was now oddly resting against the inner side of his leg joint. Though that didn't change the fact, which had shocked Ash only moments ago, that her head was for some reason hovering between his legs. It had only been a few moments he was sulking, but he hadn't noticed the woman move from the couch onto the ground in front of him, crouched and resting with her behind on her ankles, while her hands gripped the sofa cushions on either side of him. AshxSonia. What is this? Well, if you had let me finish, you would already know, she replied calmly, smiling as his face contorted in clear confusion. Whoa, his hands moved quickly and grabbed hers, reacting in defense. Ash didn't know what to think as the redhead simply glanced up at him, a curious and almost disappointed look in her eyes as she wormed her hands out of his grip, one hand taking hold of his. What is this? Isn't it obvious? Sonia's tone was suggestive. Definitely suggestive. Ash swallowed his breath, feeling her fingers interlock with his as he looked down at her other hand, which continued its advance on his crotch until it grabbed the zipper of his jeans. Obvious, the professor couldn't help but smile, adjusting herself and rising to her feet without moving either of her hands. Ash swallowed his breath again, getting very nervous as he watched her face rise up until it hovered inches in front of his, her eyes looking directly into his. Feeling her leg against the outer side of his, he glanced down briefly to notice his legs had been pushed together, with Sonia's feet planted on either side of him. His eyes trailed up her figure, making his heartbeat increase as he noticed a slight sway of her hips to one side, then continued up the curve of her arched torso before he caught notice of her dangling bosom, which was much more easily noticeable with the way she was leaning forward over him. He quickly snapped his eyes up to hers, noticing a smile on her lips and a curious look in her eyes. Oh crap, she totally just caught him staring. It's okay, Ash, now that he wasn't expecting. Bewildered, his brow furrowed as he looked into her aqua-colored eyes for answers, but the redhead only smiled back at him. Along with an unzipping sound. Wah, his voice stopped at the sound and feel of his pants shifting, making Ash try to glance down below, but his attention was redrawn to Sonia's face as he noticed hers begin hovering closer to his. What's okay? Looking. And I'm sure this wasn't the first time, since I was sleeping when you first arrived, right? The former trainer felt his cheeks warm up in embarrassment, while the woman could tell from his reaction she hit the nail on the head. Ash began to panic. She knew about that. Wait, was she only pretending to sleep earlier? I'm so sorry, I hate myself for it too, but I couldn't help. Ash was cut off, feeling something touch against his lips. He glanced down, seeing his own hand still conjoined with hers, while one of her fingers extended outward to silence him. I just told you, it's okay. Her chuckling made him calm down a little, but he was still on edge. But why? He asked carefully, feeling more cautious than ever. This had to be a trap somehow, he just couldn't see it yet. He had to tread carefully, otherwise this would be like a social landmine. And a bad rumor about him and the head researcher of Galar was not something he needed on his record. Simple. Because you're not the only one. Huh. Honestly, do you think I get many guests here who are as cute as you? Ash blinked in surprise, feeling his cheeks flush. Being called cute was such a simple thing. He had found himself thinking about this woman since he first arrived, but he had never considered hearing it used about himself. It was so foreign, but oddly enough, he couldn't help but feel flattered. Did Sonia actually think he was cute? Or was she just messing with him? Well, I'd thank you, I guess, but I'm not Suyuwer. His voice trailed off, noticing her hand in his awkwardly prying one of his fingers until it stood away on its own. He was unsure of what to say, looking back to her eyes questioningly. Her focus seemed to be on his finger she had separated from the rest, then she looked back to him with an almost mischievous glint in her eye. When you say I'm not the only one, you mean? What I mean, is that I'd like to ask you this once more, are you sure you wouldn't consider becoming an assistant here at the lab? Her tone had become gentle, and her eyes appeared warm and kind. Ash could tell that he was meant to be drawn in, and in all fairness, he found it difficult to fight off, but the thought from earlier crossed his mind again. Becoming a research assistant at IT had never been a consideration for him, he had always thought he would be traveling and battling with his Pokémon. Although in retrospect, Ash had not actually traveled or had a big battle in a few years now. So the idea that he would refuse a research position for the sake of battling didn't really apply to him anymore. Sonia, I am flattered by the offer, really. But you can't see yourself doing this kind of work. Ash hesitated at her words, then finally gave a hesitant nod. He watched her bat her eyelashes slowly a few times, not breaking eye contact with him, before finally noticing the corner of her mouth curl upwards a little. You don't have to look so sorry, Ash. I only ask again because I really do believe that you're someone who could do a lot of good around here. And I'm honored by that, Sonia, honestly I am. Ash finds himself unable to find any words to finish his sentence, his eyes breaking gaze bashfully from the redheads and looking down to his side. He didn't notice Sonia's eyes narrow on him slightly, an ever-growing curiosity in them. Okay. I just wouldn't feel right if I didn't tell you that there would be perks, for you. A few moments followed in silence. Sonia looked down at their joined hands between them, her pinky parting from the rest and starting to reach out and graze against Ash's extended finger like it was some kind of toy. What do you mean, perks? And there it was, the sign that Sonia knew she won. Well, for starters, I'm sure the pay would be quite reasonable, as long as I can manage to finish my papers. Which I assure you, I do, she explained, the young man's eyes looking back to her curiously. Then there would be extended vacation days. Obviously I wouldn't expect you here every day of the year, and there are certain points in the year where research kind of comes to a screeching halt, and that's not even including major news stories like natural disasters or the like. What else? He asked, eyeing the redhead very curiously now. Sonia avoided his gaze, looking to the side with an expression as if she were in deep thought. She wasn't sure if Ash could tell or not that she was faking her thought, but that didn't really matter right now. What mattered is that she knew exactly what to say to get him to cave. Well, I could go on and on about all the little things you would be able to receive, the honors and titles, the potential for remarkable discovery, etc., but I think all that really matters, is the most important point of all. Ash noticed her lean in a little closer to him, so he backed up a little to maintain some distance. And that is? He asked cautiously, then tensed up as he felt her lower herself onto his legs. He couldn't even break eye contact to look down at their precarious position, too entranced by the rather serious and compelling look in her eyes as she stared him down, not giving him an inch. That I would certainly appreciate one of your massages every now and then. With proper repayment, of course. Repayment. Of course. A favor. For a favor. Ash replayed those words in his head a few times, unable to make any sense of it before his thoughts were scrambled beyond repair. He heard an odd disgruntled noise from within his vocal cords, despite his mouth being closed, as he felt one of his fingers become enveloped in warmth. He couldn't really maintain eye contact anymore since she had closed her eyes, so he was free to trail his gaze down a little to watch the oddity of what had just occurred. He didn't know what to think of this, nor could he muster the words to question her about it. Hell, he wasn't even expecting it in his life. Yet here he was, a beautiful girl on his lap while she, for some reason, or maybe no reason at all, was sking on his finger. And did she not sk at it? No pun intended, that's meant as a compliment, and Sonia definitely knew it. She peeked one eye open, parting her lips from his skin and pulling herself away until his fingertip hovered just as the open entrance of her mouth, before she gently closed them around his fingertip again. She slowly dragged her lips down his finger, feeling his skin graze against her tongue inside her mouth before she reached to the base of his finger, making her stop. Ash tried to use the moment to take a deep breath and regain his composure, but felt that hope go out the window as her tongue began to coil around his finger within her mouth. It was so rough, but so hot at the same time, and he wasn't talking just the temperature. He had never expected to be turned on or excited by someone sking his finger, but hey, here we are. The sensation of her teeth gently coming down on his skin made him flinch, which she felt beneath her. Seeing that he was clearly distracted with his finger, Sonia's free hand continued fumbling with the fabric inside of his now unzipped jeans, surprising Ash when he felt his boxers tugging his member upward. Ash tried to move his head back a bit and look down at what he was feeling, but the redhead smiled to herself and decided to keep his attention on her right in front of him. She nudged out his middle finger from the rest, parting her lips further and tilting her head so it disappeared into her mouth with his index, making him shudder. She wrapped her tongue around both fingers, smiling as she watched his face twitch and contort in pleasure. He was clearly trying to resist her, but Sonia only took that as a challenge. And growing up with Leon, she could be rather competitive. Ash's free hand clenched into a fist on the sofa beside him, feeling his two fingers parted inside her mouth as her tongue snaked between them. Another tug of his boxers re-invoked his curiosity of what was happening below, before it was suddenly replaced by shock of something warm touching his member directly. His hips twitched, feeling his D propped up into the exposed air. He opened his mouth to question her but quickly clenched his teeth together, barely failing to hold back a groan as something touched the tip of his lower head. Sonia smiled, pushing his fingers deeper towards the back of her mouth as her other hand's index finger remained pressed to the tip of his D-, feeling it start to twitch eagerly. She started making a circular motion without parting from his skin, his member making a rotation in the air as her finger guided him. Ash was struggling not to make any other embarrassing noises or sounds of weakness, but it was becoming much harder with every new surprise up Sonia's sleeve. He looked to the girl's expression, seeing a look of amusement as she focused on the two fingers she was currently playing with, which gave him mixed feelings. On one hand, he didn't want to admit, but he did not want her to stop that any time soon, and her finger now touching his D directly was making it even harder to think. Though also, this massage started with him teasing her, he couldn't just let himself be beat so easily. MFFG-, the redhead's eyes widened, looking to the trainer in surprise. Given the sly smile on his face, he had definitely just felt that she let out on his fingers. She started to pull back so she could question him, but her teeth involuntarily sank into his fingers as another echoed from her throat. She glanced down to her chest, watching as Ash's palm rolled across it again before her NPL was tweaked again. She closed her eyes, feeling another heat flash before his hand suddenly left her BRST, almost making her groan in disappointment before he revealed why. The redhead released her teeth's grip on his fingers, urging her soft lips into his skin as she felt the bottom of her sweatshirt part from her stomach, followed by the warmth of his fingers grazing her skin. They began trailing upward slowly, clearly meant to tease her, until they stopped just short of where they were going. Sonia desperately tried not to react, she knew this was what he wanted. He was just teasing her to make her embarrassed, to put the situation back in his control, to make her express the truth of what she really wanted. But no matter how much she tried, she felt herself pull her lips away from his fingers, a small strand of saliva stretching between them before he finally won. "Why don't you know you want to, so just do it already?" As she peeked one eye open, she instantly felt disappointed in herself at the sight of the victorious smile on his face before that feeling was forced out of her. She let out a sharp gasp, quickly bringing her lips together forcefully as his palm finally took hold of what it was looking for. Which brought a look of confusion to Ash's face. "Sonia, are you not?" the redhead panted, her warm breath tickling his fingers as she looked into his curious eyes. Her lips curled weakly into a smile, her mind preoccupied with the tingling sensation of his hand beneath her sweatshirt, making the warmth within her grow stronger. Well, I was all alone, and napping with a bra on isn't comfortable. Ash's eyes narrowed on her slightly, making him even more curious before he gave a squeeze of the plump flesh in his palm. He noticed the redhead's eyebrow twitch, as well as her lower lip getting sked in behind her upper teeth a little, giving him a sense of confidence. He felt his member twitch more as he rolled her bare breast in his palm, feeling her NPL getting harder as it poked against him. He wasn't sure if it was out of reaction of arousal, or from wanting to get control again, but he grunted as her hand below suddenly took a firm hold of his. Sonia panted as he continued to twitch, tightening her grip on it as she extended her tongue out of her mouth, running it along the underside of his 2 fingers. She could hear him swallow his breath as he watched her trace her tongue around them, before they disappeared into her mouth once more. She followed up with a strong suction, making him grunt before he felt her hands start moving along his, a deeper groan escaping him. He could feel a pressure approaching his abdomen, making him begin to worry, this couldn't end already. Not just for his dignity, either. Sonia couldn't help but let out a sharp gasp as she felt her back suddenly hit the sofa cushions, followed by the feeling of Ash's knee pushing against her crotch. She wasn't expecting Ash's fingers to pull away from her mouth on their own, so a disappointed whimper escaped her against her will before she felt Ash's hand part from hers. Then she was greeted by darkness. She tried to squirm and figure out what was happening, but she felt something take hold of both her wrists and hold them over the sofa armrest behind her head. It took a few seconds before she realized she could feel the cool air on her stomach, which piqued her curiosity before she realized the draft reached even further upward on her body. Based on what she could feel across her body, if she had to guess, was she now naked up to her chest? Ash smiled, feeling the girl's wrists continue to struggle in his grasp as he watched the lump beneath her sweatshirt shift around. He then looked down to her waist, slowly trailing his gaze up the fair skin of her bare stomach before continuing to the underside of her breasts. He already knew this from the moment he first saw her, even when she was fully clothed, but Sonia was busty. He tried to swallow his breath quietly, enough so that she couldn't hear him, even though that seemed unlikely right now. All Sonia could really do was squirm as Ash held her wrists behind her head, the bottom of her sweatshirt pinned down beneath her head as the fabric covered her face, leaving the majority of her whole torso exposed. And Ash could certainly say he was enjoying the view. The redhead whimpered at the feeling of his fingertip on her stomach, which started tracing a small circle on her skin. It slowly started to become bigger in diameter, making the redhead struggle to suppress her embarrassing noises as the warmth inside of her continued growing. Even though she couldn't see, and could barely hear, she had never been more turned on than this moment. She never really saw herself as a girl who would enjoy rough play, but that didn't quite agree with the burning pressure gathering in her abdomen. And was Ash really a dominant guy? She had thought he looked so meek that he was just a guy who was more cute than average, but maybe he had more secrets than she expected. A surprised yelp escaped her lips, muffled by her sweatshirt as Ash's hand finally found the underside of her breast. The former trainer couldn't help but stare in awe as his hand pressed against the lower half of the flesh mound, watching his fingers seep into the soft sensation he had enjoyed earlier. Man, these really were impressive. The more this continued on, the more he began to understand just how bad her stress and shoulder tension was, but he couldn't begin to understand how she was still single. Guess she was just that dedicated to her field of work, in dedication to her grandmother. He could hear another disgruntled sound from the woman as he began rolling the flesh in his palm, before proceeding to graze his fingertip over her NPL a few times, watching it protrude excitedly into the air. It was as if it were begging to be touched. Beneath the sweatshirt, Sonia bit down on her lower lip hard, unable to hold back a happy groan as another hand found her unoccupied breast. Even though nothing was holding her wrists anymore, the redhead couldn't find the strength to move them, or rather, maybe she didn't want to. Even if she wasn't into being dominated, maybe relaxing and letting go sometime was nice. Every now and then. And if Ash did end up taking the position as her assistant, and he did a good job, then maybe how often this happened could be a little more frequent. Ash squeezed both BRSTs at once, watching her stomach and chest push into the air as her back arched in response. He smiled, glancing up to the lump in the sweatshirt before he pinched both of her nipples together, rolling them between his fingers. He was amused by the muffled squealing from beneath the fabric over her face, feeling her hips fidget beneath him and noticing her stomach begin to tremble. He could feel his D throbbing in the air, hovering above the girl's waist, but chose to ignore it. No matter how much it bothered him, he couldn't just indulge and pleasure himself right now. Her reactions were so adorable, that he wanted to continue this for as long as he could. Sonia's eyes went wide, gasping even louder, and in a cuter tone, in Ash's opinion, than before as she felt something else attached to her BRST. It was warmer than Ash's hand, and softer too, not to mention it was much more clingy. It almost seemed parasitic, the way these two things brushed against the skin surrounding her NPL, always getting closer but then pulling away if they got too close. And it didn't help that she was currently lacking her eyesight, on top of her arousal already making it difficult to think. It took a few more moments of teasing from the mysterious sensation before she finally realized what it was, feeling almost like an idiot after finally thinking about it. On the other hand, Ash couldn't help but smile to himself the whole time he suckled her BRST, grazing his tongue across the soft skin around the point in the center. He could hear a quiet groaning coming from above him, glancing up in amusement before finally flicking his tongue across the hardened point in his mouth, hearing a sudden squeal in response. Sounds like that was a good choice. He tried to hold off on repeating it, brushing his lips around to the side of her BRST and kneading the flesh with his lips, then became impatient with himself. Her reaction was just too cute to ignore, so he liked over her NPL again and elicited another excited squeal from her, making him smile more. He SCKED harder on her NPL, changing tactics and flicking his tongue back and forth over it repeatedly while his other hand's index finger and thumb rolled her other hardened NPL between them. He felt her squirming desperately beneath him, despite not knowing what it was trying to accomplish, but Ash didn't let up as he gently sank his teeth into her NPL, making her back arch even further. She instinctively closed her legs together, which caught Ash by great surprise, since his D got caught between them. Sonia became curious at the hard object she felt between her thighs, but his relentless assault on both of her BRSTs were currently keeping her mind a blank, so she couldn't help but begin rubbing her legs together awkwardly. This obviously posed a challenge for Ash, since the rough feeling of her jeans on his D may have stung a little, but his lust wasn't doing much in the logic department. Sonia bit her lip harder, clenching her eyes shut as the electric shocks coursing through her chest all traveled down to her crotch, fueling the flame of lust within her even more until it felt like it was unbearable. She let one leg fall to the side off the sofa, releasing her grip on his member before she lifted it back into the air, bringing it around his waist and pulling her ankle into his lower back. He aimed against her BRST, rolling her NPL between his teeth as he felt her ankle pulling his waist in closer, but he kept his distance. He now knew by the pressure in his groin that he had to keep his D at a distance from anything, lest he embarrass himself in front of the older girl from which he could never recover. And by the way her whole body was reacting, from her miming, to her leg around his waist, to her BRSTs and stomach heaving beneath him, he could tell that this wasn't going to go on much longer. He didn't know that Sonia realized that as well, who was now rather embarrassed and was trying to hold back her release in hopes of continuing this, but she knew she couldn't hold back climax forever. Especially with how well Ash was toying with her. In a matter of seconds, Ash felt the girl's stomach suddenly push upward against his chest, her leg tightening even more around his torso as she practically screamed from beneath her sweatshirt. He had noticed it earlier, but noticed the heat radiating from the center of her jeans had become much stronger all of a sudden, and he could tell it wasn't just because it had gotten closer to him. Her hips trembled against him, her breathing clearly grown shaky as one of her hands firmly squeezed on the backrest of the sofa beside her head. Ash had not witnessed a woman's climax up close before, so the sight of her trembling body was quite a spectacle to behold. He almost wanted to question whether it was pleasure or pain she was experiencing, but had a feeling that was a pointless thing to ask. Sonia's hips suddenly fell back to the sofa beneath her her butt hitting the cushion as she panted heavily, feeling her face growing hotter beneath the sweatshirt that covered her head. With her blank state of mind as result of her orgasm, she didn't notice as Ash's lips and hand pulled away from her chest, nor was she unfamiliar with this sensation. It's not as though she hadn't experienced an orgasm the night of her first time with Leon, but it was nowhere near as intense as this one. Probably because she knew that time had been Leon's first, as well, so he wasn't exactly boasting with experience in what to do. Which only made her wonder, just how much SXL experience did Ash have before today? And even more so, something she had never considered was her facial expression. It wasn't like she and Leon had had SEC in front of a mirror, so she wasn't sure how she looked during climax. Was it embarrassing? Scratch that, probably embarrassing, but how much? Unfortunately for her in her dazed state, Ash pulled the collar of her sweatshirt up over her head before she could give any opinion, tossing it aside. For a moment, Ash broke into a smile, forcing himself to hold back a laugh before he came to his senses. And he couldn't help but be in awe at the result of what he had just done. The redhead's glossy lips were parted, her tongue hanging out slightly to the side as she panted heavily, mixed with an occasional aroused whimper. Her cheeks were flushed bright red, obviously from embarrassment, which was reasonable. But what really sold it for Ash was the way her eyelids flickered as her pupils looked upward, a glazed-over look in her eyes as if she couldn't think straight. A part of the former trainer inside wanted to tease her for the expression she was making, but on the other hand, he found himself unable to. He was more flattered, and happy for her, than anything. He was just glad that he didn't mess up and could help her out, after all. "Hey, Sonia. You good?" The redhead didn't seem to notice his voice, continuing to pant in exhaustion before she slowly closed her eyes. It was a short time before she began to reopen them again, the glazed look now gone as her pupils moved and focused on the trainer above her, staring curiously at him. Ash, warehouse, where did you learn that?" The younger man couldn't help but chuckle, bashfully scratching his cheek. Instinct, I guess. It's not like I've really done this before." A few moments passed in silence before the redhead blinked, finally registering those words in her mind. "Wah, never done this before," her brow furrowed, the trainer glancing away nervously. Yeah, it's not like I've ever been very popular with girls," he responded, now unaware that the woman stared at him in disbelief. She just couldn't believe that, everything that he did just now was with no prior experience. That just couldn't be. His hands they were like miracles, bestowed upon the women of the world. Or rather, wait, that meant she was the only woman who had ever experienced all of this. All of a sudden, Sonia had a very proud and ecstatic feeling in her heart. "I doubt that's true," Ash blinked, glancing over curiously to the girl's arm that extended over his shoulder as he felt her hands meet on the back of his neck. He looked down to her, seeing a warm smile on her face that made his heart start to beat a little faster. "Something tells me that you have been popular, you just probably never noticed. Because right now, I can assure you that you are very popular." "Wah, how would you know that?" "I've barely even done any traveling in months, and that was only to see friends," he explained, but the redhead continued to smile as she shook her head slightly. "I don't mean that. I mean right now, and here." Ash stared at her in shock as he felt her finger tap lightly against his nose, then noticed her gaze shift downward. "And I think that I can say, as a woman, it's time I repay my favor." "What are you doing?" His voice drew on uncontrollably as he felt her soft skin take hold of his member once more, giving a few short rubs before he felt her shift beneath him. He looked down curiously, watching her slump off the sofa and position herself on her knees. "Go on, sit." The former trainer couldn't resist as her hands helped him into a sitting position, much like earlier as her butt rested on her ankles, hand on his as she looked it up and down curiously. "Honestly, you are impressive." What is this, Sonia?" His stammering made the professor giggle, who simply ran her hand up and down his slowly. Ash let out a grunt, giving her a look of confusion but only saw amusement on her face. "Didn't I already tell you? It's a work perk." His brow furrowed as he watched the girl's face inch closer to his but it didn't touch. Instead all he could feel was her warm breath on it, making it twitch as her eyes remained focused on it. Then she looked up at him while she gave a light blow on it. You granted me a favor, so now I'm repaying you. Repay dash. Ash couldn't even finish before his voice cut into a his fists pushing into the sofa cushions on either side of him. Sonia only smiled to herself, glancing up for a brief moment before closing her eyes and pushing her lips down further on his, feeling his slide into her mouth. She slid her palms up his legs slowly until they stopped on the insides of his thighs, feeling him trembling before she pushed her tongue against his appendage. Ash groaned again, clenching his teeth together as the warmth of her tongue flattened against his, proceeding to circle around it before running back along his length towards the head, finding the tip. He felt her poke at the opening a few times, making him struggle to keep his hips planted in the sofa, but then she decided to up the ante. Her lips brushed along his length as he began to leave her mouth, but her lips stopped at the start of his head while her tongue traced circles on the tip, one of her hands finding the exposed outside and starting to rub it. Ash threw his head against the backrest of the sofa, closing his eyes tightly in an attempt to hold back. Given how hot it was playing with Sonia earlier, his lingering climax had never actually left as much as it had simply become dormant. Though now, that seemed to become undone rather quickly. Sonia sked in a few more inches of his, glancing up at the trainer and noticing his strained expression, which put devilish thoughts into her head as she glanced to the floor beside her. He did have a lot of fun at her expense earlier. Ash became confused as he felt something hit his face, blocking his vision. He raised a hand to pull it away but felt his hand stopped, before it was pulled down on top of his other hand and pinned down. You messed with me first. Now it's payback. Her taunting tone gave Ash a cause for worry, and it was definitely well placed. He groaned as Sonia parted her lips from his, making sure it popped loud enough for Ash to hear, before she proceeded with what she had planned. Fortunately for her, considering such an important piece of his body was currently at risk of being bitten, he had the common sense, despite his dignity, to remain still and not fight back, leaving whatever it was that covered his face where it rested. But the new and incredibly soft sensation on his member made that extremely difficult to uphold. As he groaned to himself, Sonia smiled as she used her free arm to wrap around the front of her bosom, pulling her breasts closer together around that they were holding. She looked down to the tip of his protruding from her cleavage, poking her tongue out and tracing circles around the head before wrapping her lips around it, suckling on it teasingly. She could tell by the disgruntled noises coming from Ash that she was doing well, not to mention the way his throbbed against her soft breasts. She lifted her torso upward a little, feeling his slide along the inside of her cleavage before she slowly lowered it back down, prompting another groan from him. She continued this action, not releasing her lips from the mushroom head as her tongue toyed with the small hole on it, making the trainer's hips twitch and buck to each side every now and then. Ash clenched his teeth, feeling his climax growing closer by the second as she increased the speed of whatever soft rubbing she was doing. Her lips barely moved from his skin, but she now made no attempt to hide the sounds of what she was doing, the slurping and sking noises from within her mouth only building onto his energy. He could feel her suction getting stronger, and the soft sensation against his seemed to pull in closer and more intensely against him, making him twitch eagerly beyond control. He urged his tight fist into the sofa, still held in place by what he assumed was Sonia's hand, knowing that he couldn't hold back much longer. Sonia, that I'm gonna come." Unbeknownst to him, the redhead peeked one eye open and glanced up to him curiously. She had noticed he was throbbing much more than before, so he was going to come soon. And here she was beginning to worry it had been too long that she was now terrible at this. She started to pull her lips off of his but then stopped herself. A smile spread across her lips as she glanced down at the concealed within her bosom, pondering for a few moments. Sonia. What are NNNGH? Sonia, what? Wait. I can't. The woman simply ignored his protests, skiing harder and bobbing her head faster onto the head of his. The trainer groaned, pulling himself back into the sofa as much as he could, which proved useless as her suction noises down below seemed to get louder and more suggestive. Sonia loosened the pressure of her bosom slightly, giving her the ability to push her lips down on his even further. With half of his length in her bosom and the other half in her mouth, she bobbed her cleavage and lips faster and faster, eliciting more miming and groaning of desperation from the trainer. I can't hold it anymore. Ash's final groan was deeper than the rest, followed by gasps for air as he finally couldn't contain it anymore. Sonia's eyes widened as his hips bucked upward, plunging his length further into her mouth until she felt his tip touch the base of her throat, followed by the volcanic release of a hot and sticky substance. The redhead coughed, feeling her throat flooded with this substance faster than she was able to comprehend, making it begin to back up and wash over her tongue in her mouth. Given the surprising volume of his release, she wanted to pull her lips away and cough out the foreign liquid, but instead found herself glued to his, refusing to budge. Ash wasn't expecting to hear the sound of Sonia swallowing her breath, though they both knew it wasn't her breath that she was swallowing. The redhead winced a little at the taste, but the more she swallowed down, the less it seemed to bother her. In fact, that she was rather starting to enjoy it. When the last of the SMN from her throat was cleared, she finally pulled her lips from his, making sure they parted with a popping sound. She moved her tongue around in her mouth, swishing around the last of the backed up SMN as she processed the taste, before finally swallowing it down. She glanced down to Ash's, noticing a small trace of the white substance leaking out of the tip before she quickly licked it up. She planted a gentle kiss on the tip, sking intensely to clean out his urethra, much to his surprise as he suddenly ummed at the feeling. His hips trembled until she finally released her lips from his skin, noticing that didn't appear to be getting any softer. He really was impressive. Sonia, her attention was pulled up to Ash's face, noticing that her sweatshirt she had tossed up to cover his face like he had done to her was now removed, a look of bewilderment in his eyes as he stared in disbelief. That softness that was your. Didn't it make you happy? Ash blinked in shock, staring at her one puffed-out cheek in an obviously fake pout. You know, Ash, that if you took the job here, you could get this a lot more in the future. So you were trying to tempt me with SEC? He asked, the redhead giving a giggle. Well, a BLWJB isn't exactly SEC, she replied calmly. But that whole time, you were saying work perks and repaying favors. Are you saying you weren't intending this when you were saying that? He asked, the redhead putting a finger to her chin in thought. Well, not at first. But then your massage was really, really nice, and that I kind of felt myself getting lost in the pleasure. So the idea of repaying you just came to me, she explained, rising to her feet. Ash tensed up, watching her lean forward and letting her free BRSTS sway in the air, basically dragging his eyes down to them. Sonia merely smiled at this, putting a finger to his chin and pulling his head upward a little, forcing his gaze back to her eyes. Although, I wouldn't have suggested the idea if I wasn't very open to it. His stammer made her giggle again, until she brought one knee up slowly onto the sofa until it touched against something hard. Ash grunted at the feeling, making the redhead glance down and see that his D was still very excited, putting another thought in her head. You did mention that I tried to bribe you with section. Ash's brow furrowed before he suddenly felt himself turned, his back falling onto the sofa cushions. And while I did admit it wasn't my original intentions, that I'm not against the idea right now if you're not. Sonia, he watched the redhead hover over top of him, an eager smile on her face as she liked her lips. One of her hands found his and gave it a few strokes, holding it up in the air as her other hand unbuckled the button on the front of her jeans. Ash watched in disbelief as the girl one-handedly unzipped her jeans and pulled them down over her hips, her toes helping pull them the rest of the way until she was left in only a mint green thong. Ash swallowed his breath at the sight, then felt her take one of his hands and move it towards the fabric holding the side of her hip. Well, Ash? Don't you want to help take them off? The trainer was in a state of shock for a few moments, unable to process any of what was happening. Though that didn't last long. Sonia suppressed an excited whimper as she felt her underwear pulled down her legs, feeling embarrassed as her privates were exposed but made no effort to hide them. Ash stared at the clean skin of her crotch, unable to help but wonder if her big hair would be as vibrant as her orange hair if she hadn't shaved down here. But he couldn't ponder on that for long before he felt the redhead straddle him, a leg on either side of his waist while keeping her butt up a few inches from his body. She paused, glancing down at the trainer and giving a quick look over of the jacket and t-shirt he was still wearing, which was noticed by Ash. He sat himself up slightly, sliding the jacket off his arms before tossing it to the floor while Sonia had apparently grown impatient already, pulling his t-shirt up over his head and discarding it. He noticed her gaze look down over his body again, this time taking a little longer over his stomach area while she seemed to pant a little, liking her lips. He glanced down at the muscles over his stomach. He figured he never was much to look at, but maybe that wasn't so true. The redhead gasped, feeling Ash's hands find the cheeks of her butt and pull her closer, the tip of his D rubbing against the heat of her crotch. The trainer could feel a slight dewy sensation on his tip, looking down to see some moisture now coating the head of his D, as it dripped from her opening. Sonia was obviously embarrassed by this feeling, but right now that didn't matter. Nothing mattered but her lust. She held his gently, holding it straight up as she carefully lowered her hips on top of it. Thanks to her natural lubricant, the tip slipped in easily, making Ash groan and the professor give a blissful sigh. The muscles of her legs began to tremble as she slowly lowered herself onto him, until she reached a point that brought on an intense heat flash. Ash could feel he was barely halfway inside of her before her vaginal walls suddenly got much tighter, followed by the woman dropping onto him without warning. The pair hummed loudly together as Ash's entire length was suddenly bathed in intense heat, while Sonia felt her insides opened up for the first time in years. Sure, she toyed around every now and then, but nothing could compare to a real D-dash. And by God, Ash's size was incredible. She felt his tip prodding against the back of her PP, making her bite her lip and suppress the most primal of mess. If she had been blindfolded like earlier, she probably would have already come by now just from him sticking it in. She had been thinking about it during the BLWJB earlier, but Ash was considerably larger than Leon in the PP department, which was baffling to her, considering Leon was, at the time they shared their first time, a year younger than Ash is now. Maybe Kanto just had better genes for section. A sharp and brief squeal of surprise escaped her, making the redhead quickly cover her mouth after Ash's hands found her butt again and gave both cheeks a squeeze. He carefully lifted her off of him a bit, the woman murmuring slightly as she felt his D slide out an inch or two, before he bucked his hips off the sofa. The sound of Ash's pelvis colliding with Sonia's made Ash twitch inside of her before he pulled back again, repeating the move. The woman felt a heat flash course through her body as she desperately tried to hold back embarrassing noises, but was failing miserably as Ash began moving into her more and more. She could feel her PP getting tighter with each time he quickly entered her, clearly noticed by Ash as well, judging by the happy grunting he was doing. She peeked one eye open, looking down at the man's mixed expression of strain and pleasure, making her lips curl into a smile. The younger man was surprised as his face was greeted by her cleavage, her melons pressing to his cheeks as she wrapped her arms around his head and pulled him in closer. She could hear his muffled voice trying to address her, making her bite her lip from the ticklish feeling, but she didn't let up on him. She glanced down at her hip, slowly pulling one side up before the other began to follow, making the trainer groan into her chest. She pushed herself back down onto him, then repeated, starting a slow and very teasing motion for the both of them. She rested her chin on the top of his head, skinning her lips in and quietly whimpering as the motion made his drag against her inner walls, causing those muscles to tighten and loosen in no specific pattern. Ash breathed heavily against the skin of Sonia's bosom when she shifted her riding to a grinding motion, dragging her pelvis up and down along his. His length never left her insides, but instead was dragged against her inner walls. If he didn't have a basic understanding of SEC, he would have thought she was just trying to suffocate him through his D, somehow, impossible, of course, but the vice-level grip she had on him could show her determination. He squeezed her cheeks and pulled her closer, but the redhead continued to teasingly drag herself away from him and then closer to him again. Every so often, Sonia would feel the tip of his member grind against a particular spot inside of her that she had never felt before, making her breathing grow shaky and coursing a heatwave throughout her body. Ash managed to part his lips in the pressure of her bosom, finding the woman's NPL and making her cry out as he nibbled on it, flicking it with his tongue before sking intensely. Sonia's walls tightened more than ever, making Ash start to worry that he was going to climax in an instant. He could feel her squeezing his head tighter, her knees were starting to pull in against his hips, and any chance of escaping this was out the window. Not entirely by her actions, of course. As he looked down at the BRST in his mouth, he groped her but like it was something he had wanted forever. And to Sonia, that eagerness made her body hotter by the second, her muscles becoming weak from the exhaustion caused by the waves of pleasure coursing through her. Ash could feel her starting to fall limp on his lap, deciding to slide one palm up the center of her back until it stopped in the middle, his other hand dragging around the curve of her waist. He pulled his arm closer to himself, pulling the girl's torso in until her stomach flattened against his. Ash figured this was not something she would have let him do, considering how much she wanted to be in control, so he decided to take that as an opportunity. The redhead was too dazed from arousal to stop herself from being flipped against the back of the sofa, slumping over and falling onto the cushions. As she laid there, panting with one knee propped up while the other leg dangled over the edge of the sofa onto the floor, she simply stared up at the serious expression on Ash's face. His D managed to remain inside of her during the position change, so she found herself disappointed when he started to pull his waist back slowly, his length beginning to leave her. Despite her desire for control earlier, in her exhausted and aroused state, Sonia found herself in disbelief. She never imagined she would think it, much less say it out loud. But couldn't stop herself from snaking her arms over his shoulders and joining her hands on the back of his neck, her bent leg extending past him and draping over the back of the sofa, exposing herself more than she had ever done in her life. "Please, Ash. Don't stop halfway," her made him smile, unable to resist casting a glance down at where their bodies were joined together. In no way could Ash have expected this. It was only less than an hour ago this woman was talking to him as a distinguished researcher, and now she was lying beneath him, legs as far apart as they could be and welcoming him. His hands found their way to her hips, running along every inch of her curvy frame before lifting her butt off the couch slightly, angling her crotch on perfect level with his. Sonia could only at the feeling, unaware that Ash wasn't just conforming to helping pleasure her, but also keeping true to old habits. Ash Ketchum had never been a quitter, after all. Ash moved his full length back inside her, making the redhead's head tilt back as she let out a blissful sigh. He felt her insides already beginning to tighten on him again, but didn't let that stop him as he made an effort to quickly build a rhythm. Sonia found herself panting like a yamper as his moves became more rapid and full, not feeling like he was teasing her anymore. He wasn't just being quick about it, but using his impressive length to his advantage, reaching all the way to the back of her insides before pulling back out and repeating. The more his tip prodded against the limits of her depths, she felt a pressure quickly building in her abdomen, just barely north of where Ash could reach. Her back began to arch off the sofa, breathing heavier and more erratic as she looked down at their pelvises, almost expecting to see a large bulge beneath her stomach from his D inside of her. She flattened a hand against her abdomen out of curiosity, and found herself turned on even more that despite not being able to see it, she could certainly feel how hard he was inside of her. And this new wave of lust was enough to send her over the edge, bringing on her climax without warning. Her hands disconnected from the back of Ash's neck, one running down to the center of his back and slightly sinking her nails into his skin while the other found his hair, burying her fingers in it. Ash felt her ankle find his butt, pulling him in with more force than earlier, to which he obliged. He clenched his eyes shut, resting his forehead on the woman's BRSTS while trying to maintain his moves as her PP gripped him like a vice, showing no signs of ever letting him go again. Despite her mind having gone blank and her eyes rolled back with a euphoric expression on her face, she, as well as Ash, could both begin to hear the wet noises from their colliding privates, but neither one minded. Hell, it turned them both on even more. Ash's hands traveled to the cheeks of her butt, gripping them tightly as he lifted her even more off the couch, moving his hips faster than before. The redhead began crying out in glee each time he drove into her, the former trainer now feeling his member twitching vigorously as a tingling began forming in the flesh sac that hung below it. He bit his lip, trying to fight the feeling before moving one hand to her stomach, the other still firmly holding a mass of flesh on her behind. The traveling hand made the redhead suddenly gasp out loud, shifting into an aroused whimper as his index finger and thumb found the small bulbous piece of flesh at the peak of her lower lips, gently pinching it. He winced at her following reaction, which was to sink her fingernails into his scalp and deeper into his back, but he simply chose to ignore it. He rubbed a small circle over her CLT with his thumb, watching the girl's mouth open to let out a and quickly pressed his lips to her NPL before anything could come out. Sonia ummed heavier than she ever had in her life at this, her entire body starting to go numb as Ash expertly SCKED her BRST and toyed with her CLT. He mentioned he had never done this before, so how the hell was he so good at it? She barely had time to think about this mystery before she felt her next orgasm beginning to build, almost worrying her with how fast it was coming, pun intended, of course. She arched her back even further, her stomach and chest reaching as far upward as her torso possibly could while the top of her head remained on the sofa, upside down, and a euphoric expression plastered on her face as her teeth risked drawing blood from her lower lip. AshxSonia. Ash may have been dense on his travels, but he was no idiot now. This whole time he had been going bareback, and could now feel his climax almost ready to burst, so he knew it was time to stop. He wouldn't want to make such a grave mistake when he was still young, after all, not to mention the even worse consequences it would mean for Sonia. They had pretty well rushed into this, so he never had time or the thought to ask her if she was on any birth control, so he definitely couldn't afford to take the risk for both of them. Although, he didn't sense any sign of that same worry from the redhead beneath him. He started tapping the leg that was wrapped around him, hinting for her to stop, but the girl's heel dug into his butt more. "Hey, Sonia. We gotta stop. Now." "More, just a little more." The younger man swallowed his breath at her tone. It was so demanding, yet so SNSL, was she even aware of what was about to happen? Was she too far gone to be able to think anymore? Does that even happen with women during SEC? Please, Ash, I'm so close. I'm so close, just harder, hardier. That I can't hold it much longer. The trainer's eyes went wide as both of her arms moved around his sides, reaching up and gripping his shoulders tightly while pulling the rest of her weight off the sofa. He felt his heartbeat grow even faster as her entire front pressed against his, the warmth of her BRSTS on his chest making him start to feel crazy. He tried to tap her leg again to stop her, but grunted as he felt another ankle find his butt. Ash looked over to the head of red hair that rested on his shoulder, not seeing the girl's face as both of her legs around his waist pulled her into his lap even tighter, her inside still gripping him like crazy. The heat emanating from her crotch was now much more noticeable, warming his pelvic region as she grinded herself against him. He winced as he felt her teeth find the skin of his neck, suckling it as she ummed into his ear. "Sonia, we can't." They were both breathing heavily, trying to suppress the intensity of their own growing climaxes within their bodies. The woman released his skin from her lips, not pulling away but instead only turning her head onto its side, angling her lips up towards his ear. For a moment, he felt her warm breath tickle the inside of it, sending a chill down his spine before he felt her lips softly touch against his earlobe. You're not. There's no condom. Then you better help clean up afterwards." And just like any man on earth would with those sweet whispered words, Ash crumbled. The redhead felt both of his hands find the cheeks of her but again, gripping them roughly to make her give a horny mm. The grip of her legs around his waist loosened for just a moment, which was enough time for Ash to quickly pull his hips away and move into her, hard. The clap of his pelvis hitting hers made the redhead cry out, so startled that her feet involuntarily kicked out a little. With the lack of her ankles digging into his lower backside, he reached behind him and found her soft thighs, dragging his hands along them until he felt her ankles and took hold of them. The professor was too immersed in her joy to bother fighting him as he guided her legs around his torso, pulling them together in front of him and hugging them. The woman let her knees bend, her ankles draping over his shoulders as he began planting soft kisses on the inside of her leg, making her whimper as she struggled not to squirm. For the final time, Ash's hands found her butt and lifted her hips off the sofa to align her crotch with his, then pushed his length inside of her. Fully submerged, his D throbbed more vigorously than ever before he finally began to rebuild his previous rhythm. Sonia felt like she was going crazy as his tip repeatedly pressed against the depths of her PP, Ash not going easy on her while he continued to kiss up and down her leg, occasionally giving a playful bite. They both made eye contact, only seeing lust in each other's eyes as their GNTLs collided over and over, the audible wetness being the only sound in the lab. They had never even thought this entire time that someone could have walked in on them at any moment, any young child or acquaintance of Wedgehurst, but neither one even cared at this point. AAA, the trainer clenched his teeth, one hand falling to the sofa beside her head to prevent him from collapsing on top of her. He could feel now that the tingling in his ball were stronger than before, sensing that he was beyond the point of being able to stop this even if he wanted to. Though there was no way in hell he wanted to, neither of them did. NNNNGGH.I'm.coming. Ash's hips continued to move vigorously, his pelvis clapping against the plump flesh of her behind as her nails began to sink into his shoulders. The redhead desperately tried to hold back, wanting to at least last as long as Ash, but found her efforts fruitless as her stomach began collapsing inward as she began gasping out air erratically. Her knees straightened and her feet pointed straight up into the air, toes curling tightly as her orgasm barely before Ash's. With a strong from Sonia and her inner walls clamping down on his without warning, the trainer pulled himself away from her faster than he had ever reacted in his life, his soaked tip audibly slipping out of her PP before his D fell forward onto her. His heart dragged forward easily up onto the bottom of her stomach before he groaned like an animal in heat, his hot seed erupting from his tip like a shaken bottle of soda. Unfortunately, Sonia was in too much of a daze as her legs trembled like crazy in the air, barely noticing the streams of hot white liquid spurting onto her skin. The force of his climax was stronger than anticipated, but Ash couldn't help but focus on the pleasure as his release was strong enough to begin covering her BRSTS with strands of jizz, some making it even further. As the woman felt something warm splash onto her chin, her body instinctively made her mouth open before her tongue fell out, holding flat over her lower lip as she panted heavily into the air, struggling to catch her breath. Ash had to let go of her but, the woman's hips falling onto the sofa as the trainer began to fall down on top of her. He managed to turn himself a little, managing to land in the small gap between Sonia and the sofa's backrest as he collapsed onto the cushion. He tried to catch his breath, glancing down curiously and slowly looking up and down at the amount of white substance that covered her skin. For a moment, he was almost impressed with himself before he looked up to gauge her facial reaction, which made him grow nervous when he noticed the traces of jizz that had reached even her cheeks and out-hanging tongue. As if she had no energy left, her tongue seemed to fall lazily back into her mouth, her lips remaining apart as he could barely see through the gap, her tongue shifting around, before he heard a swallowing sound. He couldn't help but furrow his brow curiously, then forced his eyes closed because his exhaustion had caught up with him, forcing his focus on his lack of breath. Time passed by silently around them, Ash not knowing what to do or how to react about what had just transpired here. His body then tensed up and he let out a surprised sigh as he felt an intense warmth on his D-, followed by a gentle suction. He opened one eye and glanced down at his body, still on its side as a head of orange hair was now covering his crotch, moving forward and back slightly. He turned onto his back, his popping from the girl's lips and icting upward into the air before her lips followed it, enveloping it again and cleaning up any remaining trace of his SMN. It wasn't long before she released it, pulling away with a blissful sigh as his member was now spotless, once again standing tall and eager. Sonia eyed it intently, casting a glance up to Ash's face and making eye contact. "You're not done, right?" Ash swallowed his breath, still trying to catch it as he watched the redhead slowly rise to her feet from the ground, bringing one knee up onto the sofa before casting a glance back at his crotch. Her hand gently came down on his chest, an expectant look in her eyes as she looked into his. "I mean, you have an amazing D-, for your age, so that I can only imagine you must have more energy, as well dash." Sonia, the redhead blinked, a look of surprise coming over her. She glanced down curiously to his hands, which were now gripping both of her arms as he sat himself up, giving her a serious look. But she could also see the look of guilt in his eyes. Wouldn't want to force you into anything, if you didn't want to, or anything you might regret. Sonia blinked, staring at him in pure surprise for a few moments. Then Ash's brow furrowed as her lips slowly started to curl upward, then her palm covered her mouth as he noticed her shoulders starting to tremble. He heard a quiet noise starting to come from her muffled mouth for another few moments before he finally realized that she was laughing. Did I say something weird? No, it's not that. She shook her head slightly, removing her palm and letting the trainer see the happy smile across her face. She took a deep breath, managing to calm her laughter to a light chuckle. Of all the things you could have said, that was not something I could have anticipated. Is it that shocking? He asked in confusion, making the redhead giggle more. Well, of course it is. I mean, aren't guys supposed to be up for a CC no matter what the cost? That they would never refuse it. The woman's words only appeared to confuse Ash, based on his reaction. Well, maybe for guys who are desperate, or I dunno, hopeless. I have no idea what all men are supposed to be like. All I know is that I would never force anything like SEC on someone if they didn't want to. That would be crazy, he explained, the redhead staring at him in awe. The trainer could notice the sense of curiosity in her eyes, starting to worry about the intention behind it. And I mean that, completely. I would never force you, so you say stop and we're done, that's all you need to dash. Ash, the trainer flinched, glancing over as the older girl's hand gently pressed to his cheek. I'm not saying you would be forcing me. I'm only asking if you want to go a second round. Look, Sonia, you are beautiful. She couldn't help but smile, watching him glance away shyly. And I'm flattered that you would want to, even once, with me, but are you really sure that's a good idea? The woman stared at him for a few moments in silence. Let me guess. It would make things awkward if we ever started working together. The trainer blinked, looking back to her in shock. Bullseye. Sonia gave a brief roll of her eyes, giggling before her other hand found his opposite cheek, then Ash's mind overloaded as he felt her lips touch his. It wasn't rough, or extensive, just a simple and soft peck before she pulled away again, a happy smile on her face. 2 notes. 1, I want to thank you. Not just for how amazing the SEC was, but also in the fact that your worry shows even a potential chance of you taking the job here. I don't care how big of a chance, I'm just beyond glad that you're considering it. And 2. Ash tried to maintain eye contact with her, but was finding it extremely difficult to do considering what she had just done. His reactions only amused her more as she brought one knee up along the sofa cushions, taking place beside his hip as she put both palms to his chest, making his back fall onto the sofa. And 2. Didn't I already say that there were work perks? Ash wasn't sure how to react, watching the redhead's tongue slip out a little and run across her upper lip as she flashed him a wink. She could hear him swallow his breath, smiling more before glancing down and gently wrapping her fingers around the base of his still heart. She wasn't sure how he couldn't tell by now that she wanted this, and besides, what kind of a host would she be if she let him leave unfinished? So, this would be a regular thing. The redhead glanced back up to him, still smiling warmly even as she began slowly running her fingers up his. If you want it to be. I know I certainly wouldn't have any complaints. Ash winced, shifting slightly at her warm hands on his member. Well, I'm glad I could be of help, or that you enjoyed it. It's honestly a relief to hear that, since I wasn't exactly sure of what I was doing, or whether or not it would feel good. Sonia paused her movements, one knee resting beside his thigh while her other knee was now in the air beside his chest, her foot resting on the cushion beside him as she prepared to lower her crotch onto his. She stared at him curiously, narrowing her eyes a little. You really weren't lying about that earlier, were you? What? Of course not. Why would I lie about that? A few moments passed before Sonia broke into another smile. Ash really was a unique kind of guy. Now she really hoped that he would take the job. She liked her lips eagerly, glancing down at their joining crotches as she lowered herself down onto him, feeling him slide inside little by little. Guess she would have to take this chance to persuade him to want to stay. And besides, if this was Ash's aversion, she couldn't help but grow hotter at the thought of if they began doing this on the regular. As the Wedgehurst Pokemon Laboratory once again began to echo MMS of pleasure, neither Ash nor Sonia realized just how important their newfound relationship would soon become. Not in the sense that they would start dating, no, this is unfortunately not that kind of tale. This SXL encounter would instead serve as a spark to begin Ash's new journey through Galar, one that would take him from city to city, meeting new people who will each prove to be struggling with issues in their own lives. And that these problems would all soon involve our raven-haired trainer from Pallet Town, whose desire to help them will become a rather exhausting challenge for himself. Galarian Gestures, Chapter 2, A Workout Friend. The sand blew in the winds to the south, while the hustle and bustle of the street vendors filled the air with chatter. The street performers' music brought a smile to everyone's faces as the vendors sold their goods to willing street shoppers, and the world seemed so at ease. Yep, the historic town of Stow-on-Side was both a place of cultural history and social interaction. There was no street one could travel without passing by someone else who was willing to smile and wave, or even strike up a conversation, which for most people wasn't any sort of problem. On this particular day, no one truly had any plans or specific goals to accomplish, so they wandered outside without purpose, willing to engage with anyone else they might find. All except for one. Ash flashed another friendly smile and gave a small wave to the elderly couple he moved past, letting out a small sigh as he looked at the assortment of buildings up ahead. He could tell most were residential homes, since most of this town's shopping district were lined up on the edge of the streets in shacks and small tents, but his focus was on the one building that stood out from the rest. The large, circular dome at the northernmost point of town, Stow-on-Side Gym. But hard enough to believe, his focus on it was not to challenge it. Okay, Sonia said the stairs were to the left before the entrance. Ash's muttering to himself went unheard by anyone as he reached the stop of the staircase in the center of the town, now seeing the front doors of the gym straight ahead of him. His eyes trailed to the left, noticing another staircase that led upward, where Ash could see a large rocky cliff further ahead of the steps. He put his palms against the back of his head, giving a sigh with his elbows out to the side as he started towards the next flight of stairs. Yep, his purpose for visiting Galar started out as an errand boy for Professor Oak, and now, errand boy for Sonia. Things were weird enough that he had accepted Oak's request of him going to Wedgehurst to acquire research for him, a topic of which he did not understand in the least, and now he was somehow roped into investigating some statues in Stow-on-Side. Ash never said it out loud, nor did he want to, but he had an inkling that his steamy time with Sonia on the second level of the lab had something to do with this. Hell, Ash could vaguely remember even agreeing to do this. Though on the other hand, he could remember Sonia was doing this thing with her tongue when she asked him, and her position was a little distracting, so it's not like he really. You there, young man, the former trainer nearly jumped, suddenly becoming nervous as he forced the memory of Sonia's naked form out of his mind. He turned his head slightly to see a grown man, rather muscular and clearly confident in his form, walking towards him with a very eager smile on his face. You are just the man I wanted to see. This is perfect. You that I'm sorry, do I know you? He couldn't help but be hesitant. He had never seen this man before, and his super friendly, almost overbearing, demeanor was a little intimidating, to say the least. The man put his hands to his hips, his smile not disappearing at all while the muscles of his biceps flexed. Ash had no trouble looking away from that. As if the man's tight sleeveless shirt and gym shorts weren't enough. Oh, I do apologize. I don't believe that we've ever met before, but I can say that is such a shame we haven't. Ash suddenly began to worry. That sounded a little misleading. Wait, was this one of those guys pick-up guys situations? Oh God, was he getting hit on by a guy? Is that so? Well, I'm sure it is, but I've actually got something to do. Ash pointed his thumb out to his side, directed towards the stairway he was traveling to when he was forced to tense up, feeling the man take a firm grip of said hand. Wow, that's amazing. It's like you and I are on the exact same wavelength. Okay, now this was just getting super weird. Alright, well, I'll be goy dash. The young raven-haired man started moving in the direction he wanted to, hoping to get out of this situation as soon as possible. But he felt himself stopped, then his body was guided in a different direction. You sure will. Boy, I can't believe I met the exact person I was wanting to run into. I guess the world really does want this to succeed, ahahaha. The confidence in the man's tone was almost terrifying, and the grip he held on Ash's hand was even more so. Ash felt as though his squirming was doing nothing at all, so the trainer simply chuckled nervously, hoping the man would take it as some kind of agreement to whatever he was saying. The former trainer looked ahead as the automatic doors of the gym opened, feeling helpless as he was escorted inside. Ash couldn't help but sigh to himself. How the hell do these things keep happening to me? Ash swallowed his breath, pulling the top down over his stomach and glancing down at his new attire. For starters, he still wasn't sure how he was guided into this changing room, nor was he confident why he was given a change of clothes and told to change into them right away. All he did know was that the strange man, who he had never met before, do recall, had for some reason pulled him into the gym, given him a change of clothes, told him to change and hurry back out, and not once did the smile disappear from his face. So yeah, Ash definitely thought he was about to get scammed somehow. Aha, perfect fit, I see. All ready to get started now, young man? Ash winced as he felt a rather forceful slap on his upper back. He could tell the man was trying to be friendly and hold back on that, but the force was still a bit more than he expected without warning. Not to mention his words were as true as could be, the clothes were a perfect fit, which was definitely a red flag in his mind. He was really hoping it was just a lucky guess or this guy was some kind of psychic. Now clad in navy blue gym shorts and a sleeveless shirt, as well as a white headband wrapped beneath the base of his hair, Ash was still confused as hell as he was guided down the hallway, reaching the doorway at the end before the man took him inside. Walking inside, the former trainer looked around to see the room filled with all but one thing, workout equipment. There was a wide selection of variably sized dumbbells, there were bench presses, a section dedicated for floor mats, mirrors lined almost every inch of all four walls of the room, and many more things that Ash couldn't even name. Okay, what is this? Ash couldn't be any more blunt about it. Considering he was dragged in against his will and not given any information whatsoever, he figured the question should have been a little expected. But that didn't seem to even occur to the man. Whatever do you mean? You're here to test out the new facilities, of course. Ash's brow furrowed at the man's smile. Seriously? He was still smiling about this. Okay, first of all, I didn't know that these facilities were even here in the first place, so I'm not dash. That's because these public facilities were just newly renovated. State-of-the-art equipment, a newly built-in sauna and tanning utilities, along with upgraded adjustable weights and soft cushion mats for those who prefer yoga, this place is now designed to be a perfect haven for anyone seeking fitness in any shape, way, or form. Right. But I'm saying I'm not here for all that. I was just heading over to the old broken mural outside, to look into the history of Stow-on-Site a bit. But our new facilities. You would love to see them, wouldn't you? You look like a strapping young man who would appreciate our efforts to helping the public take charge and control of their fitness regimens. Look, sir, I'll be perfectly honest with you. I have no idea what that even means, and I'm sure you are doing a great job with your job. And everything does look really nice in here. I'm sure people will love it when they come in and see, but I've really got to get back to my own plans. I see. Ash's eyes narrowed curiously as the man's smile finally seemed to disappear slowly from his face. But it wasn't just that, his whole demeanor and confidence seemed to plummet. It was like Ash's words just made him fall entirely into depression. Well, I suppose that's fair that you've got your own plans, after all. I just wanted to invite you inside to be one of the first to test out our new equipment, and to see the wonderful benefits of a well-kept workout, but I suppose you're busy, and that can't be helped. Yeah, now Ash almost felt kind of bad. Despite wondering how his definition of invite had become so skewed from what a dictionary might say, the young man glanced around the large room. The equipment definitely looked brand new, as if they had never been used before. There wasn't even anyone else around. It was just him and this man, who he now assumed was some kind of personal trainer. He thought about what Sonia had asked of him, investigate up close the statues behind the old mural, and see if they had any hidden chambers or written instructions on them. He rubbed the back of his neck, now looking at his reflection in the closest mirror that lined the walls, seeing the hesitant expression on his own face. You know what, maybe I can try out 1 or 2 dash. That's the spirit. Ash nearly bit his tongue as another eager slap hit his back, not even allowing him to finish his thought. Sure enough, Ash saw the smile return to the personal trainer's face, his confidence now making him radiate like a star. Yep, definitely the charisma of a personal trainer. Alright then, young man. Go ahead and work yourself to your heart's content. Right. Ash flashed an unconvincing smile as the personal trainer walked away, disappearing into the hallway they had come from before Ash released a quiet sigh. The former trainer could only suspect that he was leaving to go find and invite some more poor unsuspecting wanderers, but he didn't really want to focus on that right now. More importantly on his mind was the question that was begging him for an answer: how the hell did he get into this mess? He wandered over towards one of the bench presses, slowly reaching out towards it before stopping himself. He glanced down at his arms, not feeling too confident in what he saw. Obviously Ash had never really worked out before, his current figure was just kind of natural. Mostly just playing with his Pokemon at the lab, or helping his mom or Professor Oak with menial labor, nothing truly taxing. Though he did recall a point in time, shortly after returning home from Alola, where he did want to start a regular fitness routine. In the end, Ash settled in the dumbbell corner, starting off with 10-pound weights. Rotating between both arms, he thought it was kind of plain and, to be perfectly honest, boring. Maybe that's why most people worked out with headphones or music playing on a speaker, or even a friend to at least talk to. Unfortunately, Ash was instead forced to work out in the deafening tone of silence, save for the sound of his own breathing. Definitely not awkward at all. It wasn't long before Ash decided that the dumbbells were a little too boring, and wandered through the room as he admired each of the machines. Man, if only he knew the names of these things, he could have half an idea of how to use them. Some of them had so many wires or straps attached that they seemed more like some kind of BDSM thing, which he oddly knew more about than workout equipment. But that wasn't his fault. He visited Brock one time and found a weird magazine by his computer, and that curiosity ended up biting him in the butt with that newfound knowledge. Long story short, he found himself taking a seat at the chest press machine and grabbing the handles to either side of his shoulders. The guy did say everything was brand new, so maybe a new experience like this could be good for him. And it's not like he was on any kind of schedule, so he could afford to kill some time. Besides, what could go wrong? It had been nearly an hour since Ash had first been invited to the gym facilities. Surprising even himself, he managed to keep up a decent amount of actual physical activity on various machines, taking occasional breaks as needed. He stretched one arm across his chest to the other side, gripping the muscles of said arm's upper muscles and squeezing them a little. It's not like he was expecting any change already. He was still rather underwhelming, in his own opinion, not to mention how unrealistic immediate progress would be. He took a seat on one of the rest benches, letting his elbows fall onto his knees and joining his hands together between them, his head hanging over them as he focused on steadying his breath. The last machine he had been using was the bench press, and he wasn't used to that kind of workout in the slightest, so it took a bit of a bigger toll on him than he thought. He didn't exactly realize that this had put him in a bit of a daze, having closed his eyes as he rested, and so was not exactly paying attention to his surroundings. Thud. Ash nearly jumped, his head lifting immediately at the sudden sound of impact. His eyes shot to the distant corner of the gym, finally realizing something. He was not alone in the gym. He was when he had first entered, since he scoped out the gym thoroughly upon first being brought here, but that was somehow no longer the case. He had no idea when, but at some point, another person had entered the gym and was definitely now in the far corner near the entrance. And to his surprise, they seemed almost familiar. He rose to his feet, his eyes narrowed curiously on the distant figure as he saw them take some sort of stance as they faced against something. Then Ash's eyebrows raised, a look of surprised impression on his face as the figure repeated what they did earlier, another sound of an impact cutting through the empty gym. Unsure as to why, the former trainer found himself walking past the rows of machines' equipment in the direction of the only other gym participant. He hadn't found himself hoping for or wanting another person to work out with, but right now for some reason, he couldn't stop himself from getting closer as they began to come more clearly into view. The other participant was facing away from him, so he could only see their back as they rolled their shoulders, shaking their arms at their side while craning their neck in a circle. Normally, Ash would think that seeing only someone's back would make him more curious about what their face might look like, or just a full view of said person from a normal viewpoint, meaning from the front. Unfortunately for Ash, this was one of the times that seeing them from the back was more bad, or rather distracting. As the stranger drew back one leg, pulling their forearms up in front of their torso, Ash could now clearly tell that this was a woman. How did he know, you might ask? Well, the rather short and tight-fitting workout shorts were a good clue. And Ash was having a hard time trying not to notice it. Unfortunately for him, the woman had no intention of stopping her workout, which was also making it hard for him not to notice particular things. There was the mainly obvious tight fit of her shorts, especially as she lifted her back foot and twisted her torso, swiftly swinging her leg through the air before driving the heel of her bare foot into the punching bag. Ash once again found himself impressed by the woman's roundhouse kick, as well as her perfect form as she repeated the motion in reverse to return to her previous stance with both feet on the ground without so much as a stumble or fault. She clearly knew what she was doing, and must have been doing this regularly since she was so good at it, not to mention the force she managed to deliver on that punching bag. She was clearly smart in choosing her outfit for this particular type of workout: white short shorts, a white short-sleeve tank top that ends just beneath her chest, all over top of what looked like some sort of black spandex bodysuit that reached from her collar down to beneath her shorts. The clothing left the majority of her legs exposed, the fairly tan shade of her skin making Ash think that she wore this type of outfit on the regular. He still couldn't help but feel that she seemed familiar. There was definitely something about her form that made him think he had seen it in the past. Not to mention that short gray hair. Can I help you? Ash nearly jumped as he was pulled from his thoughts. Her voice obviously took him by surprise, and the woman could tell it by the mixed expression of surprise and embarrassment on his face as he stared at her blankly. It's not like he was pretending to do something while looking at her. She had merely caught a glance of him in the corner of her eye during her kicking practice, and thought he was a fan or something coming to talk to her. And yet, he just stood there, like a child lost without his mom. As much as she wanted to smile at the thought, she had to keep a serious look to avoid showing signs of weakness, continuing to stare him down intently while the man proceeded to grow obviously nervous. I'm sorry," the woman blinked, ping her head to the side a little with curious eyes as Ash suddenly turned around and hurried away, nearly stumbling on the corner of the machine closest to him. She watched him continue until he reached the dumbbell corner, taking one and sitting down on the bench while leaning forward, starting what seemed like a workout with it. The woman put a hand on her hip, turning back to the punching bag and readying herself before delivering another roundhouse kick. Returning to her neutral stance afterwards, she cast a curious glance over her shoulder, once again catching Ash's eyes on her. He quickly turned away as he did before while the woman looked back to the punching bag, feeling the corner of her lips lift upward slightly. Meanwhile, Ash felt his cheeks burning with embarrassment as he held his head low. How could he let himself be caught staring like that? And twice. I mean, come on, just because she seems a little familiar doesn't make it okay to just stare. To anyone else right now, he just looked like the creepy guy that hangs around the gym to leer at women in revealing clothing, which he did not want the personal image of. But that made him begin to wonder back to the lab. Is that why he so easily gave in to Sonia's temptations? Was he actually this type of creep all along and just didn't know it? Excuse me. In the end, Ash still couldn't make any sense of what happened in Wedgehurst. Why would Sonia even want to do that with him in the first place? It's not like he was anything special. Wait, what if he happened to be giving off some kind of creepy guy vibes and Sonia was secretly into that? She was calling him cute and saying nice things the whole time, but was she just trying to throw him off? Excuse me. But if that were true, then was he always going to be like this? Was he doomed to be one of those playboys who toy around with women to no end? That sounded like a nightmare. He needs to prevent that from happening. But how? Think. Excuse me. I'm trying to think. Ash's accidental snappy response was cut short when he raised his head, seeing a rather toned stomach in black fabric not far from his face. After a single blink and trying to process this image, he couldn't help but nearly throw himself backward. Unfortunately for him, he forgot he was on a simple bench, so he fell off the back of the bench and crashed into the floor. Ow, crap, that hurt. Are you okay? Rubbing the back of his head, Ash looked up to see the same kickboxing woman from earlier, now leaning over the bench and offering her hand to him. He stared at it blankly, then looked up to the woman's face curiously. He hadn't really noticed it earlier since he was distracted by other things, but the girl's eyes shone silver, a shade very similar but also more lively than her hair. If Ash hadn't seen the intimidating kicks she was doing earlier, his first impression of her would have been a really cute and sporty kind of girl. Oh, crap, she just watched him fall off a bench. Oh, why yeah. I totally meant to do that. You meant to fall onto the floor. Why yeah, it's to help with my nerves. I tend to tense up and get pretty rigid in certain situations, so I do that to loosen up. Ash was already mentally kicking and cursing himself for not only looking like an idiot, but now sounding like one too. Not to mention the girl's facial expression didn't show any sign of reaction as she continued looking at him, as if unsure of what to do or say next. I see, sounds like a rather interesting approach. Ash gave a quiet sigh, letting the back of his head hit the floor softly as he closed his eyes. Well, he might as well leave this place now. The first other person to show up just happens to be a cute girl, and not 5 minutes after first speaking to her, he already makes a fool of himself. But it's commendable. He opened his eyes again, his brow furrowing as he looked up at her. He was already expecting it, but she had a small smile on her face. What he didn't expect was that it didn't seem critical or judgmental in the least. And she still hadn't pulled her hand away from trying to help him. It's certainly a unique way of training, but it's training nonetheless. You're trying to better yourself, even if it means enduring a little pain, right? He stared curiously at her hand. Right. He slowly took her hand, surprised to feel that her skin was smooth and soft. He was expecting a more callous-ridden feel, considering her physique, but the softness was kind of relaxing before he was abruptly pulled back to his feet. Guess her strength wasn't just in her legs. Wait, now she definitely seemed familiar. Hadn't he met a gym leader like that in Galar before? I'm sorry if this is a bit sudden, but are you? Ash noticed the girl's expression soften a little as she looked at him curiously, making him become nervous. The girl resisted the urge to smile as he began rubbing the back of his neck, his eyes clearly avoiding hers. Rather, you wouldn't happen to be as in the gym leader, would you? Ash became curious at the silence that followed, curiously glancing over in the direction of the girl. He flinched and nearly jumped back as he noticed her face had gotten much closer to him, her eyes narrowed slightly and eyeing him up and down. He started to grow embarrassed, unsure of what to think as a cute girl checked him from head to toe repeatedly without a word. Is this how girls felt in public all the time? Yikes. Yes, that's me. I take it we've had a match in the past. Yeah, a few times, actually. Ash couldn't help but begin to stare for a bit. No wonder she seemed familiar, a fitness-oriented girl with silver hair, silver eyes, tough as nails. No wonder she seemed familiar. Unfortunately for Ash, the first time they had met was when he was much younger, so meeting her again now helped him realize she was much more alluring than he remembered. Now that I think of it, it was for the World Coronation Series, wasn't it? Ash watched as the girl straightened up with a smile, giving her a nod in response. I thought so, Ash, wasn't it? There is something familiar about seeing you that made me remember that. Is that so? The trainer noticed the gym leader turn her body slightly, holding her elbows in each palm by her sides. So then, would you mind helping a girl out? The gym leader's words seemed to go unregistered for a minute, given the blank expression on Ash's face before he seemed to go a little pale. What? Considering his recent experience with helping a girl in Wedgehurst, he couldn't help but become tense at the suggestion. She then took a few paces away from him, turning back towards him and poking her thumb back over her shoulder. It's not often I get the chance to have a spotter. Ash followed the direction of her thumb to one of the bench presses, breathing a quiet sigh of relief to himself. For a second, he thought he was about to experience some kind of second miracle. Oh, I guess, but I'm not sure how much help I'll be. B took a seat on the bench just as he spoke, casting a glance down at it before looking back to him. Then how about I spot you? The younger man gave a confused look, watching as the woman stood again and moved around to the far side of the bar, patting the bench beneath it. He eyed her hand curiously for a bit before understanding what she meant, moving towards the bench and taking a hesitant seat. Okay, but I've never really used this before. He slowly lowered himself down onto his back, suddenly becoming nervously aware of BEA's looming presence over him. It's alright, we'll start off easy and work our way up gradually. Ash tried to stare straight upward at the ceiling tiles, but found his gaze wandering repeatedly to the figure above him. As she put some of the smaller weights onto the bar, he couldn't help but be aware of her slightly hunched position, and despite the fact that her chest wasn't exceptionally developed, there was still oddly something about the muscles of her stomach that drew his eye. No need to be nervous, just say if you need a break or it's too much and I'll help, okay? Alright. Here's hoping he could even focus on the weights. Ash's arms fell to his sides, the steam making his tired body feel relaxed. The reality was that only 40 minutes had passed, but for Ash it felt like a lot longer. He was kind of embarrassed for taking so many breaks in between, even though B had encouraged him to do so, but he felt as though that put a damper on his masculinity. He could only continue with the bench press for about 20 minutes before his arms felt like they would break, so B suggested they switch to something that focused on another part of the body. So for another 20 minutes, Ash found his imagination starting to wander as she guided alongside him the art of squats. Considering how much he had traveled by foot on his journeys, he would normally have no problem with physical activity that involved leg strength. Unfortunately, he couldn't say the same for doing this alongside a girl. Much less an attractive one. Ash couldn't lie, B was attractive. Maybe not in the cutesy or mature charm kind of way, but there was still something there that Ash couldn't ignore. He had heard about men having interests in physically fit or muscular women, but he could never really see the appeal in it, so it never got his attention before. But finding himself next to a girl who fit that description, and doing something like squats together, he found the idea making his eyes begin to wander. He had tried desperately to keep his gaze forward, but somehow his eyes continually cast glances over to the girl's form as she exercised, mainly her posterior. But it's not like he could be blamed, right? I mean, she was wearing short shorts and squatting would obviously accentuate how well they fit her figure. Not to mention how they rode up slightly with each squat. Or the overall suggestive position of the exercise. The young man groaned to himself, shaking his head and leaning against the back of the sauna bench. He came in here to try and relax from the SXL thoughts he was having, but maybe this heat was only amplifying them. He glanced down at the muscles of his stomach, continuing down to the simple towel that covered his shame, as per the sauna etiquette that was listed on the entrance door. It was still kind of amazing that this gym had a built-in sauna, as well as a changing room between it and the workout floor, but it's not as if he were an interior designer. Nonetheless, he relaxed back into the seat, closing his eyes and letting the warmth take him over. I'm so glad they added this with the renovation. Yeah, it's real nice. I'm surprised they didn't place gender separations. I guess they really took my recommendation, after all. Yeah, real nice. It took a handful of moments before Ash opened his eyes again, suddenly starting to sweat from more than just the steam. His eyes slowly looked over to the other end of the sauna bench, now noticing a tanned female figure sitting a few feet from him, one leg crossed over the other and her arms stretched out over the backrest of the bench to either side of her. A few more moments passed in silence as Ash's eyes darted around quickly before his moral compass could intervene. The toned muscles of her legs, the way they were accentuated by her one leg crossed over the other, the now bare six-pack of her stomach, oh, crap, she wasn't wearing that spandex undersuit anymore, so her skin was entirely bare now, not to mention how much skin was showing with just two small towels that covered around her hips, and another draped around her neck with each end hanging down over her chest. BB. When the hell did you get in here? A few moments ago. You seemed too deep in thought to notice, so I tried starting simple conversation. The gym leader's tone was calm and composed, as was her entire demeanor. Ash tried to keep his eyes focused down on his knees, but he couldn't help but notice Bea was completely comfortable, and in no way nervous or shy. He would have expected any girl in this situation to be trying to cover herself or calling the guy an idiot for no reason and trying to kick him out, but it's as if Bea was the complete opposite. How could any girl be calm about being almost naked in a sauna with a guy? Wait a sec, did you just say that the no gender separation was your idea? That's right. What, Ash? Why? Because when we're exercising, aren't we all just human beings? There's no reason to be ashamed or embarrassed about our bodies. How can you say that? Don't get me wrong, I'm not pro-body shaming, but I mean, men and women together are a different issue entirely. You aren't exactly well covered in a sauna, so a girl being seen by a guy in here is you know. You're saying it should be too embarrassing. Exactly. But why is that? Huh? Ash blinked, glancing over to her with a questioning look. He noticed her uncross her legs before recrossing in the opposite fashion, forcing him to look at the ground again in worry of seeing something he shouldn't. Do you think it's not? Not exactly. I can understand that women have more reason to feel threatened by the presence of a man, especially in a setting like this where clothes are not very present. That's unfortunately the way the world is, and doesn't seem to be willing to change anytime soon. The girl's hands fell to her lap, her eyes looking over to the side wall. But it's hard for me to understand a girl's plight, when I've never really experienced it. Plight? Ash's eyes narrowed curiously, still focused on his knees. When a girl has trouble against a man. One who's forceful, or doesn't take no for an answer. Ash was surprised at how calm her tone was, considering the subject. He thought of it as something sensitive or delicate, especially for a girl, so hearing one talk about it like it's nothing was not expected. Ever since I was young, I've loved martial arts and physical training. It was a way for me to express myself in a way that I enjoyed, since I never was a fan of dresses or fashion accessories, though that's not to say I don't have my share of men trying to get closer to me. I'm simply saying that because of the results of my training, men usually take the hint very early that I'm not interested. Is that so? Ash shifted his gaze to the floor beside his foot. That's right, so I admit I have some difficulties sympathizing with women on a personal level. That's why I've never really been bothered by a setting like this. The gym leader cast a glance over to the younger man further down the bench, noticing one of his knees starting to bounce a little as his eyes remained focused on the floor. Are you nervous about this? I mean a little. Obviously, his hesitant reply seemed to have the opposite effect, unbeknownst to him as Bea's expression became more curious. And why is that? Does being this close to a woman make you uncomfortable? He didn't notice her slide across the bench a little. And not exactly. Then is it the fact that we're almost naked? She scooted a little more. That's a big part of it, yes. But there's more to it. Then. Ash suddenly noticed one of her legs slide into the side of his view, his eyes glancing over curiously to notice that she was directly beside him on the bench, a curious look in her eyes as she stared at him intently. Are you nervous because you see me sexually as a woman? Ash. Ash pushed himself back along the bench, so quickly in fact that his back hit the wall harder than anticipated, leaving a very fair distance between him and the half-naked woman. I never said that. I was only in here for the sauna, and then you came in and I'm keeping my focus elsewhere. I am not staring at you like that or anything. Ash, it's okay. I'm well aware that SXL desire is not something someone can simply turn off at will, man or woman, she replied calmly, but Ash remained nervous. He watched the girl settle back into the bench, his brain now telling him to focus on the subtle side view of her BRST that was peeking out from behind her towel, but he remained strong. Though a few brief glances couldn't hurt. Wait, what she just said, what did she mean by that? And besides, I was already aware of it from earlier, so there's no need to be embarrassed about it. Right, huh? Huh, the former trainer tensed up immediately, his eyes wide in shock. B cast a glance in his direction, resisting a small smile at his reaction. It's okay, I'm not mad. I choose clothing designed for mobility, so I realize that they don't cover very much. And I've never paid much mind to guys looking at me as I train. Ash was at a loss. She was okay with him checking her out. Wait, back up, she knew he was checking her out to begin with. At this point, Ash couldn't even tell if he was in the wrong anymore or if he was being let off easy. No way, he was still in the wrong. Taking advantage of a girl dressed for exercise and using the image as eye candy is wrong, no matter how you try to interpret it. No matter how much of her well-tanned skin was showing, or the way any movement in her shorts made them hug each and every curve. Damn it, shut up, brain. Why that doesn't make it okay. I'm sorry, I tried really hard not to, but that I'm sorry. His head slumped forward as he begged forgiveness, eyes clenched shut in mortification. He didn't even want to look at himself, he felt so pathetic. He didn't realize that in doing so made the smallest of smiles crack on Bea's lips, the girl's eyes narrowing curiously on something of interest. Like I said, there's no need to apologize for something you can't shut off. And besides, no man has ever remained so calm in spite of that, before. They usually went running out of the shower area in shame by now. The girl chuckled a little, making Ash slightly curious in his sulking. Well, I'm not exactly calm right now that I'm still really freaked out and nervous about being in here with you, considering the towels, and earlier, he trailed off, feeling too embarrassed to even finish. B shifted her eyes up to his face curiously, suddenly becoming aware of something. He didn't even realize. I wasn't referring to your embarrassment of the situation. Ash raised his head a little, finally opening his eyes and looking at her curiously. Then, what do you mean? He asked, noticing the girl's smile starting to grow a little. I only meant that you don't look calm. Ash's brow furrowed as she raised a finger and pointed it towards him. Wait, why was she pointing at him? And how did he not look calm? I guess the heat of the steam was probably covering up his blushing, and he wasn't really fidgeting or anything, but it must have still been clear that he was beyond uncomfortable being in this situation. And just what about him was she pointing at? It wasn't his face, and referring to his chest or stomach didn't make any sense, so why? Oh. God. Ash's eyes went wide before they slowly trailed down, finally realizing what exactly it was that she meant. All this talk about him looking at her earlier and the thought of her figure must have sparked his imagination, further fueled by the heat of the sauna, because he was pitching a serious tent with his towel right now. Oh my God, I am so sorry, the heat in here, I didn't even realize No, wait, I mean I'm sorry. B was pleasantly surprised as she felt herself begin to smile more, watching in amusement as the younger man struggled to turn away and push his manhood down out of view, trying to cross one leg over the other but constantly adjusting. I'm so sorry, B, I didn't mean Ash, I told you, it's okay. The trainer stared at her blankly, his brow furrowed. Like I said, SXL desire is not something one can just put a lid on and be done with. Honestly, if anything, I'm flattered that you didn't run away because of it. Okay, this was getting way too weird. Even considering what Ash has been through lately. What the hell were these mixed signals happening right now? Any girl in this situation should be either screaming or trying to kick him to death. But all B is doing is remaining calm as ever while making suggestive comments. What the hell is Ash supposed to be thinking about this right now? Look, B, I'm still really sorry, despite what you're saying. I just don't think being like this, half naked together in a sauna, while not having seen each other in so long is, sorry, I'll just leave. The younger man rose to his feet, using both hands to try and hold his manhood down while heading towards the door. How big? Ash slowly turned his head around, frozen in front of the door in shock to look back at the composed girl. I'm sorry, he must have heard that wrong. He must have. I'm asking, how big is it? Okay, never mind. He definitely did not hear that wrong. What? He nearly toppled over in disbelief, leaning against the wall for support while keeping his front facing away from her. The gym leader crossed one leg over the other, putting both hands on her lap. I mentioned that the sauna addition is new here, which meant that there was only the showering facilities before renovations. But that doesn't mean I never heard the men in the gym boasting about their various workout regimens, or favorite nutritional supplements. But out of all the bragging, I heard the most about the size of their manhoods. Her calm tone was really throwing Ash off right now. So in light of that fact, I thought since you seem to have no problem with getting excited in front of me, that you might be wanting to talk about your own, as well. I had come to understand it was a similarity among all men. No way. Not every man is creepy like that, I swear. B blinked, becoming surprised as Ash was suddenly standing directly in front of her with a very determined look on his face, his hands on the bench backrest to either side of her shoulders. She was almost in awe at him, he was so insistent on clearing her misconception about men. She knew very well that not all men were like that, and had only used that wording because she knew it would get under his skin. Men are thick-headed, after all, and sometimes just need a little push. Well, your words and your actions don't seem to match up. Ash's brow furrowed as he looked down at her curiously, noticing her gaze shifting downward and upward between his eyes and something else frequently. Looking down, he noticed that his recent movement had left his lower region exposed, letting his junior try to break free from its fabric prison. He backed away, quickly snapping his hands over it and covering his shame again while he quietly took a deep breath. She was obviously not going to say anything out loud about it, but she had just experienced something she never felt before. Most guys who tried to flirt or make a move on her would give up rather quickly in fear, but just now was certainly a first. And the moment that Ash pinned his hands to the bench, blocking any chance of her leaving. She got excited from it. Ash. Do you know what my favorite workout is? Huh. I can't say that I do, he replied, noticing the girl lower her head so that he couldn't see her face. Oh, crap, did he just PSS her off? It's one that works out all areas of the body. Leg muscles, core muscles, breathing regulation, flexibility. And most of all, endurance. Okay, she didn't sound set off. But why was this starting to feel ominous to Ash? Not to mention if Ash didn't know better, it almost sounded like she was talking about, it's even a partnered workout, too. There's just one problem with it. And what's that? His voice grew hesitant, unsure of where this was going. He also couldn't shake off a strange sense of déjà vu, for some reason. Each of my old partners were lacking. They just couldn't keep up, and always gave out before we were finished, no matter how many wanted to try. I only ever chose those I saw great potential in, but they just never had enough. Ash's brow furrowed. Okay, he was starting to get lost again. Sounds pretty rough, just what kind of workout is this, exactly? Oh, how naive the young man could still be. It's very simple, Ash grunted in surprise, feeling a tug on his wrist before his butt landed on the bench. He looked over oddly to the girl, noticing her turn her torso so her upper body faced him, one of her hands dragging softly across his chest. He felt his heartbeat grow faster, and the gym leader could feel it as well, bringing a small smile to her lips unseen by him. BB. What are you doing? He felt her palm press flat against his skin, the young man tensing up as he felt her other hand find the side of his bare leg beside her. She scooted a little closer to him, making Ash feel the soft sensation of her skin brush against him, making him bite his tongue. What did I ask this? My workout. And with that very simple yet suggestive words, Ash felt Bea's hand slip beneath his towel and prove exactly what she meant. Sure enough, his prior guess proved correct as he held back a groan, feeling the softness of her fingers snake around his and take hold. He felt the side of her arm brush past his as she subconsciously leaned a little closer, his eyes looking down and seeing more dangers of what was transpiring. Wow, did I guess the bigger ones really do bark less. Ash barely even noticed the gym leader's words as she began to turn her hand, squeezing slightly before running up along his length. Her silver eyes looked down and began to shine, watching in amazement as her movement brought his length to stand up straight, and the size of this tent made her throat start to feel dry. BB.Y, his voice grew raspy as she grazed her thumb over the tip, feeling it twitch eagerly in her hand. Like I said, this is my favorite workout. And you seem different now, Ash grunted as he felt her arm brush against his some more, glancing down to see her towel beginning to adjust, revealing a slightly lighter shade of skin in a more plump shape. Different how? He stifled a groan as her hand on his member softly let go, pulling out from beneath the towel, much to his body's evident disappointment as his SEC organ twitched in anticipation. For one, you've been nothing but shy and nervous with me, which is kind of refreshing from the overconfident types I'm around all the time. Ash noticed the gym leader rise to her feet, moving in front of him and turning to face him. The towel draped around her neck was still offset slightly, revealing a little more underside of her left BRST than she started with. 2. I wouldn't say I'm a huge fan of guys who are younger than I am, but your reactions are a lot more fun than I expected. The younger man swallowed his breath, his eyes going wide as he watched one of her hands take hold of the towel around her neck before pulling it down. His throat started to feel dry as her firm and perky BRSTs were exposed to see. The contrast between her tanned skin and then the two areas of lighter shaded skin forced him to swallow again, topped off with the darker brown shade of her areolas like two dark cherries on a dessert. And 3, he glanced down to see her other hand take hold of his towel, pulling it away from him and exposing his D for her own viewing. She felt her heart beating against her chest at the sight of it, accompanied by a warm tingling sensation between her legs as she briefly licked her lips. You definitely pass size requirement. BB, we shouldn't dash. Ash felt a finger against his lips, the girl leaning over him slightly as she smiled down at him. He glanced down nervously at her BRSTs as they hovered closer, but tried to keep his eyes up on hers before she took her finger away again. 1 second, his brow furrowed as, without another word, she turned away and left. Seriously, she went out the door and closed it behind her. Ash blinked a few times, letting some moments of silence pass by before he silently wondered to himself the obvious question, what the foo? Okay, now we're ready. The girl's voice made him nearly jump as she came back into the sauna, closing the door behind her and moving to her prior position in front of him as she fiddled with something in her hands. What are you doing? He asked hesitantly, the gym leader casting him a curious glance for a moment before returning her focus to what was in her hand. That should be obvious. He narrowed his eyes a little as she flashed a glimpse of what was in her hand, appearing to be a small wrapper of some kind. Whoa. Wait a second, the gym leader stopped her hands, holding the condom package still as she looked at him with curious eyes. Why you can't be serious with that, right? The gym leader stared at him for a few moments, then it looked as if she realized something. Oh. I'm sorry, I guess I was a little too eager and wasn't thinking. The girl's statement made Ash breathe a sigh of relief as he relaxed into the bench. He didn't notice Bea reach around her backside, tucking the condom into the waist of the towel wrapped around her, accompanying the other handful of condoms that Ash was still unaware of. She looked down at his member, which was starting to lose its solid stature little by little, which brought a small frown to the gym leader's lips. Okay, now can we please just go Baak? What are you doing? The former trainer tensed up entirely, looking down in shock at the sight of something he never anticipated to see in person. His D was starting to throb and twitch again, standing tall with the sole of Bea's foot pressed against the underside of it, starting to rub up and down along the skin. Hey, why are you? It seemed popular with my past trial partners. They all said they couldn't get enough. Ash grunted, clenching his teeth as her foot began developing a rhythm up and down his, occasionally letting his mushroom tip slide into the gap between her big toe and middle toe. He did not want to say it, hell, he hated to even think it, but he now understood foot fetishes. He never really understood them, and definitely had no prior experience, but he could tell by both the feeling and Bea's own words that she had done this before. And she was no amateur. It's okay, I put a cleaning sign on the entrance to the changing area outside, so no one will be barging in. You just wanted a little more STMLTN before we started, right? How does this feel? Her words sounded so innocent, despite the intense pleasure Ash was experiencing. She applied a little more pressure, pushing it back against his abdomen and continuing to rub her sole along its length, sandwiching him between her skin and his own. Considering her fitness-oriented lifestyle, and the lack of socks earlier, it was no surprise that the skin of her soles had a little grit to them. But it wasn't painful, to say the least, more like granular. Like the way that a beach consists of billion of small grains of sand, but still feels soft and almost smooth to the touch. That feels great. Ash tried to simplify his vocabulary through clenched teeth. In truth, he wanted to say it was amazing, incredible, one of the oddest yet most satisfying forms of STMLTN he's ever experienced. But he couldn't, he had to at least try and play this cool, despite how he had kind of been failing already. Bea looked at his face curiously, reading his expression and cracking a small smile. Are you close? He noticed the older girl lean forward slightly, her foot still pressing his against his abdomen while she stared at him with eager eyes. DMN, if she didn't have his D pinned under her foot right now, she almost looked like a little girl wanting praise. Then his eyes trailed down slightly, he swallowed his breath, finally noticing that with him sitting and her standing with one knee up, the space between her legs made the towel start to hike up her thighs, almost threatening to reveal what she had hidden down below. He told himself to look away and try to endure, but he found himself slouching over slightly, his eyes fixated on the darkness beneath the towel, trying to catch a glimpse of what was hidden. Bea noticed this, glancing down at the towel covering her privates before her heart started beating faster. But, why? She was used to guys looking at her in the gym, watching her form as she worked out and trying to catch every glimpse of her body's movements. So why was Ash trying to look at her right now, making her feel so excited? B. Wait, his grunt was low in tone, making the gym leader increase her pressure on his. He let out a surprised gasp by mistake, feeling shameful as she started rubbing her sole along his length faster, hugging his mushroom head between her toes and gyrating. Tell me when. Her tone was teasing as he looked up to her, seeing a small but clearly amused smile on her lips as she watched him struggle to hold back. He could feel the pressure growing rapidly, clenching his teeth. I'm see you dash. Nope, the trainer gasped loudly, his breaths growing shaky as he felt a sudden intense pressure around the base of his D dash. He looked down in question, seeing the woman's hand wrapped around him, squeezing tightly as it throbbed. He felt the pressure of his climax still lingering, but the pressure from her grip on his base was holding it back. Not yet. What, feeling himself on the verge of release, but not being able to do so was agonizing, to say the least. Why was she doing this? Why bother giving him a foot job if she wasn't going to let him finish? Why? I already told you, Ash. My previous workout partners were lacking. She let go of his, letting it twitch eagerly as it stood taller than before, having been denied AshxSonia. He watched as she reached behind her back, pulling something out and moving a little closer to him, before squatting down between his knees. He watched her toss something onto the bench beside him, his eyes following to see a small handful of condoms beside him, making his eyes widen in surprise. Looking back to her head, which hovered in front of his pelvis, he watched her tear open a condom in her hands before discarding the package onto the ground. All of the previous men I've tried this workout with have proven to not last very long. I've read online that to build endurance, men often do something called edging, which involves STMLTNG towards climax, but stopping short before actual release. And apparently, the more commonly you do it, the more effective it becomes. Wait, B. The lingering in Ash's loins was too strong to ignore as he watched the older girl bring the condom up towards her lips, then pausing. Hey, Ash, how old are you now? What? I asked how old you are. I only ask because I've only experienced men either my own age, or within 2 years older. I'm 20. 20, HUH.SO 6 years younger. Why do you ask? I was just curious, since your size is much larger than anything I've experienced before. The man's brow furrowed as B smiled to herself, looking down at the condom. It wasn't a false statement. Most workout partners she enlisted were between the ages of 26 to 28, when she was currently 26 years old herself. The largest size she could recall from past experiences was approximately 7.5 inches, which the man boasted about like it was a gift to the world, even though it failed to make her feel anything. Ash, on the other hand, his exact size was a mystery to her mind. She could see it cleared 7.5 easily, but how much more? If she had to guess, it looked to be just barely short of 9 inches, but maybe that's just what she was hoping for. Ash watched as she slipped the condom into her mouth, her fingers adjusting the edges close to her teeth before she looked up at him briefly, then looked down to his D-dash. Seeing her lips parted with the condom covering the opening, and her head starting to move towards the head of his, he sucked in a deep breath and clenched his fists at his sides, trying to prepare for what was about to happen. It proved useless, however, as Ash gripped the edge of the bench with both hands, his knuckles turning white as the tip of his D was covered by the condom and proceeded further into her mouth. He glanced down, not even seeing a strain of difficulty or anything in the girl's expression as she continued pushing until her lips reached the base, pulling her head back with a quiet gargling sound. They both looked down at the throbbing now concealed in the condom, a bit small, since the rubber material stopped short of his base unlike her lips, but it didn't seem to bother B as she rose to her feet. He looked up at her questioningly before noticing her hand grab the side of her towel, making him swallow his breath before he watched it fall to the ground. With BEA's body now fully naked and on display, Ash felt his heart beating faster as he couldn't help but admire the sight of what he was trying to see earlier. The girl's lower lips were cleanly shaven, the skin tone a similar shade to her BRSTS around her nipples, with a few small streams of liquid trailing down the inside of her thighs from her opening. Ash watched the girl put her hands on his shoulders, gently nudging him to the side so that he turned and fell until his back landed on the bench, now lying down as the tan gym leader slowly swung one leg over top of his torso. She planted her foot, lifting the other onto the bench between Ash's body and the edge, both feet on the bench on either side of his stomach as she squatted over him, her crotch lined up with his. We shouldn't be. His voice came out hesitant as the girl took hold of his, holding it up straight before looking at him curiously. And why not? We barely even know each other. What better way to get to know one another? Then you're a gym leader, shouldn't you pick someone a little more worthy of your time? I'll be the judge of who I want to be with, and I will never let anyone else make my decisions for me. Besides, this is simply a workout, Ash, there's nothing romantic about this situation, so it's entirely contextual. Even so. Look, I'll make you a deal. He looked up at the girl's face, seeing her looking down at him with a serious expression. Though considering she was currently squatting naked over top of him, the tip of his member lined up with her entrance and waiting eagerly was kind of distracting. I'll tell you something private, and kind of embarrassing. Remember how I said my partners always gave out before we finished? Yeah, he narrowed his eyes a little, watching her glance to the side. Why was she starting to act coy all of a sudden? Well, truth is, it never ended before we finished. It was always Ash pondered on her words for a few moments before it made any sense. Why you've never, for the first time, he watched her facial expression show something other than amusement or calmness. She looked envious. It's not as if I don't want to, it's just that they always finish before I do, and then have no more energy to return the favor, she said shyly, making Ash feel a pinch in his chest. I'm sorry to hear. She shook her head slightly, putting her free palm down on his chest and pressing lightly. Don't be. Because I want to finally change that, and hopefully you can help me in doing so with this." He watched her curiously as she moved both hands to the bench on either side of his neck, lowering herself forward until her face hovered above his. "Since you've been excited by me since we first met, I'll agree to let you take control. You can do whatever you want with me, however you want, and I won't object." "What Ash?" The trainer couldn't finish a word before the girl put her palm over his mouth, readjusting herself over him again and holding his skyward. "But only if you can outlast me." And with that, she slowly lowered her hips until his tip poked inside of her. Right from the get-go, Ash couldn't help but groan as he was slowly enveloped little by little, her inner walls squeezing down on him tighter than expected. The feeling was like when he had brought Sonia to Orgzum, only this was simply entering B. If that was the case, then how the hell was Ash going to survive this one if he did manage to help her? Ash felt the cheeks of her behind touch down on his thighs, her lower lips having taken in his length all the way to the base. Ash was currently trying to imagine horrible and disgusting images, desperately trying to ward off the lingering sensation he could still feel in his loins from Bea's earlier teasing, but the grip she held on him was proving extremely difficult. But B, to Ash's shock, appeared almost as calm as during their embarrassing discussion earlier. The younger man was finding it difficult to believe, it was as if she didn't feel anything at all. Like she was simply sitting on the bench and enjoying the sauna. How the hell was she so calm? Both of the gym leader's hands pressed against his chest as she leaned forward slightly, raising her hips upward and letting his length slide out of her. She stopped just as she reached the tip, not letting it part from her body before lowering herself again, hearing the former trainer stifle a deep groan beneath her. B breathed outward quietly through her nose as she felt his tip prod further and further inside of her, reaching its limit before she took a quiet deep breath and pushed further until her butt touched his thighs again. She figured he must not have noticed because of the condom interfering with the sensation, but he was actually a little too big to fit entirely inside. She repeated this motion, glancing down curiously and noticing approximately just short of 2 inches of his remained before she had to sink in and push it. 2 inches didn't feel like much at first as it prodded against her inner walls, trying to push them further inside her as if to expand her pages. But the more she did it, the more it began to tingle, which soon became a weak throbbing, which grew warmer and warmer with each move. It wasn't long before the gym leader was repeatedly bobbing her hips up and down on his pelvis, gaining pace as she focused on keeping her breathing calm and collected. She looked down at Ash, watching his expression twist and flinch in a mixture of pleasure and strain as he struggled to cope with the sensations. She began to wonder to herself if she was his first, while Ash's mind couldn't help but make the comparison between this and his time with Sonia at the lab. Though he would never say it out loud, B was way tighter. That was undoubtedly because of all her training and physique, which definitely explained the incredible feeling inside. She was smaller than Sonia, in both height and bust size. Though it's not as if the smaller chest made any difference to Ash. Peeking one eye open, he could see the slightest bounce of her chest with each move she performed. It's not as if Ash were a fan of huge BRSTs, anyway. Sonia just happened to be the first girl he had ever slept with and she was well developed. How is it? Ash was almost annoyed at how calm she sounded, not even the slightest shake in her tone or breathing as she continued bobbing on his D and looking down at him. In all honesty, he was really struggling not to explode at any given second. But what he was willing to say? It's tight. B narrowed her eyes on him slightly, watching his eyes clench shut again. She felt one of her cheeks puff out a little as she couldn't help but feel a hint of disappointment. That's it? Just tight. Well, if Ash thinks that's what this feels like. I'll show you tight. Unfortunately for him he couldn't hear the thought be kept to herself, so Ash's eyes shot open as the girl's but collided with his thighs more intensely, followed by something he could not have anticipated. B closed her eyes, focusing on the feeling of Ash's D inside of her, and flexed the muscles in her pelvis, making her inner walls clamp down on Ash much more tightly. The younger man's hands gripped the edge of the bench and the backrest until his knuckles turned white, a shaky gasp coming out against his will. The sensation was indescribable, and he was wearing a condom, too. Oh, God, the thought of if Ash weren't wearing one. Oh, God, no, 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 no. His thoughts were filled with nothing but mental pleads of holding off his release, the looming pressure desperately wanting to be released but somehow being warded off. He wasn't sure how he was doing it, but he somehow needed to keep doing it. B, on the other hand, had different ideas. While keeping her pelvic muscles flexed, she started to lift her hips off of him, drawing out a from the younger man as he felt her inner walls drag intensely against his length. B was in a similar state of mind. Usually just flexing was enough to make her partner come on command, but Ash was the first one to have actually lasted through it. Which meant that she had never actually flexed like this and moved before, so doing so right now was a new experience for her, and boy was it strong. His D was as sturdy as stone, and feeling it drag against her insides like some sort of rolling pin on dough was just incredible. As she felt his tip threaten to leave her opening, B could now feel a tingling inside of her that she hadn't noticed before. She glanced down at herself curiously, then to Ash's face, noticing that he wasn't even looking up at her. She breathed a quiet sigh of relief. He must not have noticed it, then. She wasn't positive what it was, since it felt fairly new, but she had one possibility in her mind. And while she was hoping she was right with a small smile on her face, she still had a bet to win. Ash clenched his teeth tighter together, gripping the bench as if he were trying to rip it right out of place as her but came down onto his lap with more force than before. Her movements started to get faster. The former trainer shakily peeked one eye open from his concentration to see the gym leader's entire form beginning to bounce faster than earlier on top of him, yet managing to keep perfect form in doing so. He was still a little bothered that her facial expression seemed totally natural while doing this, which made his eyes trail down to the muscles of her stomach. This must be how she managed to stay in such great shape, it just had to be. His eyes trailed up slightly to the jounce of her breasts, watching the slight vertical sway of her nipples and how they still appeared unfazed by the SXL activity. He could recall Sonia's nipples had gotten hard just from his massage, so maybe. Bea's eyes opened in surprise, glancing down to see Ash's palms had found their way to her chest. With one hand on each breast, he began rubbing in a small circular motion before one palm grazed off her breast towards the outer side of it, his index finger and thumb finding her NPL in the center. None of the tanned woman's former workout partners had ever shown initiative or even a huge interest in her chest, since they weren't large like some other women she knew, so she was rather taken aback as she felt one of her nipples get pinched. Ash grunted, wincing as he felt her insides clench for a moment. He glanced up at her face, seeing one of her hands covering her mouth before she slowly lowered it, looking down at him with a look of suspicion. He couldn't tell if she was mad at him, or if he was even wrong for doing that, but that was the closest thing to a reaction from her that he had seen so far. So why stop there? B unfortunately didn't know what to expect, biting her lower lip gently as she felt her NPL be twisted between his fingers, her other breast still being kneaded by his other palm. She was surprised to feel her heartbeat start to get faster as Ash continued, as well as the tingling sensation inside of her starting to get stronger. Given that he was starting to take initiative himself, B figured that Ash somehow must be getting used to this already, even managing not to come up to this point. She glanced down as she bounced back up from his lap, watching his length slide out of her before she narrowed her eyes a little with a thought. Ash winced, desperately holding back his climax as he felt her inside squeeze down on him as she shifted her position. One of her feet came over him to the other side of the bench, before her opposite foot did the same and switched to the opposite side, the gym leader readjusting her comfort in sitting on the man's lap. Ash swallowed his breath at the sight of her tone but now facing him, her knees now bent on either side of his waist with her feet resting near the sides of his stomach. Ash looked over the position curiously, wondering about the momentum of how she was going to do this before the gym leader quelled his curiosity by starting to move again. Sure enough, she could move just as well in this position as she raised and lowered her hips onto his pelvis, her insides consuming him and then releasing, before quickly restarting the simple process. Now that B wasn't facing him, he could no longer see her face, which in turn meant that she couldn't see his. Ash was a bit relieved as he brought his fist up to his mouth, biting on it and trying to focus on the pain instead of the incredible heat and tightness currently wrapped around his D-. It was a bit embarrassing to him, but he really needed this right now considering how close he's been to climax, and for how long. Unfortunately, as if the woman on top of him could somehow read his thoughts, he grunted as he felt something squeeze down on the base of his D-. He looked down to see a tan hand smaller than his own increasing its grip on the base of his as she continued bouncing on him, making his D almost start to ache. Sure, he knew edging was a thing, but there's no way holding it off for this long could be healthy. Or at least not with a girl like B. But what he didn't realize was that the gym leader had turned around for a reason. The woman's cheeks had begun to turn red, and not because of the sauna. She knew her facial expression must be reflecting her embarrassment right now, considering she could barely keep her breathing steady anymore, somehow managing to keep it quiet enough that he couldn't hear. She glanced down, also starting to notice that the free peak of her BRST was starting to harden, as well as the ever-growing tingling in her loins now impossible to ignore. And each drive of Ash's D inside of her was only making her feel even more of it. The tanned woman managed to sneak a hand up the front of her torso, trying not to let Ash see it as she needed to cover her mouth, feeling herself start to pant. She knew he would be able to hear her fairly soon, and she didn't want that to happen. What if he thought of her as some kind of slut when he did? She couldn't let that happen. This is just a workout. Just a workout between a man and a woman, nothing more, just working out, just working out. B felt her thoughts starting to fade, her mind growing blank. Ash's hand had found one of her BRSTs again after the turn without her noticing, squeezing a handful of the plump flesh before rubbing it in a circular motion as his other hand found one of the cheeks of her butt. He was a little surprised that she didn't try to stop him or really react much at all, but he took a handful of the flesh nonetheless and kneaded it in a similar fashion. Unbeknownst to him, this caused her eyelashes to start flickering as she looked up to the ceiling, a glazed look starting to take over her eyes. Given the lack of reaction from the woman, Ash narrowed his eyes a little in thought as he stared at his D disappearing and reappearing with each bounce she made. He cast a glance to her foot beside him, and then over to the other, then up to the back of her head with a curious look. Come to think of it, Sonia was rather controlling at first, as well. And then once he turned it around on her, she started enjoying it a lot more. The gym leader's brow furrowed slightly as she felt Ash's hand leave her BRST, before both hands found her ankles. She had no time to react before she felt them pushed forward, forcing her to straighten her knees before Ash's hands took hold of the back of them. She couldn't help but grow curious at what he was doing, then forcing herself to suppress a yelp of surprise as she felt her body weight fall backwards. As her back fell against his chest, her head landed on his shoulder while she watched her feet go straight upward into the air, her legs remaining straight as his arms wrapped around the underside of her thighs, pulling them closer towards her torso. B felt her cheeks start to burn in embarrassment as she looked down and realized what had just happened. Hey, I didn't say dash, the gym leader's voice cut out, turning into a surprisingly feminine against her will as she felt his tip grind against the inside of her pages. Her arms had fallen to her sides while Ash was moving her, so now she couldn't even cover her mouth properly to conceal the embarrassing noises that were starting to escape her, which only made Ash smirk as he glanced down at her expression. Now she was starting to react properly. Ash wasted no time in taking advantage of the new position, clearly not raising any objections from B. Ash's arms pulled her legs in closer towards them, holding firmly as the underside of her knees pressed against her BRSTs. B had never been daring enough to try a position so flexibly challenging like this before, but now she couldn't help but regret that decision. The way his D pressed against her inner walls, grinding with each movement, was even better than before. She had always wanted to be in control of her workouts with men, so that they wouldn't try anything funny or gross on her without her agreeing to it, but this? She was gladly welcoming this. Wait, her voice could barely come out, feeling her strength leaving her as he pulled her back slightly, lifting her into the air a little. Doing so allowed easier movements for his own hips as he moved into her from below, making the tanned woman's eyes start to roll back. She had never let a man take control before, but this was getting her hotter than any of her past workouts. She couldn't muster any strength to fight back, and Ash didn't seem to show any desire to stop. All she could do was let him F her as he wished while she stared up at her toes in the air, watching them start to curl in anticipation. A.Ash.I.1. Section on. Nope, the gym leader blinked, lazily rolling her head onto its side as she looked over to him incredulously. Noticing a sly smile on his face, and a mischievous look in his eyes, she tried not to groan as she felt his deep, pause its movement inside of her. We made a bet, remember? If I come first, I lose. What did I haven't yet? B watched as his eyes narrowed on her slightly, feeling his arms pull her legs in even tighter. She could feel no chance of escaping his grip. She could see no sign of hesitation in his eyes. She couldn't imagine any reason why he would want to back out of the bet now. So what was a girl to do? All she could do, she swallowed her breath, panting with a look of eager anticipation in her eyes. Ash's next move was more forceful than anything either of them had felt earlier, his tip prodding intensely against the limits of her pages. The gym leader bit down on her lip hard at the feeling, resulting in the man beneath her doing the same as her vaginal walls clamped onto him like a vice. He struggled to continue his movements through the feeling, but managed and found a rhythm that worked with their position, making him start to grunt quietly from the strain. Managing to hold her up and keep her folded in half like she was harder than he had anticipated, but the throbbing of his member inside of her was a good motivation. Not to mention the noises of arousal he was finally starting to hear from the woman in response. She couldn't help but start to between her desperate breaths for air, nor the occasional yelp of surprise that was embarrassingly feminine for her preference. But she didn't really care right now. As long as it didn't stop Ash from what he was doing. The gym leader's hand somehow found the back of Ash's head, taking a handful of hair and gripping tightly before the other hand finally did the same. Ash smirked, shifting his arms slightly so that one arm held her legs in place while the other hand trailed down towards her inner thighs, his fingers prying slightly between them and moving downward. The gym leader's eyes widened in surprise as she suddenly cried out at the feeling of Ash's hand prying between her thighs, managing to find her opening and running his finger along the outside of it. She tried to open her mouth to tell him to stop, but all that came out was a as another finger found her skin, one finger gliding up and down along the outsides of her slit on either side of his D, still penetrating her. He didn't continue this for long before they both trailed up her pelvis, his two fingers coming together which made the woman's eyes widen slightly. Wait, Ash. P please, not both at AshxCCE, as her teeth came together on the final syllable. Her voice shifted into a squeal of delight as he pinched her CLT before starting to gently rub it in a small circular motion. She could feel her feet starting to shake in the air, her toes curled tighter than ever before as the tingling in her loins now felt like a furnace, the pressure growing too strong for her to bear any longer. He increased the pace of his fingers' rotations a little, watching as the girl's legs started shaking more noticeably in the air and her inner walls clamping onto him even tighter like before. Why you win already. Just make me come please. Ash grinned, moving his hands to the underside of both her thighs. The gym leader couldn't object, nor did she want to at this point, as he pulled her legs apart but kept them straight in the air, keeping them held back as he started moving even faster than before. Bea couldn't even believe this was happening as she felt the pressure inside her quickly intensify, condensing towards her crotch and growing stronger by the second. She always did manage to bring herself to climax after her previous workouts, since her partners were never able to help, but she still didn't know what to expect from it during the workout. Judging by what she was currently feeling, this was gonna be intense. And boy, was she right. The gym leader's eyes lit up like a kid's on Christmas, her mouth hanging open, but oddly enough, she had no strength to let her voice out. She could feel the natural urge to squeal loudly in joy, but she remained silent as her legs trembled violently in Ash's grip, her stomach shaking wildly with her erratic breathing. Ash felt as if his teeth would break if he clenched them any tighter from the feeling of her vaginal walls squeezing down on him for dear life, feeling as though it threatened to choke his member right off his body. For a split moment, Ash wondered if the condom was even still there from the insane grip she had on him, but that idea was quickly cast out the window of his mind as he felt her climax squeeze his own to the surface almost on command. His member throbbed inside of her, twitching against the sides of PP as he felt his load eject forcefully from his tip inside of her. He couldn't even tell if the condom was still doing his job, but he had no strength nor focus to worry about that as he put all his effort into shooting out every last drop of backed-up SMN he had. It was barely a few moments before their exhaustion caught up with them, Ash's grip finally breaking as the gym leader's legs slipped from his grip, falling onto the bench on either side of his own legs. Her back fell flat against his chest, her entire body weight now resting on him as her chest heaved with heavy breaths, her eyes still glazed over as they stared up at nothing in particular. The younger man could hear the tired pants of the girl's head which had fallen to his shoulder, glancing over curiously to notice the expression of her face. He might not have been able to see it perfectly, but he could tell it was similar to Sonia's when he had pulled up her sweatshirt after toying with her. And there was something about seeing that face that seemed to stir something within him. Bea blinked, the glazed look disappearing from her eyes as she felt a pair of hands take hold of her hips, gently lifting her upward. She bit her lip as she felt his tip near her entrance, holding back an embarrassing sound as she felt it slip out, followed by the expanded bulbous tip of the condom. Her butt touched down on the bench as he moved himself out from beneath her, getting to his feet and turning to face the girl on her back as she lazily turned her head towards him, her eyes looking up to his curiously with a slight sense of mental absence. She watched his eyes start to look up and down her figure, which made her start to feel embarrassed before she brought one hand over her pelvic region, her other arm draping across her chest. His eyes met hers with a look just as curious as her own after her actions, which made Bea feel her heart start beating faster in her chest before her gaze slowly drifted south on his body. His chest was larger than her own, being a man, and the muscles of his six-pack were not as defined as her own, though not to say that they weren't noticeable. She couldn't help but note that his arms could use work, but this thought made her recall the feeling of his grip on her BRSTS, as well as her legs when he was holding her on top of him, which made her wonder if that was really true. Overall, on the outside, Ash didn't appear very exceptional in any way, but with what she just experienced, she knew looks were definitely deceiving in this instance. Then her eyes finally settled on his manhood. Despite the intense experience it just went through, it was still standing tall and clearly not showing signs of exhaustion, even with the weight of Ash's contained load still dangling from the tip of the rubber. The tanned woman couldn't help but swallow her breath, admiring the size of the bubble formed from the liquid contained within it. She could no longer tell if it was from the heat of the sauna, or a more natural reaction within herself that she never felt in previous partner workouts, but she found herself liking her lips as she slipped the condom off of his member. Ash watched curiously as the woman stared at the rubber material in her hand, then brought it to her lips without hesitation. Ash blinked in surprise, amazed as he watched his load inside of it be quickly drained, disappearing down the woman's throat before she let her lips pop off of it with a satisfied sigh. As it fell to the floor beside his foot, he noticed her eyes focus on his manhood again, this time appearing a little more focused than before. Bea noticed a small dribble of the white liquid dripping from Ash's tip, a thin layer also spread across the rest of the mushroom-shaped head due to the condom. Ash had no time to react before the girl's head abruptly pitched towards his waist, her lips quickly wrapping around his tip before pushing back on his length. His knees shook a little, nearly stumbling as he felt a strong suction from the girl's mouth without warning, forcing him to lean forward and grab the backrest of the bench behind her for stability. He tried to open his mouth to question her, but her suction only got stronger in response, forcing him to shut up and concentrate on not buckling over. Bea, on the other hand, remained focused as she pulled her head back so that only his head remained in her mouth, letting her tongue slip out past her lips and circle around his while she sucked strongly. She knew that he had more SMN inside of him, and after the size of the load she just drank, now she knew she needed more. There was no doubt or easier way to put it, she had never once had a workout partner as amazing as Ash. She needed to experience everything he had to offer. She needed to feel every last drop he had stored inside of his ball. And she wanted nothing more than for him to give her more incredible orgasms like earlier, even if that meant being a little embarrassed. B.B. Ash's grunt seemingly went ignored before the woman's suction stopped, her lips popping off his tip with a content sigh before she looked up at him. He swallowed his breath, seeing an entirely new look in her eyes that showed nothing but desire. And it was pretty obvious what she desired as her hand remained on his D-dash, his tip held against her cheek as she stared up at him with a smile. "So, Ash, you won." The man's brow furrowed a little at her words, watching her eyes drift over to the meat stick against her face. "I admit that I lost." "You win the bet. Ash swallowed his breath, feeling his which as he watched something unanticipated. Up until now, B was the living image of confidence, working out confidently, joining him in the sauna without embarrassment, bringing up the topic of SEC without shame, and even tempting him into SEC with her while always keeping her calm expression. So it was a shock to Ash, to say the least, as he watched her turn onto her side facing him, lying her head down while removing her hands from her chest and privates, revealing them to see while she brought one hand up to her lips, biting her fingertip gently with a longing look in her eyes. "Like I promised, what would you like to do with me?" Then turn around. B could feel her heart beating faster, but she didn't care anymore. Instead, she did exactly as she promised in their bet, obliging, she slowly turned herself onto her stomach before letting one leg fall off the side of the bench, followed by the other. She extended her legs with her feet on the ground, raising her hips into the air while her chest remained on the bench, her cheek against the backrest as she glanced back over her shoulder in anticipation. She could see the intent look in Ash's eyes, which only made her body feel hotter from his gaze, deciding to wiggle her hips a little. B still couldn't believe she was doing this, willingly shaking her butt in front of a man, but the burning sensation in her loins was too strong for her to think straight anymore. She didn't even feel embarrassed anymore, she only wanted for Ash to continue. And it wasn't even another second before she felt Ash's hands on her hips, one drifting across her skin to the flesh of her butt and the other traveling up to the small of her back, pushing on it gently. As if sensing what he wanted, she arched her back more and pushed her butt back, the man watching as her back curved more, feeling the tip of his member press into the flesh of her other cheek. He squeezed the flesh in his palm, resulting in a from the woman as his other hand drifted slowly up the center of her back, before turning and finding its way around her torso. He glanced down curiously, feeling and watching as his palm found its way around beneath her armpit before finding one of her brsts, taking a gentle grasp of it before suddenly squeezing. Her eyelashes flickered at the feeling, a shaky sigh escaping her before she felt her torso pulled up off the bench. Looking back over her shoulder curiously, she felt another squeeze of her brst before feeling something tapping against the side of her foot, glancing down to see it was one of his. She lifted her foot cautiously, feeling it guided closer towards her opposite foot before his foot gently nudged it down onto the floor. With her feet now planted closely side by side, the gym leader gasped loudly as she felt an intense rubbing sensation down below, looking down. Before she could react, she felt Ash's one hand leave her but before finding both of her wrists and bringing them together, holding them firmly against the small of her back. Feeling another rub below, she bit her lip as she glanced down, feeling helpless as she watched the tip of his pull back and disappear, then reappear again through the narrow space between her thighs. "Hey Ash," she hummed again as he ignored her protest, once again pulling his waist back before moving forward once more. B felt herself getting wet at the feeling of Ash's hardness rubbing directly against her entrance without going in, while Ash smiled, wincing at the incredible heat radiating from her opening directly against his. Without the condom, it was much easier for both of them to feel exactly how intense each other's bodies were, and neither one had any complaints as Ash began to develop a rhythm in moving between her thighs. Bea's breathing was reduced to weak panting as Ash's continually dragged forward and back between her legs, each move sending a tingling sensation into her loins which grew stronger and stronger. She tried to wiggle her wrists free of his grasp, but he proved too strong, which was another sense of excitement in itself. She had never once met a man before who could best her physically, and certainly never imagined that being dominated sexually could ever feel good in the least. Yet here she was, having her thighs fed against her wishes, while all she wanted was to feel him inside again as he really fed her. Lost in her thoughts, she didn't seem to notice as he released her wrists, wrapping one arm around her stomach and the other across her chest, grabbing the BRST on the opposite side and pulling the back of her whole torso against his front. The woman felt her knees growing shaky as he held her so strongly and closely. She always believed in fighting for herself and protecting herself with her own strength. She never imagined a man's embrace could feel so safe. The woman felt herself on the verge of another orgasm when his movement started to slow down. She was surprised to hear herself give a quiet whimper of disappointment, unable to hold it back before her hands reached down and grabbed his before it disappeared back between her legs, making the man grunt suddenly. "BB." Ash noticed the woman's head fall back against his shoulder, turning onto its side as her eyes looked up at him almost pleadingly. "Come on, Ash," he winced as he felt her hand grip his tightly, the other hand rubbing its palm in a small circle across the mushroom-shaped tip, making it twitch eagerly at the sensation. It was obvious what she was referring to, but Ash smiled to himself as he decided to play a bit. He reached around with both hands and took hold of both her BRSTs, making her and lose a little strength. He felt her grip on his deep loosen, being exactly what he wanted before he pulled his hips back quickly, slipping his member back through her legs and making her groan in disappointment. Before she could complain, she felt his hardness press against the fleshy mass of her butt, rubbing along it before moving towards the center, slipping into the crack. He gasped in surprise at the sensation, but it was certainly not unwelcomed as he began rubbing it up and down the crease of her behind. Pretty soon, her body began moving on its own, her back pressing against his chest as she rubbed her butt up and down, stroking his length skillfully despite no experience with it. Ash tried not to groan, but found it increasingly difficult as he felt one of her hands sink into his hair while the other simply draped over his shoulder, starting to gently sink its nails into his skin. Please. No more teasing. Ash felt a pinch in his chest at her tone of voice, feeling the urge to tease her even more because of it. But instead, he gave a gentle squeeze of one of her BRSTs while rubbing circles on the other, feeling her hardened nipples pressing into his palms. "Sure. Just one question first. Fine, what did I s it? Is this still only a workout to you? Why would you ask that? Because I want to hear it. I'll help you either way, but I want to hear how you feel. Not how you think. NNGH. It should be obvious. It's not just a workout anymore, it's SEC. SEC. Ash smiled before he was suddenly tugged forward. Somehow faster than he could see, Ash blinked in surprise as he looked down, now seeing the woman sitting on the bench with her feet up on the bench to either side of her. With her legs parted without shame, one hand's fingers parted the lips of her privates while the other was reached around Ash and held the small of his back firmly, preventing his escape as his tip twitched against her abdomen. So hurry up and me already, Ash. Keep going until the end. Okay. BSCKED in her lower lip, almost whimpering as she watched Ash line up his D with her entrance. She waited with bated breath as he paused, then glanced down at himself before pulling away a little, making her groan. She watched him reach over beside them, taking one of the packaged condoms she had brought and started opening it. While he fumbled with opening and putting it on, Bea watched intently with a small frown, staring at the condom intently as she felt an odd sense of disappointment. It wasn't only because of him making her wait longer, but it was something that she didn't expect herself to feel. But could she really go through with it? Alright, you ready? She was brought back from her thoughts as Ash poked his tip to her entrance, dragging up and down along it a little before giving a few more taps against it. Bea bit her lip, nodding eagerly. The gym leader then yelped as her legs were suddenly yanked forward, feeling her but slide halfway off the bench as his hands gripped the undersides of her legs, holding them in the air as he lined himself up with her opening. Ash smiled as the woman tried not to squirm in anticipation, but was failing miserably. He poked his condom-clad tip in past her lips, making her motion stop immediately as she scked in her breath. Then, despite wanting to tease her more, he decided to be the nice guy. So with one quick move, he submerged his length entirely inside of her. Needless to say, Bea gasped in surprise at the sudden feeling of being filled up inside, her back arching upward off the bench. He groaned as her inside squeezed down tightly, making him twitch eagerly before he started moving regularly. The gym leader brought one arm up across her forehead, bringing it down a little to cover her face as she felt herself starting to breathe heavily, her cheeks flushing deeply. She didn't think she could still be embarrassed about all of this, but thinking about herself calling it SEC instead of a workout made it a little hard to look him in the eye. Ash, on the other hand, was simply focused on the main reason Bea had started this in the first place. And that didn't mean to make himself feel good. Instead, he lifted her lower body up a little more, making her back curve as her flat stomach raised into the air little by little. Bea glanced down at their embarrassing position, and instead of hating herself for being at the mercy of a man's control, she decided to simply wrap her legs around his waist and close them tightly, pulling him in as close as possible as he continued moving inside of her. She let her hands fall to the bench on either side of her, pushing herself up and hopping herself a little, quickly bringing her hands up to his shoulders and gripping them tightly. In this swift motion, she pulled her upper body towards him until her BRSTS flattened against his chest, her arms curling over his shoulders and around his neck tightly. As her chin settled on his shoulder, she bit her lower lip with a whimper as he continued driving inside of her, his hands now firmly grasping the cheeks of her but to support her body weight. Ash didn't expect her to be very heavy, considering her rather petite stature, even if she was likely more muscular than he was, so it was no real surprise that he could hold her up while standing. And to no surprise of Bea's, it was barely a few minutes before she felt herself reach climax, her ankles digging intensely into Ash's lower back as she bit down on his shoulder. Ash glanced over at the stinging sensation, wincing as his was once again squeezed tighter than he previously thought possible, feeling his own climax getting drawn closer to the surface. Squeezing the cheeks of her but tightly, and bucking his hips as fast as he could, it wasn't much longer past Bea's orgasm before Ash experienced his own, his D throbbing desperately inside of her as the condom caught the large quantity of semen that burst from his body. This time around, their exhaustion didn't prove to be a problem. No, both of them were too horny now for that. Instead, once Bea's orgasm finally started to subside, Ash set her back down on the bench and pulled out, quickly slipping off the condom and setting it aside before grabbing another. As he started to put it on, now a little quicker than last time, Bea didn't sit idly by and wait to feel his D once more, instead making good use of the time to grab the discarded condom and sking down its contents, swallowing it before giving a content sigh. Then she was met with his tip poking against her entrance once more, before they started it all again. With her butt on the bench and her legs and arms wrapped around him, she aimed into the air over his shoulder, the sounds being music to Ash's ears as he pounded her without sign of fatigue. This didn't last long before their position changed at Bea's request, Ash deciding to oblige before finding himself lying on the floor, watching as Bea's feet stood on either side of him with her bouncing on top of him like earlier, her hands behind her on the bench for support. With her breathing excitedly into the air without a care of who heard her, Ash clenched his teeth at the way her muscles tightened and loosened perfectly with each vertical movement, along with the slightest teasing sway of her BRSTS in the air above him. He reached up and pinched both nipples at once, earning a delighted gasp from the girl before he started twisting them. The inside of her PP tightened in response, gripping him as if never to let go again before he quickly sat up, moving one hand and attaching his lips to her BRST. Bea's back arched at the feeling, followed by shaky breaths and gasps for air as his tongue and teeth started toying with the NPL in his mouth, his other hand continuing to knead her second BRST skillfully. As she felt him starting to grow harder inside of her and the now familiar pressure in her abdomen growing stronger, she couldn't help but be more thankful than anything that she had met him today. Because after all the previous failed excuses of a man that she had shared this particular workout with, Ash was the only one who came even close to deserving the use of that word. And by God, not to mention how much she needed this. With another climax from the man on the bottom, Bea began whimpering in anticipation while Ash groaned in a mixture of euphoria and pain from having been brought to climax, but not being given a moment's rest afterwards. Instead, he was ridden like a toy by the woman until she herself felt an equivalent experience of pleasure, her legs trembling as she struggled to hold herself above him, quickly losing balance before her feet slipped out from beneath her and she fell flat on top of him. Now, you would think after 3 climaxes each that these two would happily be done, but oh, no. Not even close. Ash figured it must have been being denied the chance to come twice, while Bea knew it was simply her body needing a release from all of her training, but neither one denied that this was nowhere near done. They both knew better. As Bea rolled off of him and he reached for another condom, the woman noticed his D twitching eagerly in the air as he slipped the filled condom off. Just as Ash reached another rubber, he grunted as he suddenly felt a pleasurable suction on his D-, looking down to see the woman lying on her side in the opposite direction as him, her head starting to bob on his crotch with his manhood in her mouth. He couldn't get a word out as he let out a shaky sigh, feeling the sticky mess from inside the condom be sucked off of his D, and get swallowed down the gym leader's throat. He glanced over, seeing her feet resting near his shoulders, his gaze trailing up her figure and stopping when it reached her hips. With a surprised yelp, D, still in her mouth, she was thankful she didn't bite down in shock as she felt her lower body pulled over and up off the floor, before she felt a warm and tickling sensation against her opening. Before she could look down and question it, her curiosity was answered and made her loudly on his as Ash's tongue drove inside of her. Before she could squirm away instinctively, she felt Ash's arms wrap around her waist and rest on the upper portion of her butt, holding her firmly in place as his tongue explored her insides. It obviously felt rather ticklish at first, but considering Ash was somehow a natural at making a girl feel good, it wasn't long before Bea could barely concentrate on the D in her mouth, her BLWJB growing lazy as she started miming more and more. Unfortunately for her, Ash seemed to be a big fan of both surprising and teasing her, so she wasn't expecting to feel one of his thumbs suddenly find its way to her CLT, rubbing small gentle circles on it while he basically French kissed her crotch. To the gym leader's annoyance, while she did love the feeling of Ash knowing exactly how to pleasure her, she was kind of mad at how easy it seemed to be for him as she felt her next orgasm starting to build, her brow furrowing as a serious look appeared in her eyes when she glanced down at his D-. Managing to keep up his own work on the tanned woman's PP, Ash found it difficult to ignore as he felt her lips push down to the base of his member, hearing a very audible gagging sound from down south while feeling her tongue circling his repeatedly. As if that weren't enough, one of her hands apparently found the fleshy sack that hung below his manhood, gently playing with his family jewels and giving the occasional squeeze which made him twitch in her mouth. She glanced down into the small space between their bodies, feeling a little down as she could only see Ash's chin and not his strained expression as he struggled to hold back from coming. So instead, she simply turned up the heat. She started bobbing her head up and down on his, letting her GG reflex make gargled sounds as it pleased each time the tip of his D pushed past the back of her mouth and start into her throat, then pull out again before repeating. She made sure to take in his entire length each time she pushed down, and with each pull away she went just far enough that her lip stopped on his tip, never breaking contact from his skin. She could hear him start to groan louder as she continued this, starting to strongly herself as his tongue started to flick back and forth across her CLT while he moved 2 fingers in and out of her entrance. She redirected her attention to his ball, taking the sack in one hand and finding one of the 2 orbs within, isolating it and rubbing her thumb in circles on it. The two continued this, trying to ignore the pressure building in their own crotch while pleasuring the other until both felt it reach the verge. Unfortunately for Ash, Bea had amazing reaction time and reflexes, stopping her lips halfway down his while using her free hand to roughly squeeze the base of it. In utter disbelief, Ash groaned loudly as the woman's love juices started to leak out onto his face, hearing her happily as he felt her thighs twitching on either side of his head while his own release was held back. The fact that he could feel the warmth of her mouth certainly didn't help, even though her tongue was avoiding making contact with him at the risk of her plan backfiring. After her orgasm finally subsided, she rolled off and let his tip pop out of her mouth before giving a smile, looking back at him with eyes that showed she was clearly aware of what she had just done. To say the least, that annoyed Ash. Bea's eyes widened as she was suddenly yanked across the floor, watching as the man brought one knee over her waist before planting it on the ground beside her, his hips now hovering above hers as he lowered his D against her stomach and started rubbing it. She bit her lip, sking in her breath before looking up and making eye contact with him, easily seeing that he was annoyed with her little plot just now. He reached over for a condom, not breaking eye contact as he fumbled to get it open and slipped it on, lowering his head over her chest and sking a NPL into his mouth. Her back arched off the floor, her hands reaching up to the bench and gripping it tightly as she sighed blissfully, not wanting this to end. She could feel his D press harder against her stomach, so much that it almost felt as if he were already inside. She raised her hips, feeling her opening touch against his hanging family jewels, which made the man twitch at the warmth she was giving off. When he finally released her NPL, she felt herself starting to smile, thinking he was finally going to continue before his head drifted up towards her shoulder, finding the side of her neck. Ash, her complaint went ignored by the man, who started placing small kisses along the skin of her shoulder before trailing up to her neck, starting to suckle on it, which made the woman's legs start squirming beneath him. Come on already. Oh, so you don't like teasing? The gym leader felt herself sigh as his teeth gently bit down on her skin, pulling a small portion away from her, which made her gasp. She knew fully well that she deserved this for what she did to him earlier, but she still couldn't help but be annoyed by it. She pushed out her stomach and let her back arch some more off the floor, the man not expecting that as he dragged his hips forward like he had been doing. This caused his tip to push into the underside of her protruded stomach, making both of them before he pulled back a little, his body instinctively pushing forward and repeating the pleasurable sensation. It's not as though Ash was some fetishist for resistance against his moves, but the muscles of her stomach stopping his motion and holding it back was definitely different, and pleasurable. Bea began to wonder if he were a bit bigger, if he would be able to do this from inside her, which definitely sent a tingling to her loins at the thought of it. Finally deciding to pull his waist back, Ash reluctantly stopped his hickey-making actions and held his head in the air above hers, staring into her eyes again while his tip found her entrance. Both of them could feel the intense heat radiating from the other at the contact of their GNTLs, but only one seemed to notice something was different. Or rather, felt different. Bea glanced down curiously, swallowing her breath as she saw the throbbing manhood starting to rub along her entrance eagerly. But sure enough, something was different. She noticed that the tip of his D, in fact, the majority of the mushroom-shaped head, was now bare. The gym leader tried not to gasp, noticing that the condom was now torn and had started to peel down the sides of his, currently not having made it very far. But she knew that if they started FNG again, it wouldn't be long before that rubber was entirely gone. Bea? The gym leader's eyes snapped back up to Ash's, seeing a curious look in his eyes. His head started to tilt downward slightly, making the woman think he was about to look down at what she had been looking at. And if he did, he would notice the broken condom. Then he would change it, and they would have proper protected SEC, just like before. Protected secretary with him safely coming in the condom, instead of inside her. What's MFF? At this point, BEA's entire mindset was entirely changed from when they had first started. This had started as a workout, but was now enjoyable SEC with a man. She had started wanting to stay in control like she was used to, but she enjoyed it so much when he dominated her. She didn't originally plan on letting him doing as he pleased, but now that he had, she never wanted that to change. And now the one thing neither of them had mentioned, or even thought of this entire time, was kissing. Before entering this sauna, kissing was not something Bea would have agreed to. She thought of it as something special, meant for someone special, and no one else, least of all during meaningless section. So needless to say, she had yet to experience her proper first kiss. Though Ash didn't know this, he was simply shocked as the woman's lips pressed harder against his, feeling the woman shift her hips and letting his tip slip inside of her against his will. He couldn't help but groan, which the gym leader felt reverberate in her own mouth, which was a strange feeling. But it was interesting. It made her want more. As Ash's tip reached the deepest part of her insides, she parted her lips from his slightly, her eyes hesitantly looking into his. As Ash stared back at her, clearly confused and taken aback by what she had just done, she couldn't help but start to feel embarrassed. Why don't you better be grateful? The man's brow furrowed, watching the woman's eyes shift away shyly. That was done my first. Kiss. Wha was. But, why? He couldn't help but ask, the woman almost being bothered by the question. She did know that men could be arrogant or dense, but come on, really? Well, I said at the start that you're different. She noticed Ash's brow furrow more. I don't mean I like you, let's make that clear. I have no intentions of dating, or settling down, or falling in love, anytime soon. Ash couldn't help but notice she hesitated on the word love, but decided to let it pass by. I am just saying don't expect anything romantic, okay? This was just a work, it was just section. Nothing more than that. I was only doing this to help relieve my stress, got it? Right, whatever you say. Ash wasn't sure if that was a good response, or he was about to make things worse. But what was he supposed to say? Thanks for the SEC, see you later. Meh, didn't feel that great anyways, see ya. Obviously he couldn't say anything like that, for various reasons. But that I still don't really understand the kiss, though. Bea felt her eyebrow twitch slightly, a sense of annoyance inside of her. Boy, this guy was a real idiot. And despite that, she couldn't help but find herself break into a smile. At least he knew how to help a girl feel good. Just shut up and help me come, idiot. Ash's eyes widened as her lips pressed to his again, preceded by the feeling of her legs wrapping around his waist and pulling him in closer. He thought of trying to make sense of it, but instead decided to throw that idea out the window and start moving. He felt the woman immediately start miming into their kiss, now noting how soft her lips were as he started driving harder inside of her with each movement of his hips. Thankfully for the gym leader, given his increasing speed, he didn't seem to notice what had happened to the condom he was wearing, which only started to confuse her. Not about him, but about herself. Her legs tightened around him, her arms finding their way around his neck as Ash's tongue decided to explore beyond its own mouth into hers. But all she did was as his tongue started wrestling hers, and easily winning at her lack of focus. What she was really focused on was the mental image of that broken condom, the one that she knew for a fact was currently inside of her. So once the time came that Ash reaches climax, she would need to stop him. But, why could she not imagine herself doing it? Nor feel the strong urge to do so? I mean, she hadn't mentioned it, but she was on the pill. Even despite using condoms during her past workouts, she still didn't want to risk it if any of the past men had decided to use cheap tricks to overwhelm her and do something horrible. But even if she is on the pill, the thought of him coming inside of her should be terrifying, and disgusting, and just wrong. I mean, it's not as if she loved him or anything. He wasn't special to her, he was just a man with an amazing he was just a sec friend, if anything. So then, as she broke their kiss and looked down at their bodies indulging in their natural desires, knowing that the protection they were using had been compromised, why did she feel more excited than when they had first started? Not this time. The gym leader felt an involuntary whimper escape her as she felt her hands suddenly pulled above her head, being pinned against the floor above her. Seeing the serious look in Ash's eyes, mixed with his confident smile as he stared down at her, Bea was practically forced to swallow her breath as she felt her throat become very dry. I know what you were thinking just now. You do? Her voice grew soft, becoming alarmed. Did he actually know? Is that why he just pinned her arms above her head? He actually wanted to. You were gonna stop me again, the woman blinked, taking a moment to register his words before realizing what he really thought. Oh, he meant that he thought she was going to deny him from coming again, that he didn't know what she was really thinking just now. The gym leader didn't even notice that she gave a quiet sigh of relief to herself, which Ash did notice, and admittedly became curious of. He lowered his head over her, now hovering only inches from her face. When Bea finally noticed that he had come closer to her, she felt her cheeks grow much warmer, but oddly her body made no efforts to move. She didn't notice that his face was growing closer yet again until she felt the tip of his nose touch hers, his face tilting slightly so that their noses passed each other and his lips hovered dangerously close to hers. She glanced down at his lips, feeling as if her heart would beat out of her chest. The feeling of his shallow breath on her lips sent shockwaves between her legs, which Ash was starting to notice but couldn't focus on. Instead, he found himself unable to look away from the shine of her silver eyes. He lowered his tone to a quiet whisper, but it somehow retained its deep bass, which sent a chill up Bea's spine at the sound of it. But like I said, not this time. Because I think we both know, you want this, don't you? Bea found her voice caught in her throat, unable to respond. She didn't understand what was happening, the look in his eyes, the tone of his voice, the way he worded it, and the way he held her down, that everything told her that he knew. He must have realized that the condom broke. I mean, there's no way he could be this suggestive if he didn't know, right? Even the way he said that just now, you want this, don't you? It was dead obvious that she enjoyed when he climaxed, almost as much as when she did herself. So why would he bother asking if he didn't mean something that was more risky or dangerous? I mean, with the size of Ash's load, and how deep he could reach. Not to mention how hot it would feel. Inside. There's no way she wouldn't get. Of course I do. The man's eyes opened a little wider as her lips mashed against his, feeling her body raise beneath him until her breasts pressed against his chest. With an invitation like that, there was no use in waiting for a second one. Bea felt her mind growing fuzzy, the worries of what was about to happen and the possibility of pregnancy fading from her mind as she felt Ash's manhood resume dragging against her insides. With each forward move, she felt him press against the depths of her PP, making her eyes start to roll back in her head before she noticed her vision starting to grow fuzzy as well. Before long, the gym leader could barely believe the state she was in. She could barely see, she couldn't think, focus, or even move. All she could do was feel Ash inside of her. Want Ash to her more. Want him to never stop or part his body from hers. But most of all, want the very thing she feared a few moments ago. She felt a longing sensation inside of her when she felt him slip out of her, feeling her hips be forcefully turned over. Landing on her stomach, the woman's arms remained pinned above her head as she let her cheek fall against the floor, breathing heavily before she started squirming her but anxiously. Even a few seconds without his made her body burn like crazy, and she just wanted to relieve it. Feeling the tip of his member prod against the cheek of her but made the woman to herself, biting her lip as it found its way into the crack down the center before dragging down towards her opening, finding it easily before pushing all the way in without warning. Bea wasn't surprised as she climaxed immediately, her walls clamping down on his for dear life as she started trembling beyond control. The waves of pleasure coursing through her body were almost too much to bear at this point, but she knew it wouldn't stop Ash when he started to move into her again. With the new angle of being fed from behind, his dragged against a part of her PP that it had not found before, making the woman's mouth hang agape as she let out a heavy sigh of bliss. She noticed her vision begin to fade again as the sensation continued, but paid it no mind. As she felt Ash's pelvis begin colliding against her, but with each move, the clapping sound cutting across the quiet sauna. The gym leader's entire being felt like she was on fire, but it was a good kind of burning. No, good doesn't cut it. It was amazing. Do you want it? The deep tone of his whisper in her ear sent a chill from her head down to her toes, the woman feeling like a bunnyri in heat. Why? Yes, please, the man smirked, letting his head hover down towards her neck before taking a gentle bite of her skin. How much? Bea felt frustrated, for many reasons, as Ash started suckling on her neck like he had done earlier. She figured she must have already had a hickey by now, but still knew that he was clearly enjoying teasing her like this. So badly, he noticed the woman's head turn slightly, seeing her eye managed to look back at him with a shining lust of desperation. Ash, please, just make me come. Then you better be ready, his whisper sent another chill down her spine before she felt his tip drive inside as deep as it could reach, making her mouth fall open with a loud Ash tried to ignore as her PP grew tighter again, rebuilding his rhythm until his hips started going even faster than before. Each clap of BEA's but being hit by Ash's pelvis made her toes start to curl, her back starting to curve as she tried to raise her butt into the air. This made little progress, considering Ash's moves were keeping her close to the ground, but Ash glanced down to see that her behind did made a little distance as there was now a noticeable arch in her back, making him twitch and grow harder inside of her at the display. Bea obviously didn't complain as she felt his reaction inside of her, feeling it dragged against her inner walls which made her next orgasm start to build immediately. Harder, Ash, without warning, and certainly not being expected, she felt his free hand find its way into her hair before suddenly yanking back a little, lifting her head forcefully off the ground. As she glanced back over her shoulder at Ash, she felt her PP become tighter than it had ever been in reaction, making the man groan and wince as his member was suddenly at risk of suffocation. The gym leader felt the remainder of her muscles grow limp as his lips pressed against hers, his tongue making no hesitation in finding hers before starting to wrestle with it in her mouth. Her eyes fell closed, feeling completely defenseless now and at the man's mercy. Bea stood no chance against him now. Their lips parted, making Bea take in a deep breath due to the lack of oxygen. Make me come, Ash. I want that to come together, please. Then that I hope you're close. The woman's arms were pulled down to either side of her waist, being released before one arm wrapped around her stomach, pulling her waist closer against him. She gasped shakily as she felt his other arm find its way around her neck, the build of his forearms putting a little pressure against her neck as the corresponding hand grabbed the side of her jaw, making the woman groan in delight. Holy crap, she never imagined being dominated could be so incredible. So close. Don't stop, please don't stop. I'm almost. Host. Her voice gradually raised in pitch, becoming a very feminine squeal as she felt the pressure in her abdomen growing stronger than any before it. She was almost afraid of how intense it felt, and how fast it was coming, but she knew it had to happen. Me too, get ready. His grunt in her ear made the woman's loins long for him more than ever. As he drove into her mercilessly, the cheeks of her but starting to sting from the intensity of his moves, Bea felt the thought of the broken condom flash across her mind one more time. If this really was about to happen right now, she would really be depending on the pill to prevent PRGNNCY. But could she really risk that? No CNTRCPTN was 100% guaranteed, so even the pill could fail. Which meant that she could have a child with Ash. She could become a mother, at her age. The thought should terrify her to the core. Do it, Ash. I'm gonna come. I'm coming. Come inside me. Pour everything inside me as deep as you can. With one last deep groan from Ash, Bea's mind went entirely blank as she felt an incredibly hot sensation filling up inside of her. His arms held her as closely as possible, clinging like he never wanted to let go as his hips quivered uncontrollably, twitching forward occasionally as he purged his body of any backed-up SMN he had. Bea was in a similar state of euphoria, her legs trembling beneath him as heat flashes coursed through her body, her insides having a death grip on his as if to greedily squeeze it out of him. Her cheek fell to the floor, eyes rolling back into her skull at the warmth of his load being released into her directly, filling her up in mere seconds. Ash was in awe at how amazing this climax felt compared to the others, considering he thought he was still wearing a condom like the other times, but this one just felt so different. Her PP felt so hot now, and even though he thought it was from how horny she had become, it still felt as though the condom weren't even there anymore. But there's no way that could be the case, he was sure he put it on correctly. And yet, Bea was the wiser, remaining in disbelief at what had just happened. What she had just allowed to happen. Ash actually came inside of her. His SMN was still filling her up inside, and now even starting to back up as the man was still managing to release the final few spurts of the hot liquid. Barely able to find enough strength, she lazily turned her upper body onto her side, her butt remaining pinned in place beneath Ash's hips as he hadn't pulled out yet. The tanned woman looked down at where their bodies were joined, panting heavily as she thought of what was currently happening down there. But for some reason, even now, she still didn't feel afraid of it. Not even the least bit less aroused by it. Her body grew weak again, letting her head fall gently to the floor again as she tried to rest, but couldn't ignore the incredible heat of the load now inside of her. Then, to her disappointment, Ash finally started to move. It was slow and sluggish, considering how much stamina he had just used up since he first entered the sauna, and left enough time for Bea to begin to worry. Ash was going to freak out when he realized, wasn't he? No man wouldn't. He thought he was wearing a condom, so finding out he just cream-pied her is about to make him freak out completely. I mean, he was so innocent, and shy, and cute, oh, so cute, with how he was so innocent and nervous around her. But I guess that little boy demeanor disappears completely when it comes to SEC, and he becomes a ravenous animal. The thought made Bea bite her lip. She hadn't thought of it, but how many girls have experienced this with him before her? That was .dmn. He definitely sounded exhausted, and that was no surprise. The woman felt his length now halfway outside and still retreating. Guess there was no hiding it anymore. I can't believe how good that felt. Ash's voice stopped short as he felt his tip pop out of the woman's PP, followed by a warm and wet feeling. Perplexed, he looked down to see what it was, growing very quiet. It took a good 10 seconds or so of staring before his face started to grow pale, feeling a sense of urgent panic welling up inside of him. When he finally came to full realization, his eyes widened in panic as he couldn't peel his eyes away from the sight of the torn rubber, which was now pushed entirely to the base of his D-, barely clinging to remain on, nor the sight of the thick white substance which had now started to ooze out from the woman's opening onto the floor. And it was not just a little. Ash felt his voice caught in his throat, unable to speak as he let himself fall to the side and landing on his butt. His eyes never broke from the sight of Bea's crotch, watching as the liquid continued to ooze out. Then after almost an entire minute, he slowly looked up towards the back of Bea's head. She still hadn't really moved, so he couldn't see her face or how she was reacting. She must have noticed this, right? I mean, it was inside of her, there was no way she couldn't notice. Was she letting her rage build? Was he about to be murdered in a sauna for coming inside of her? And dear God, when did the DMN thing even break? Ash, the man flinched at the sound of her voice, watching her hands push on the floor to either side of her, lifting her upper body off the ground. His instincts told him to run to save his life, but he couldn't help but remain frozen at the sight of the woman shifting her body, sitting up and having her legs bent at her side. She was still facing away from him, and he noticed her head tilt down slightly as both of her arms disappeared to the front of her torso, making the man swallow his breath nervously. She was looking at it, she could definitely see it now. He was actually about to die. I didn't. He was too nervous to get his thoughts out properly, only sounding like a stuttering idiot before noticing her head start to turn. He covered his manhood with both hands, staring at her in horror as he anticipated a very sudden and very painful physical punishment. But he certainly wasn't expecting to see a smile on her face. Wah! He was in disbelief at the sight of the small smile, watching as she turned herself on the floor until she faced halfway towards him, looking down at her lower body again. Wow, you really do come a lot, don't you? The man's brow furrowed deeply as he watched her move her hand between her legs, then pulled it up in front of her face with a small portion of the white substance on her fingers. She then liked clean, liking her upper lip afterward before looking his way, noticing his expression. Expected me to be mad? What? Well. Don't get me wrong, I am. The man tensed up, watching as she glanced back down at her crotch with a curious look in her eyes. But, I admit you taught me something today. A lot of things, actually. So, maybe it would be okay to let this go. Just this once. Huh? Ash blinked, not believing what he just heard. She forgave him. For coming inside her. The gym leader looked back in his direction, her smile growing a little. In case you forgot, I was the one who kind of encouraged you into this. I was also the one who supplied the condoms, which reminds me, I'll have to look for another brand name that's stronger now, not to mention 1 or 2 sizes larger. Ash's head ped to the side slightly, still in disbelief as she thought aloud. And I do admit, I had only done so to help myself. Since I've never been able to come with my past workout partners, it was always a bit of a bother, having to finish on my own afterwards. Then I met you, and with your shy reactions after I joined you in here that I decided to take a chance. And I can definitely say that it worked out very well in the end. Why you that you're not mad, his tone made me almost chuckle. Clearly, he still wasn't believing anything she was saying. But what I mean, that's a big, you could get dash. By a very small chance, she noticed Ash's brow furrow deeper. I never mentioned it earlier, because I didn't want you to get a big ego, but I'm also on the pill in addition to using condoms. So even though the condom broke, there's still a slim chance that I'll get PRGNN from this. But there's no way that's guaranteed, right? There's always still a chance it could fail. His point came across clear as day to be as her expression seemed to soften, her eyes drifting down to the floor between them. Ash watched her fall into thought. What he said was true, and she knew it too. She already had the thought flash across her mind while they were still FNG. Her gaze drifted further south, now looking at the muscles of her stomach before one of her hands slowly moved up and started rubbing it a little. Maybe, was she? That I'm aware of the chance, but I'll trust that it works out. Her calm response confused Ash as he watched her turn her head and close her eyes, her hand falling back to the floor beside her. Besides, it's not like you want to become a father either, am I right? Well, not this young, at least. Ash glanced away nervously, scratching his cheek sheepishly at the thought. Being a dad had never occurred to him before, but he did enjoy watching the kids play and visit the lab in Pallet Town, not to mention watching his Pokemon join in their games once in a while. Maybe the thought of being a dad did appeal to him a little, in the future, at least. Being distracted by these thoughts, Ash didn't notice Bea peek one eye open and look at him curiously, noticing his reaction to her question. Feeling a pinch in her chest, she started to wonder, if she were to become a mother, would she prefer if the father were someone like Ash? In any case, I'm so sorry that happened. I still feel terrible, so if there's any way I can make it up to you, then I'll do whatever you ask. The woman opened her other eye, turning towards him directly as she watched him close his eyes and bow his head in front of her. She narrowed her eyes curiously, getting a thought that brought a smile back to her face. If that's the case, then I want something from you. Ash tensed up, growing nervous at the sound of those words. Though he didn't notice the woman shift position, getting onto her knees. Anything you want, just ask, he replied, being met with silence for a few moments. Becoming curious, he peeked one eye open, noticing her knee close to him. He looked up, nearly jumping back as he saw the woman, on her hands and knees, smiling as she brought a hand up and let it fall onto his shoulder. Your phone number. And a promise that whenever I call, you'll come back and visit for another workout. Ash blinked in surprise. She wasn't punishing him. Or even blackmailing him. You're serious? Like I said, Ash, you're much bigger than any man I've previously shared a workout with. Not to mention, despite how shy you seemed at the start, you oddly knew exactly what you were doing and how to do it. You know what they say about beginner's luck. Well, in any case, the man felt her hand move to the underside of his chin, raising his head a little before something soft touched gently against his lips. Watching her face pull away from his afterwards, a warm smile now on her face, the man was rather dumbfounded by the situation as Bea started to chuckle at his reaction. I look forward to our future workouts, Ash. About that I can't guarantee I can make it. Every time you call, being from Kanto and all. The woman's eyes narrowed a little, making Ash grow a little nervous as she remained quiet. Then most of the time. No negotiations. Deal. Ash's brow furrowed at her offer, watching her lips curl into a happy smile again, making him give a sigh to himself. Well, no negotiations means I only have one choice. And I guess I can try, at least. Bea felt a warm feeling spread through her chest, her smile growing brighter than before. Then I'm glad to hear it. the younger man couldn't help but stare in awe a little at the woman's expression. From the moment he first saw her training in the gym, he thought she was just a fitness freak whose nerves and emotions were trained to never bother her or let her show weakness. And despite everything that just happened between them, he still believed that, to an extent. And even though he noticed from her figure earlier that she was definitely a woman, Ash couldn't help but feel almost entranced by the sight of the woman's cheerful expression, her smile brighter than he thought possible. It almost pushed the image of her as a tomboy or a fitness junkie out of his mind. Right now, she was nothing more than a beautiful woman. Is something the matter? The younger man nearly jumped back, snapping from his trance as he noticed her lean towards him a little with a curious expression. Is your exhaustion catching up with you? No, that's not it. I just that I was admiring, is all. The woman's head pegged slightly at his words, becoming curious at their meaning. But instead, she simply smiled as she glanced down at something else that she was now curious about. Is that so? I can see that. Ash gave her a funny look, noticing where her gaze now was. Before he could even look down or defend himself, he felt himself fall onto his back, a pair of hands pinning to the floor on either side of his head while he felt her butt drop onto his abdomen. BB. Well, it looks like you've still got energy to burn, and I know I could go for a few more rounds. Ash swallowed his breath as he felt the warmth of her crotch rub against his, which now twitched in its regaining hardness. Wait a second. A few more. The younger man was now very nervous. He was already exhausted, there was no way he could go much longer. But that didn't seem to bother Bea as she smiled down at him, glancing over to the remaining condoms on the bench. She thought for a few moments, glancing down to her privates, then chuckled happily as she raised her hips and slipped his D inside of her, sighing contently at the feeling. Ash winced as her insides hugged him tightly, watching as she lowered her upper body until her chest rested against his, the woman smiling at him with a knowing look. At the very least. Ash then swallowed his breath one last time, before the sauna was once again filled with the sounds of colliding flesh and MMS of SXL. On the outside of the door to the changing area attached to the sauna, the cleaning in progress sign still hung firmly, asserting its authority to the large empty gym that was void of anyone to possibly interrupt. And with this, Ash once again found another candle lit on his visit to Galar, still unaware that this was only an early point in his new journey. And being given no time to rest from Bea, the raven-haired trainer couldn't help but wonder if his body would even survive the rest of his time in Galar, much less the rest of the day. But in a city not far from him, he didn't know that he was already being needed. The only problem is that Ash wasn't the only one who didn't know it, but they would find out. All of them, very soon. Galarian Gestures, Chapter 3, A Helping Hand or Two. The flying taxi descended through the air until it made a gentle impact with the ground, the armored bird giving a cry out to signal their arrival. The door to the carrier opened, a pair of legs hopping out onto the ground. They closed the door behind them and moved towards the man sitting on the ledge in front of the carrier, handing him his due payment for the ride before turning away towards the city street, taking in a deep breath before letting out a sigh. Ash gave a big yawn, feeling both mentally and physically drained beyond belief. When he had left the sauna the day before during his steamy time with Bea, the young man had felt like he was about to shrivel up and wither away into nothing. Sadly that never happened, so he was forced to live out the rest of the day in a state of exhaustion, having no energy to do nearly anything. The same couldn't be said for the well-tanned woman who emerged from the sauna after him, who wore a happy smile the rest of the day and seemed much more upbeat than she usually was. And although Ash couldn't help but feel a little proud of himself for the girl's new behavior, he also wondered just how serious she would be about this arrangement from this day on. Thankfully, the woman was willing to let Ash rest, even going so far as to letting him visit her home just outside of Stow-on-Side. It was a small and cozy home, nothing too big or fancy, and all that Ash really cared about was the fact that she had a couch for him to pass out on. Unbeknownst to him, the gym leader spent a short time watching him in his sleep with a slightly disappointed expression, but it wasn't long before it became a smile and the girl had found a blanket to drape over his resting body. Even she was able to see that she had been rather demanding with his body in the sauna, so she wanted to let him get his rest and decided to do the same for herself. The following morning, Ash woke up in a surprised stupor, thanks to a rather vivid dream he was having involving a certain redhead and gym leader. He found himself looking around the room when he first opened his eyes, half expecting to see the gym leader somewhere near his lower body. Thankfully, he only saw the blanket covering him with a slight bulge where his waist was, no horny woman in sight. He found Bea outside training shortly after, and when she noticed him she seemed to perk up a little, but that disappeared when Ash told her that he was planning on leaving. Ash thought that she would object to this, considering her attachment to him the day before, but she replied that he was fine to do as he pleased. Though he wasn't able to leave before he fulfilled his word to the woman and gave her his cell number. During his flying taxi ride to Hammerlock, Ash couldn't think of anything else but the idea of Bea calling him for another workout. Which, let's be honest now, that just meant she wanted to have SEC again. And that meant that Ash, lo and behold, had somehow become a sec friend. Unfortunately, he had no idea when or how often she would call, which was rather worrying. Which brings us to why he was now walking the central street of Hammerlock, looking through the windows of the shops he passed by. The guy simply needed to relax and think about things. First, there was Sonia's offer to work at the lab. The idea of being a researcher's assistant still didn't quite jump out at him, but his pride as a man couldn't help but focus on the idea of spending more time with her. And Sonia basically admitted that his main work perk would be getting to have SEC with her more often. Obviously, to any man, that sounded like a dream come true. And then there was becoming Bea's SEC friend. Anytime she called him, he would get more section. A typical guy would jump at the opportunity and think this was the perfect scenario. But Ash knew better. Sonia might have been manageable, but even just one session with Bea left Ash feeling like he needed to recuperate for a long time. So how was he supposed to deal with both of these women from now on? I'll tell you how. You wandered down the main street of the city of Hammerlock, window shopping without a care in the world. All those concerns and worries in your mind. Out the window. All you do is look at the various merchandise in each store window, from jewelry, to clothing, to accessorized pokeballs, wondering why anyone would buy any of this stuff based on the price tags. Nothing really caught his eye, since he didn't really need anything, and let's face it, guys do not shop when they don't need something. Women could go crazy overboard with it, and Ash did not understand that at all. He found himself slowing down a bit as he passed by a particular clothing store, the quality of it making it look like the main fashion stop in town. For some reason, his eyes were drawn to a specific piece on display in the window, front and center. It was a black sundress, with a frilly black stripe of lace ribbon along the bottom opening and the sleeveless openings where the mannequin's arms were. Based on the size of the fake person currently wearing it, the dress appeared to reach a mere few inches above the knees, almost making it mistakable as a long skirt. As a final piece to the outfit, in contrast to the rest of the dark color scheme, there was a pure white ribbon wrapped around the middle of the dress, hugging just beneath the mannequin's chest with a nice bow at the front. Ash didn't understand why his eyes were drawn to it. Despite the many female friends he's made over the years, he didn't have a clue about fashion. And it's not like any of the girls he knew liked a darker style like that, anyway. The former trainer moved on, hands in his pockets as he wondered where he could wander to next before he noticed a cafe on the side of the street ahead of him. He glanced down at his stomach, hearing it make a grumble of agreement as if on cue, chuckling as he turned off the street. The cafe had a large outdoor patio area designated for seating, which piqued his interest as he headed for the doors leading to the indoor portion of the venue. Thankfully the line to order was short, so it wasn't long before he was handed a serving tray with 3 cheeseburgers and a large fry, proceeding to head back out to the patio with it. Finding a nice secluded table with no one else sitting close by, he took a seat and looked down at his food, hearing his stomach grumble once more. He took a bite of one of the burgers, glancing around curiously as he admired the atmosphere of the city. Hammerlock was a nice place, and somehow he had never really noticed it before, just like it had been with Wedgehurst when he first arrived on this trip. Maybe he really didn't spend enough time in Galar on his previous travels. Then something caught his attention. He certainly wasn't expecting it, but it happened nonetheless, as he found himself glancing over curiously at another table's occupants. They were just far enough that he couldn't quite hear what they were saying, but he could hear that they were talking amongst themselves. One was a brunette girl with short hair, wearing a gray hoodie over a magenta button-up dress, with green checkered socks and brown boots, as well as a dark green tam-o'-shanter hat on her head and a brown leather bag at her feet. The other girl had noticeably paler skin than her companion, wearing a pink mini-dress beneath a studded black Gothic-style jacket, with matching black pointed-toe boots. Her dark black hair was in a more interesting style than her friend's, with her bangs almost reaching her right eye while her left side appeared almost shaved at the front, most of her hair held in messy twin tails with red ribbons. There were also 2 spikes of hair that stuck upward near the ribbons, almost looking like bedheads somehow, but that wasn't even what made drew Ash's eye the most. What got his curiosity was the black choker around her neck, with a small white accessory of a circle with 3 spikes pointing out of it. He would never deny that he didn't have a clue about fashion sense, but, does that not look like a dog collar to anyone other than him? He looked down to his burger, shaking his head slightly and continuing to eat. It was none of his business, so he shouldn't worry about it. The girl's style was her own choice. Though a few minutes later, he didn't know why, but he found his eyes wandering in that same direction a second time. The girls still appeared to be chatting, though Ash couldn't help but nothing a few things. For one, the brunette appeared to be a little more invested in the conversation, while the Gothic girl mostly nodded and chimed in only every so often. He began to wonder if the black-haired girl was simply shy, or maybe this was a one-sided kind of hangout, but he couldn't focus when he noticed something else. Their expressions. While the brunette talked, she seemed energetic and happy, smiling as if she were really trying to engage her friend. But the other girl seemed reluctant. She kept giving side glances as if trying to avoid eye contact at all cost, which made Ash start to feel sympathy for the brunette. It was as if the goth girl didn't even want to be there with her, or she was hiding something. Despite knowing that this was none of his business, Ash was smart enough to keep it to himself, simply continuing his meal in peace while the curiosity lingered in his mind. Come to think of it, he could kind of relate to both of them. On one hand, he knew from time to time in the past what it was like when his friends tried to hide their worries and keep it to themselves. But on the other, he knew the feeling of being reluctant for a strong reason, thanks to BEA's rather shameless entrance to the sauna while he was still inside. He might not know the girl's reason for keeping to herself, but something told him her reasoning was a little weaker than his the other day. Not many things are weirder than a naked person of the opposite gender joining you in a sauna. Ash returned to reality from his thoughts, seeing the final half-finished burger and small remainder of fries on his tray before he noticed something. He had forgotten a drink. There was a moment of Ash grumbling to himself, feeling like an idiot before he set down the burger, pushing his chair back and rising to his feet. Honestly, how do you forget a drink? He started back towards the indoor area again, his eyes once again glancing over to the table he had been curious about earlier. Apparently at some point in his self-pity about the drink, the goth girl had left somewhere, leaving the brunette alone at the table as she drank from her soda and stared down at the table. He couldn't help but feel a little pity at the sullen expression on her face, almost feeling bad about continuing inside to get himself a drink. After ordering, he was handed an empty cup and turned towards the soft drink service area along the side wall. He took a step away from the counter before he paused, noticing a single person standing at the drink area, the goth girl. He told himself to keep to himself, and that whatever was going on was none of his business as he started towards the counter, stopping beside her. He noticed in the corner of his eye that she wasn't even getting a drink, but instead just standing there with an empty cup in her hand as she looked down slightly with a distracted expression. He repeated to himself in his head to mind his own business, holding his cup beneath the Nestea dispenser and holding the button to pour it. He figured the sound of the machine pouring the drink must have snapped the girl out of her thoughts, because once he started pouring his drink she flinched a little before holding the cup beneath the Coke dispenser. She started pouring her own drink, making Ash feel a little better about it as he stopped pouring his own, grabbing a lid and straw. As he closed his drink and discarded the straw's wrapper, he found himself wishing the girl good luck in his mind before starting to turn away. Then all that worry came back to him when he stopped. He saw that the girl was still pouring her drink, but the problem was that her cup was already full. Ash set his cup down on the counter, glancing up to the girl's face and noticing her staring as if she was in a trance like only moments ago. He looked back to the cup with the soda flooding out over the rim into the drip tray beneath, making Ash give a quiet sigh to himself. "Hey, miss, it's already full," the goth girl blinked, returning to reality when she felt something gently pull both of her wrists back towards her. She looked over to her right, noticing Ash with a concerned expression, slowly trailing down and following his arms until she saw his hands on her wrists. Ash felt a little relieved when he saw that she could at least acknowledge his existence, which meant she was out of whatever trance that was, and she now seemed to fully realize that her cup was filled right to the brim with soda spilled all over the back of her hand holding the cup. Though unfortunately for Ash, girls tend to overreact to little things. Without warning, the girl had a moment of panic at the sight of her hand and the cup, instinctively turning it away from her abruptly. Too bad it just happened to go in Ash's direction. Since the cup was filled to the brim, and how fast her panic made her move, a single moment was all it took before the front of Ash's black shirt became doused in coke. It took him a few moments before he really registered what had just happened, and the same seemed to be the case with the goth girl beside him, whose eyes now went wide in shock as she looked down at what she had just done. I am sorry. I was distracted, and I'm so sorry." Ash almost felt a little bad at the clear embarrassment of her tone, despite the fact it was not his fault in the least. But it's not as if he had such a cold heart to say that out loud. "It's all right. I've had a lot worse, believe it or not," the girl felt mortified, watching as instead of lashing out at her, he simply remained calm and reached over to the napkin dispenser for a small handful, dabbing them against his shirt to soak up the excess soda. Ash noticed her set the cup down on the counter, turning herself towards him before surprising him by fully bowing in front of him. "I really am sorry. I was just lost in thought and wasn't paying attention at all. Hey, it's okay, really." Ash glanced around the inside of the venue, noticing one or two heads turn their way. The girl was clearly bothered by something on her mind, so he didn't want to make this any worse for her by letting it become a public spectacle. "Honestly, miss, it's fine. No injuries, so there's nothing for you to be sorry about, okay?" But I really didn't. The former trainer was feeling more bad for the girl by the second, watching her straighten up and begin to shift in embarrassment. She was clearly avoiding eye contact with him, in a similar fashion to how she was acting with her friend earlier. I can pay you back for your shirt, or for a new one if you'd like. Just let me grab my dash." "Hey," I said, "don't worry, it's okay." The girl's hand reaching the side pocket of her jacket where she kept a few spare bills stopped short at his words, her eyes remaining on the floor. "But if you don't mind my asking, are you doing okay?" The girl blinked a few times, staring at him curiously but not appearing focused at all. "I mean, with what just happened, you must have been really distracted by something that was bothering you." The girl turned her head away from him at his words, Ash noticing her cheeks turn pink. Why was he even asking her this? He had told himself to mind his own business, but a chance like this was somehow too good for him to pass up. She did say that she would repay him, but it's not like that meant he could squeeze out a potential life story from her. "That I'm not forcing you to share, it's okay if you don't want to say. I'm just saying, after that, I just want to make sure that you're okay." Ash's brow furrowed a little at her timid response, too quiet to hear clearly. He noticed her start to turn her head back towards him, but the moment her eyes finally made contact with his, she quickly looked down to the counter beside her. "Things are okay, kind of. How?" But before Ash could get a response from the girl, another voice chimed in from a distance away. "Marnie. What's going on?" The pair looked over, Ash noticing the goth girl's brunette friend hurrying towards them with a worried expression. Her eyes seemed to be shifting between her friend and him rather quickly, clearly formulating something in her mind when her expression seemed to intensify a little when she focused on him. "Hey, lad, what do you think you're doing to my dash?" "Wait, Gloria, stop. It's my fault. Before the brunette could get any closer to him, the goth girl grabbed her hand and moved in front of her slightly, stopping her in her tracks. The brunette's expression softened as she looked at her friend curiously. I wasn't paying attention and made a mess, then I made it worse by spilling it on him by accident. It was my fault, so don't blame him. Marnie, the brunette didn't seem to know what to say, looking back to Ash and eyeing his shirt intently. Ash noticed, watching as she slowly came to realize the truth to her friend's words as her expression softened some more, becoming apologetic. I'm sorry, lad. I guess I lost my cool there, since I thought you were, well, I'm sorry. It's okay, I understand how that must have looked to you. Ash held up his hand with a small smile, trying to reassure the girl. He watched the brunette girl turn slightly towards her friend, looking at her with concern as she brought her free hand up to her arm. Hey, are you sure you're okay? You have been kind of spaced out all morning, so if there's anything you want to tell me, you know you can dash. No, Ash noticed the brunette visibly flinch at her response, even he almost felt the pain of that. The goth girl simply lowered her head, looking to her side with a regretful look on her face. I'm sorry, I just can't. Why not, Mar. Ash could feel the air getting tense between the girls in front of him, making his earlier curiosities come back to the surface. What exactly was going on between these two? If I may. Both girls turned to look at Ash, making him grow less confident in his interjection as he started scratching his cheek. I might not be a licensed psychiatrist or anything, but if you need a third opinion, or even just a set of ears to help whatever this issue is, I'd be glad to help out if I can. Judging by the face of the brunette alone, he could tell that idea did not sound so good out loud. No offense, lad, but I reckon it'll be fine between the two of us. Ash wasn't surprised in the least by her rejection of the offer, nor did he take any offense by it. Though he would be lying if he said he weren't a little hurt by the way she stepped in front of her friend, nudging her back a bit away from him as if he were dangerous. He had never really thought of it, but did he look scary to other people? He had never thought of himself as scary or even intimidating in the least. Okay, I respect that. I was just a little concerned that your friend was so out of it. I just wanted to help, that's all. Neither Ash nor the brunette could see it since she was shielded from view by her friend, but the goth girl's expression softened a little at Ash's words, making her look down at her hand still being held by her friends with a concerned expression. Well, thanks for the offer, but we have somewhere to be. Wait, the brunette looked back over her shoulder in confusion, feeling her hand held in place by the goth girls. She looked at her friend curiously, noticing that she was not looking at her, but past her at the man who was trying to pry into their lives. But that was a look she had not seen on her face before. Ash was just as confused as the brunette at this, but the goth girl appeared to have made up her mind, despite how shy she was about it. I want him to help. Wait, actually? Ash asked hesitantly, not wanting her to feel pressured. And the brunette was certainly in agreement with that idea. Yeah, Mar, you don't have to. You don't need this lad to help, you've got me, you know that. Ash couldn't help but feel a little offended by her words, which were clearly not minced, but he saw doubt written on the goth girl's face. I know, but this time is different. Ash could see that the brunette was clearly hurt by that statement, feeling the tension rising again. So he cleared his throat, gesturing towards the door. The brunette looked at him as if suspecting him of something. Keeping herself between him and her friend as she started towards it, but felt herself stopped by a tug on her arm. No. Not the patio, somewhere quieter. Both Ash and the brunette looked at the goth girl questioningly, even exchanging a glance with each other. Neither one knew what to say, so they did the only thing either one really could do. They remained quiet, and followed as the goth girl silently led the pair outside. Without a doubt, Ash was uncomfortable. The trio sat in silence, having found a secluded park bench in a small park near the edge of the city. No one else was too close by, so the goth girl seemed content with this spot, despite her continuing silence. The brunette had sat on the bench first, sitting near one end and urging her friend to sit closely beside her, while giving Ash one look that made him sit on the opposite end of the bench, leaving as much space as possible between him and the other girl. Neither of the girls spoke, nor did Ash for that matter, until the silence had started to finally eat at him. "I'm Ash, by the way that I never introduced myself yet," he said, offering his hand a little in their direction for a greeting. He noticed the brunette lean forward and come into view from behind her friend, eyeing his hand suspiciously before looking up at him, holding her friend's hand tightly on her lap with no signs of wanting to let go. "Gloria's the name. And this here is Marnie. If you really have to know," the former trainer nodded a little, looking down at the grass. Okay, she clearly did not like him in the slightest, nor trust him. "Good to know. Well, it's nice to meet both of you," he replied hesitantly, but figured there was no point. The brunette would just say something obviously meant to shut him up again. "It's nice to meet you, Ash." He couldn't help but look in surprise at the goth girl, not expecting her to speak up, and he could see that the other girl clearly wasn't expecting it either. She finally looked over towards him with an apologetic expression. "And that I really am sorry, for earlier." "Hey, I already said that it's okay. You've got no reason to be sorry." His words didn't appear to make her feel any better as she looked back down at her lap, glancing over to her hand joined with Gloria's. "But that I do. Because I was so bothered by it." Her voice was timid, but got the full attention of both Ash and Gloria. "What is it that's bothering you, Mar? I know you've been distracted all morning since we got out of bed, so let me help." Ash's brow furrowed at her choice of words, unable to help becoming curious about that, but forced himself to shake it off. Marnie still seemed hesitant to answer, but Ash noticed her give a brief glance in his direction, and there was something in her eye that made him think she was almost asking for his help. How he knew that, or why she was asking, he didn't have a clue. He only knew the reason that he was sitting here with them right now. "Look, I didn't offer to help to make fun of you. No matter what you say, there won't be any judgment from me in the least, so don't worry. I really do want to help you, Marnie." The timid girl's eyes looked back down to her lap before closing tightly. He noticed her cheeks turning a more noticeable shade of pink, and so did Gloria. It's hard to say out loud." Marnie's voice came out quiet, clearly nervous about what was going on in her mind. Just what could be this embarrassing that she couldn't even rely on her friend beside her to help with? "Come on, Mar, it's not like you can't tell me, right?" Ash could hear in Gloria's tone that it was meant in a playfully joking manner, further deduced by the light nudge of the brunette's arm against her friend's as she smiled at her. Considering they were clearly friends, he was half expecting some sort of response to that from the quieter girl, a smile back, a playful response, a returning nudge, anything really. But things became a little clearer with Marnie's silence, her eyes remaining focused on her lap as he noticed her expression soften a little. Right, Marnie. I'm sorry." Ash began to worry as her voice cracked a little, the goth girl's free hand moving up to her cheek where it appeared to wipe something away from view. Was that a tear? "Wah, hey, what's wrong? Talk to me, Mar. Ash watched with concerned eyes as the brunette ran her thumb over the back of Marnie's hand, comforting her as the girl gave an occasional sob quietly to herself. He couldn't help but stare at the gesture curiously, the idea in his head growing stronger in possibility. He hadn't wanted to assume anything at the cafe earlier when Gloria defended Marnie so strongly, not to mention speaking suggestively about how close they were, but now it seemed too thought-provoking to ignore. Were these two really? I'm okay, really." Marnie gave another quiet sniffle, wiping beneath her eye one last time before raising her head a little. She took a deep breath to herself before glancing over to Ash, his eyes meeting hers for a brief moment before she looked back down to her lap, her cheeks growing pink again. She brought a hand up to her throat, rubbing it gently. "I'm sorry, I kinda lost my voice there. Do you need a drink? I'll get you something." Ash and Marnie both looked curiously as Gloria jumped to her feet, taking a few steps away before turning back to the pair on the bench. "You want your favorite, black canned coffee, right? I'll go find you some, just wait right here, okay?" Ash felt himself smile a little when he noticed the clear concern on the brunette's face, not hearing any complaint from the quieter girl sitting beside him. Then he swallowed his breath, noticing a sudden change in her expression when her eyes shifted to him, narrowing slightly. "And you stay right there. Don't you dare move any closer to her while I'm gone, or at all, for that matter, got it?" "Right," not budging, he flashed a thumbs up of agreement, watching the girl stare intently at him for a moment before turning heel and hurrying in search of a drink. He gave a quiet sigh to himself, wondering why that girl could have begun to hate him so much since only recently meeting him, then cluing in that he was suddenly alone with Marnie. He glanced over, noticing the girl's thumbs fidgeting with each other on her lap, her eyes focused on them. He scratched his cheek, unsure of what to say to break the silence. What could he say, even? "I'm sorry." Ash blinked in surprise at the timid voice, glancing beside him at the nervous girl. "That you were dragged into this, that I didn't mean to ruin your morning, or bother you. I told you, I really do want to help. But you know, if it's something too personal or embarrassing to say, you really don't have to try to force yourself." Marnie's hands gripped each other a little tighter at his words, a frown on her face as she let out a disappointed sigh to herself. "But I can't help but wonder that I keeping this from your friend because it involves her." "Huh?" The girl's head suddenly raised, her eyes looking to him with a look of clear surprise. Her reaction easily gave Ash his answer, the young man crossing his arms as he leaned back in the bench. Why would you say that? It's easy to see just from watching you two. How you avoid her questions about it, plus you looked super guilty when she was here," he replied, the girl narrowing her eyes on him. "You understood from just that?" "That's barely anything to go off of," she trailed off, making Ash lean his head back on the backrest of the bench. "Well, there's also the fact that you're talking more now with me than you were with her, even since you date at the cafe." Marnie's eyes widened slightly. "Why that you saw all that?" she asked, the former trainer giving a nod as he glanced over to her. "Yep. And I guess with the hand-holding, and the fact that you didn't deny it just now, I'm right that you two are not just friends, are you?" The girl's cheeks flushed as she went quiet, glancing down to her lap nervously. Ash closed his eyes for a moment. Yep, he was right. So this wasn't just some unspoken dispute between friends, it was some kind of relationship issue. "Do you think it's weird?" "Huh? Your relationship, you mean?" "No, of course not, I told you I won't judge anything you say. It's okay, I know it's different. It was the same when I first introduced her to my parents back home. They told me that they're supportive of us, but that I can tell that they're still a little bothered by it." The former trainer stared at the girl curiously. "I'm sorry to hear that." Ash scratched his cheek before looking up into the sky. He wasn't sure what else to say on this topic. He didn't want to insult her, obviously, but he didn't want to seem misogynistic in any way, either. It's not like this was an easy subject to tread through in a conversation. "Well, if being with her is what makes you happy, then I say don't listen to what other people tell you about it. Just do whatever makes you happy, and stay with it, no matter what." I want to, believe me. But. Ash glanced over to her again, noticing a troubled look on her face as she stared down at the back of her hands. "There are things that I can't bear to tell her. Because I know that they'll hurt her." "And what, you're worried she's gonna hate you for it?" A few moments passed before the girl gave a timid nod. "Well, that's natural, but I don't think you can let it bother you. I mean, I admit I'm no expert on relationships, but what kind of a relationship is built on fear?" "That's true, but still," noticing the girl's thumbs starting to fidget with each other, Ash gave a quiet sigh to himself. How was he the guy who got brought into this? "Listen, Marnie," the girl was broken from her thoughts when she noticed a hand move on top of hers. Her eyes trailed up the arm it was connected to, looking genuinely curious when she reached Ash's face looking in her direction. "I can't judge what you do and don't tell your friend, nor can I understand what you want to keep a secret so desperately. But if you just tell her that it's something you'd rather keep private, I'm sure she will respect that. If she really does care about you, then she will find any way to keep you in her life. And she will always be there for you, ready for the time when you are finally ready to lean on her shoulder and let her support you, no matter how long it takes. Ash's voice continued on with the hardships and rewards of a healthy relationship, but they went unheard. The reason for this was the fact that his target audience's attention was currently occupied elsewhere, or rather, it was entirely absent. Marnie couldn't help but find herself staring at the man in awe. From what she had heard him already say, despite his claims for not being strong in relationships, he was putting down some very solid advice. But what had her at a loss was the fact that he was still basically a stranger. Why would he even be willing to help her in the first place? It's not like she had promised him any kind of reward, not to mention he was the one who offered to help. But it's not like he had any reason to do this, so this kindness made no sense to her. But that wasn't even the oddest thing about this scenario. Although, it's not as if I have a right to tell you any of this, Marnie blinked, tuning back into the sound of Ash's voice as she noticed him scratch his cheek with a bashful expression. Anyway, that's just my opinion. It's not as if you have to listen to me at all. No, I want to. Please. Ash flinched as the girl suddenly grabbed his hands and held them together between hers, squeezing with a shy pleading look in her eyes. The young man swallowed his breath, glancing away briefly before he found his eyes drawn back towards hers beyond his control. He didn't want to think it, say it, or even accept it. But this girl was freaking adorable. And unfortunately for him, with that look in her eyes as well as the desperation in her tone, she somehow knew exactly how to work that in her own favor against him. Wah! But I am just some random guy, are you sure you dash? Please. You're the only one I can ask to help us with this. Ash gave another quiet sigh to himself, checking the time on his phone before stuffing the device back into his pocket. Glancing back over his shoulder, his eyes rested on the source of his current dilemma, unable to come up with a thought of resolution no matter how hard he pondered. But in his defense, how the hell do you help out with the date of two girls you just met? So where did you want to go, Mar? Gloria asked excitedly, her hand firmly grasping her girlfriend's as they stood on the street side. I don't mind where. The girl's timid response made Ash cross his arms, glancing around the street absent-mindedly. He had no idea how, or even why, for that matter, he was gonna be able to keep his promise to the girl. Yep, Ketchum had, for some reason, agreed to tag along on their date and help them. With what, you might ask? He was still a little fuzzy on that. The details he had gotten from Marnie were fairly vague, but he had a basic understanding of the situation. Despite how much the two girls cared for each other, there was apparently some reason that Marnie found herself holding back when they were together, and she was unable to get herself past it. Ash might not have understood it entirely, but then again, he's never had much experience with psychological issues, so he had no right to judge the quiet girl. Instead, he found himself promising to help her and her friend get over this in any way that he could. Which, to Marnie's ears, apparently sounded like a proposition for him to tag along on their date and observe, I guess. Oh. How about we get some cute new outfits? Ash's eyes glanced over to the girls again, seeing the brunette pointing to a particular clothing shop with a smile on her face. He could see a little curiosity in Marnie's eyes as she followed her friend's pointing, but still seemed reluctant. Come on, Mar, you only ever wear this one outfit. Don't you ever want to change it up? I could say the same about your wardrobe, you know. Ash scratched his cheek, looking over to the clothing store and staring at it a little before giving a quiet sigh. Well, if you don't mind my opinion. We do, Ash chuckled nervously, trying to ignore the brunette's blatant glare in his direction as her grip on Marnie's hand got a little tighter. As if Ash weren't having enough difficulty with thinking of a way to help, he still had Gloria's protest to his presence to deal with. When he told her that he wanted to hang out with them for a little longer, she was in no way shy to tell him that she did not enjoy the idea, though she did do that girl thing where she tried to make her obvious insults sound like respectful remarks. Even though they failed to do that, all it took was one request from Marnie to allow Ash to tag along and Gloria broke in a second. Ash had to keep that in mind. Gloria seemed to do anything that Marnie asked of her. Might come in handy. Gloria, take it easy on him. He's just being nice. The brunette looked at her girlfriend in surprise, wondering why she was defending this random guy they had just met. But sure enough, Ash watched her eventually give a hesitant nod before relaxing again, looking back at him with a clearly forced smile. "So, what was it you were going to say, Ash?" "I was just going to say, I saw this nice-looking clothing store earlier this morning. Plus there was a display that might look good." The man stopped short, his eyes widening a little as he turned his head away from the girls. What the hell was he about to say? His thoughts had been brought back to that store he saw earlier with the dress in the window that he thought was cute, and then he was looking at Marnie. Wait, did he want to see Marnie in that dress? Sure, she had a rather petite frame and was really cute, not to mention how well the color scheme would match with her own gothic style. What the hell was going through his head? Sure that if you think that would be fun. Both Ash and Gloria looked bewildered at the quiet girl's shy response, watching her free fist come up and cover her mouth as her eyes looked coyly to the ground beside her. Ash swallowed his breath when he noticed Gloria cast him a look that could kill, but she managed to keep Marnie from noticing as they started in search of the shop. As they walked, he couldn't help but notice that Gloria placed herself between him and Marnie, clearly intentional. As Ash cast the occasional glance over to the quieter girl, he noticed that she was acting in a similar manner, his eyes meeting hers a few times with each time the girl immediately looking away. When Marnie turned her head away in embarrassment, Ash suddenly felt a tug on his sleeve towards the girls. "What were you about to say might look good earlier?" With her quiet and subtle threatening tone, Ash found it hard to meet Gloria's eyes with the clear hostility she was directing his way. Plus the overbearing lean of her face towards him closed the distance more than she must have intended, with him noticing that he could feel her breath on his collar. "And nothing bad, I swear that I was really only trying to help," he whispered back, feeling the intensity of her stare as she narrowed her eyes. Thankfully she gave up after that, but Ash could tell that it was still clearly bothering her. As he sighed quietly to himself, he began wondering once more on how he managed to become a third wheel on this date, as well as how this would turn out in the end. If only he knew what he was walking into. "Come on, Mar, let me see. I bet it's super cute." "And no way. It's way too colorful for me." "Oh, come on, I'm sure you still look great." Ash's eyes narrowed a little as he sighed under his breath, glancing over to his side. Just as she had been for the past 10 minutes, Gloria stood in front of the closed curtain of a changing room, having passed 4 outfits already to the girl inside. Unfortunately, Ash had noticed that despite Marnie's gothic style and preference for a darker color scheme, her girlfriend was rather insistent on trying to get her to sample more vibrant and flashy clothing, which he could tell obviously played a strong part in her refusal to cooperate. "I said it doesn't look good, so please, just take it back." Ash frowned a little, watching a hand sneak out from the side of the curtain with clothing in hand, noticing a disappointed frown on Gloria's face as she reluctantly took them back. Despite having zero experience with women on a relationship level, even Ash could see that Marnie was not having fun with this right now. So why couldn't Gloria see this? If they were supposed to be dating, then she must be able to tell that Marnie isn't enjoying this, so that should be enough of a reason for her to stop. But Ash could only sigh as he watched her rush over to the same rack as earlier, holding nothing but bright-style clothing. The young man noticed the curtain begin to rustle, before a familiar head poked out. His eyes narrowed curiously as she appeared to peek around. She must be impatient because of Gloria's choice in clothing. She was probably looking for a way to get out of this right now, if Ash had to guess. But then he noticed something that got his attention. As her eyes were looking around, he noticed that they seemed to look in one particular direction more often than any other. He cast a glance in the same direction before a small smile came to his lips, noticing the back of the window display that held the same black dress he had noticed earlier in the day. He quickly looked over to Gloria, seeing her hurrying towards the dressing room again with a lime green blouse and matching booty shorts. Oh, there was no way that was gonna work out. What is this? Yep, that was to be expected. But you make anything look good. No way. Absolutely not. Ash sighed to himself, his eyes drifting back towards the dress in the window. It was obvious that that was the only thing in this store that interested Marnie, but how was she gonna try it? She was too shy to say it herself. Gloria didn't seem to acknowledge her style, and he couldn't say anything because he would be outed as a creep or something. Ugh, fine. I'll try it on, but you're not seeing it because it won't look good, okay? Watching the curtain close, Ash couldn't help but notice that the smile on Gloria's face following was a little forced. She might have had her feelings hurt by that, but she was definitely strong to keep her energy up despite it. But clearly she still needed help. Gloria blinked, glancing over her shoulder at the poking feeling on her back. Her eyes narrowed with a look of resentment at what she saw, but before she could open her mouth to protest his presence, she noticed Ash tap a finger against his own lips. She gave him a questioning look, then was answered when he flashed his thumb over his shoulder, beckoning his head subtly in the same direction. Her gaze followed his direction, seeing a particular outfit that made her look back to him curiously, but all he did was make a suggestive nod towards the closed curtain behind her, before he turned away and sat on the nearby waiting bench intended for boyfriends' husbands who were dragged into this store against their will. I told you, it looked terrible. Way too flashy. Gloria looked back to the curtain, seeing Marnie's hand emerge from it with the same clothes she had just given to her girlfriend. She took them back with a small frown, looking back to the man on the bench with a slight glare. She hated this. First he intruded on their date, and now she was supposed to accept his advice. Why was she supposed to listen to him on how to make her own friend happy? They just met him. He didn't know anything. Then one last time, inside the changing room, Marnie frowned a little at the words of her friend before hearing her footsteps hurry away. It would only be the same thing, wouldn't it? Just more bright clothing that she could never look good in. Something she would never enjoy. It had always been like this. Sure, she cared about Gloria more than anyone, but at times like this, it's like she never even noticed what Marnie wanted. The quiet girl tried to ignore it at first, but slowly it became worse and worse, and Gloria never seemed to notice. Almost as if it weren't even worth the time. Here, Mar. Try this. The quiet girl held back an exhausted sigh, her eyes drifting over to the curtain before seeing Gloria's hands, which made her eyes open a little further. Outside the changing room, Ash began bouncing his knee as he leaned back against the wall behind him, arms crossed. He glanced over, noticing Gloria tapping her toe as she waited outside the changing room. Hopefully this would work out, and not somehow become a disaster that would ruin this date entirely. Despite the fact that Gloria's toe seemed to tap more aggressively by the second, not to mention the occasional look of annoyance he found cast his way, he chuckled to himself with a small smile. Yeah, hopefully he didn't just screw things up. Then, for the first time since Marnie had entered the changing room, Ash and Gloria finally heard the sound of the curtain opening. Neither one could resist looking as the girl within stepped out, surprising both of them with two factors. Number one, the girl was breathtaking. It wasn't just the simple appeal of the dress, nor the cute innocence of the girl, but the combination of the two that brought out a whole new look of hers that neither Ash nor Gloria had seen before. Number two, her smile. It was gentle. Since first catching a glimpse of her at the outdoor cafe, Ash hadn't even considered the image of her smiling or what it might look like, but all of a sudden he was fully glad he had come along. The burden that was weighing on her mind, whatever it was now gone. And however long this might last, Ash was certainly glad to see that Marnie was finally able to relax. The man on the bench cast a brief glance to the brunette, who was clearly taken aback by the sight of her girlfriend. Ash almost wanted to laugh at the look on her face, but fought the urge not to when he looked over to Marnie's expression next, which got his attention. He could see the corner of Marnie's smile starting to lower slightly as she noticed the blank look that Gloria was currently giving her, and thankfully he had enough common sense to realize that this was about to go south very quick. What's wrong? Does it not look okay? The brunette was snapped out of her trance by the quiet girl's timid words, making her grow nervous. Gloria tried to open her mouth and compliment her, but found all of her thoughts jumbled together and preventing her voice from coming out. Hey, come on, Gloria. I'm sure she would love to hear what you have to say. the brunette flinched when she felt a pair of hands on her shoulder, glancing back to notice that the young man from the bench had suddenly appeared behind her with a big smile on his face. She narrowed her eyes on him, but nearly jumped when she felt one of his hands leave her shoulder, followed by a pinching sensation in her lower back. She moved herself forward and shrugged away from Ash before looking forward again, realizing that she was now standing very close to Marnie, who still appeared concerned as she started to fidget her arms in front of her. "I'm sorry, Mar, I kinda lost my voice because you look so amazing." The quiet girl's cheeks turned red as she lowered her head to hide it. Why that you mean it?" "Of course I do. You're the cutest girl in the world, and you always will be in my eyes." Ash crossed his arms with a smile, noticing Marnie glance up curiously at Gloria's words to see her beaming expression, bringing a small smile to her face as well. The former trainer turned away a little, feeling content in this result before starting back towards the bench. But after only a single step, he found himself stopped in place. What do you think, Ash?" His head turned slowly, casting a brief glance down to the small hand that had grabbed his before looking up to the girl's face. Her cheeks were still clearly blushing, and her eyes seemed hesitant to meet his, but they were clearly trying very hard despite constantly looking away. Ash wasn't sure how to respond, based on both the girl's evident nervousness as well as his own, courtesy of the suspicious stare from the brunette standing behind Marnie. "It suits you perfectly." He could see the growing innocence in Marnie's eyes as she stared at him in awe. And in Ash's head, all he could think was that if she had somehow gotten any cuter right now, her eyes would literally be sparkling like some cartoon character. "You look incredible, really." "Really?" Marnie could feel her heart beating faster as the man's free hand scratched his cheek while he gave a nod. She quickly released his hand, turning away from him and facing the curtain before taking a pause with her head lowered. Marnie was trying to hold back the urge, but didn't realize that Gloria caught sight of the delighted smile that spread across her face before she hurried back into the changing stall. Ash was still hesitant over what had just happened, hoping his words were appropriate for the situation as he turned back towards the bench. What he didn't realize, though, was that while helping Marnie's confidence, he couldn't see that Gloria was pinching the skin of her arm behind her back. "So, what should we do now?" "Well, hey, don't look at me. This is your date, after all." Ash's words made Gloria start to wince as her pinching grip on her arm grew stronger. She looked over to her girlfriend, who she was supposed to be on a date with, but for some reason, all Marnie could focus on right now was Ash. Gloria hated it, but definitely couldn't deny that her anger with Ash had turned into simple jealousy. It had now been a few hours since Ash had first tagged along. They had gone to various shops and stores, they had walked through the small park on the western side of the city, they had even gone through the museum. But the more that time had passed since that one clothing shop, where Marnie had bought that cute dress, the more that Gloria noticed the changing mood of their date. Slowly but surely, with every passing location, she noticed that Marnie's shyness was starting to go away and she was coming out of her shell. But at the same time, it was because her eyes had started looking in Ash's direction more often. Gloria couldn't help but be bothered by this feeling. Seeing her girlfriend starting to open up today was a relief and a great thing and all, but seeing it because of a guy was just ugh, she couldn't even put it in words. It was gross, but not quite so demeaning, you know. Like, she and Marnie had enjoyed dates like this in the past, without a guy, of course, and had just as much fun together. But why now did it require this guy? Even during the dinner they just ate at the restaurant, the conversation somehow turned towards Ash's travels in the past, which of course got Marnie's attention. So almost the entire time they ate, she was eagerly asking him questions about the various regions of the world, and the gym leaders he fought, and what it was all like. But, why did she let it bother her so much? "Hey, Gloria," the brunette blinked, shaking her head slightly before turning her head to the man, who was looking at her with a look of concern. "You okay? You seemed pretty spaced out." "I'm fine." Ash narrowed his eyes a little as he watched the girl cross her arms, noticing that she was rubbing her forearm a little as if it were in pain. He could see Marnie looking at him curiously beside him, but he was more focused on the brunette on her opposite side, who was now looking away from them again. He couldn't help but give a quiet sigh of exhaustion to himself, frowning a little. Great, so instead of helping Marnie with her issue, all he did was somehow get them to switch places. Well, that I got no one place we could go. Ash found himself curious about Marnie's words, as well as her reversion to her timid tone she had earlier in the day. He cast a brief look past her, noticing Gloria's head didn't turn back, making him wonder a little. It's not like he could decide how the date goes from this point, right? That should be Marnie and Gloria's responsibility, he was only here to observe. Okay, what do you think, Gloria? Ash tried to sound cheerful and upbeat with his attempt to get the brunette's attention. For a moment she didn't seem to notice, but then she slowly turned her head towards them. Ash was definitely bothered when he noticed a sense of sadness in her eyes, only noticing it because she made no effort to glare at him, instead looking at her girlfriend before looking down at the ground in front of her. Sure, despite how somber her tone was, Ash simply remained quiet and followed suit as Marnie began to lead him and Gloria to an unknown destination. Though Gloria's new behavior still weighed on him, this couldn't just be from his presence on their date, but it's also not like anything else really happened. So why did she go quiet all of a sudden? The next short while passed in silence as the three companions were all in deep thought, walking to their new destination. Each of their thoughts occupied them for different reasons, given that Ash was still wondering about Gloria's behavior, while she herself was silently bothered by her own girlfriend vying for Ash's attention over her own. What neither of them realized in their own absent-mindedness, however, was that the thoughts occupying Marnie's mind had brought a growing warmth to her cheeks, partnered with a slight increase in her heart rate. Unbeknownst to Ash or Gloria, Marnie's thoughts were related to the very reason that Ash was here with them, and she could feel herself growing more embarrassed by the second. Thankfully neither of them seemed to notice it and point it out, which was a relief to the quieter girl, but the simple thought of the destination she was leading them to and what might even happen in the end. So, Marnie, would you mind if I ask where we're going, exactly? Ash's question broke the girl from her thoughts, glancing over to see he was now looking at her curiously. She could see his growing curiosity as he noticed the tinge of pink on her cheeks. Well. Ash couldn't help but narrow his eyes a little as he watched the girl begin to rub her arm nervously, her eyes avoiding his as they looked down to her moving feet. You said that you were willing to help us, right? Yeah, he couldn't help but become a little uncertain at this point. Was she testing him right now? Like he had lied from the start and was really here to mess with them, and now she finally started to suspect that he might try something weird. Well, this last stop is the perfect place for it. Ash could tell from the tone of her voice that she was getting more and more shy by the second, but could not understand why. What place was she talking about? And while he was mulling this over in his head, he didn't even notice the slight look of realization in Gloria's eyes as she looked over at her girlfriend. Gloria had obviously spent a lot more time with Marnie than Ash had, which made it much easier to notice the little things about her behavior, the hint of anticipation in her eyes, the way she pinched and rolled the hair of her bangs between her fingers, even the overall aura in the air around her. She exuded the aura of a shy young woman, which for Gloria, was a behavior of Marnie's that she was already familiar with. And she knew even better that this exact behavior was for only one thing in particular. So, what exactly is this place that can help? Ash could no longer help his curiosity, and his imagination was not coming up with solid ideas. He could tell by glance that Marnie was still fidgeting a bit about this new destination, but she seemed more determined about this than anything previous, so this couldn't be a bad thing, right? And he genuinely thought that until the moment they stood in front of the entrance. Marnie. Are you sure this is the place? Yes. Like crazy positive? I am. But this is, Gloria, you must have some tea. Ash felt his words stop short as something touched his hand, glancing down to notice a smaller hand now holding his. His eyes followed up the arm that connected until he found himself blinking in surprise, seeing the brunette, who once glared at him like he was some lowly bug type, now having a bashful expression on her face. Let's head in. The brunette's eyes avoided his as her hand began to tug him forward, his feet following after hers as she made her way towards the sliding doors. As they got closer and the doors opened automatically, Ash wasn't sure which he could believe more, that Gloria was actually treating him more like a person now, or that he was being guided by two girls into a love hotel. After the brief time it took to reserve a room, being electronic rather than face-to-face much to Ash's relief, the young man found himself starting to feel nervous as he sat on the edge of the bed. His hands remained on his lap, too nervous to do or touch anything else, most of all go near the two girls sitting on either side of him. They appeared just as nervous as him, both twiddling their thumbs together as their eyes glanced around the room curiously. It wasn't extravagant or anything, like most bedrooms. It had ceiling lights, a nightstand, a sofa, even a mirror that covered most of one wall. Though there were a few noticeable differences, namely the heart-shaped bed on a remote-controlled rotating platform, and the generous donation of condoms that stood on the nightstand. He could only imagine there were other lotions and oils and such inside the stand drawer, but didn't feel the need to check. Well, go ahead then, Mar. Ash's brow furrowed as he watched Gloria rise to her feet, then proceed to move over to the sofa and take a seat. Despite now sitting across from the bed, the brunette's eyes avoided Ash's as she glanced over to the side with a look of hesitation, which began to bother Ash a bit. And noticing that her one hand was holding her opposite arm a little tightly didn't help him either. "Don't mind me. What are you talking about?" Ash asked hesitantly, but the brunette didn't respond, nor even look up at him. Instead, he almost flinched as he felt a soft touch on his forearm. "It's why I wanted to come here." The former trainer looked over curiously, starting to feel more nervous as the girl suddenly leaned against the side of his arm. She turned her body slightly, the young man trying to ignore as he felt something soft begin to drift across his arm. What are you?" In a panic, he brought his legs up onto the bed and tried pulling himself back across it, but his grip eventually slipped on the bedsheets and he fell flat on his back. He felt his heart rate grow faster as he looked ahead at the girl, who was now on her hands and knees on the bed, slowly crawling towards him with a bashful expression. "What are you doing, Marnie?" "What she needs to." Ash's eyes drifted over to Gloria in confusion, seeing the brunette rubbing her elbow uncomfortably as she glanced over to her girlfriend. You could have told me, Mar. I'm sorry, Gloria. I thought you would take it the wrong way." Marnie's coy tone of voice only made Ash more curious as his eyes shifted back and forth between them. "Just what are you two talking about?" he asked, the two girls sharing a knowing look. Marnie bent her knees and brought her legs to her side, resting on her behind as she placed her hands on her lap. "I'm sorry," her calm words made Ash furrow his brow. "I guess I owe you an explanation for all this. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner, but I just thought that I might scare you off, with my request." Wah, his head began to tilt slightly, his eyes showing nothing but confusion. "You see, things have been going well for Gloria and me since we started dating. We have fun together, and we don't fight, but lately things have been kinda off. I am not complaining or anything, I still care about her. A lot." Ash almost smiled at the girl's sudden defensive outburst, followed by the bashful expression that came across her face. He cast a quick glance over to Gloria, noticing that she was reacting in a similar way to the quieter girl. Well, believe me, I am happy with her. I just feel like I'm missing something." "What do you mean by that?" he asked carefully, noticing the quiet girl rubbing her arm anxiously. "I think you know what she means." Neither Ash nor Marnie seemed to notice as Gloria crawled up onto the bed behind her girlfriend, pulling Marnie back before embracing her. The two girls exchanged glances, one look being all it took for Gloria to see what was holding Marnie back. She might be embarrassed to admit it, but every person has needs, Ash. And that includes us. "Needs, are you talking about?" Ash almost felt too embarrassed to bring himself to finish the question, not wanting to offend the girls. "Yeah," Ash swallowed his breath at Gloria's calm response, watching her rest her chin on Marnie's shoulder as she looked over at her. "We might not desire it in the way that a guy like you might be used to, with a man and a woman. But like I said, we do still have needs. And Mar and I found a way that worked for us. Or at least, I thought." "Gloria. Marnie's eyes were filled with regret and sympathy as she looked over at the brunette, but Gloria shook her head and gave a small smile to show that she was okay. She's right. For a while now, I've felt terrible about it, and way too embarrassed to say anything, but I just never wanted to sound selfish, or like I wasn't satisfied. You know that would never change how I feel. The brunette embraced Marnie tighter, Ash watching with sympathetic eyes as small tears began to form in the eyes of the quieter girl. You could have just said something, you didn't need to be so secretive, you know you can tell me anything. I'm sorry. The quiet girl's sobs made her shoulders start to tremble, making Ash feel a pinch in his chest. In his mind, it now became clear what was going on, his suspicions of their relationship troubles at the cafe, why Marnie was too embarrassed to say anything, why she couldn't outright tell him how to help, even why she gradually became more touchy-feely with him. It was all for something that she didn't have the bravery to suggest. Something she couldn't say out loud, in fear of hurting or betraying the one she cared for. And in that realization, he began to suspect something else, as well. Tell me something. As Marnie struggled to keep her quiet sobs under control, Gloria looked ahead at the man that sat across from them, noticing a serious look in his eyes as he stared at her. You knew, didn't you? Huh? Gloria blinked in surprise. Why would you think that? Ever since I first saw you at the cafe, you've been trying your best to cheer Marnie up and make her happy. All this time, I thought you were being a little too eccentric about it. But now, I guess it makes sense. His eyes shifted to the sad girl, noticing her rubbing a tear from her eye and looking his way curiously. You were trying to protect her. And make it easier for her to feel comfortable in telling you the truth. You just wanted her to do what would really make her happy, whether she really knew it or not, isn't that right? His question made Gloria grow silent, which Marnie definitely noticed as she glanced over to her. Is that true? Her quiet voice went unanswered, but Gloria's eyes avoiding her girlfriend's with a look of guilt and embarrassment was answer enough. The brunette couldn't react in time before Marnie had somehow turned around in her embrace, hugging her back tightly. Thank you, Gloria. I know I can always count on you. I just didn't want to risk hurting you. I'm sorry, too. Ash was starting to feel uncomfortable once again as he watched the female couple embrace and exchange heartfelt lines. He felt as if he should get up and leave the room, or at least turn away, but he began to think that might be a little counterproductive as both girls' heads suddenly turned his way. Look, I know I've been a little rude to you all day, but you said you were willing to help Marnie out, right? To help us. Now Ash felt like he was in too deep. Not only could he not back out on his promise to Marnie, but now he felt as if he owed Gloria something due to the genuine look in her eyes. Hell, he felt bad enough for thinking this about Marnie earlier in the day, but even Gloria was starting to look too cute to refuse now. Yeah, I did say I would. His response made the girls exchange glances, before they pulled away from each other and sit across from him side by side. So I think I get the general idea, but how exactly were you hoping I could help? Exactly like you think. Marnie's timid response made him feel uneasy about all of this, not to mention the fact that the brunette proceeded to shift onto her knees and bow to him respectfully as she held her girlfriend's hand. Yeah, I would be lying if I said I didn't have mixed feelings, but if I could just make one condition. The brunette raised her head again, glancing over briefly to Marnie before looking ahead at Ash with a small frown. Just no kissing, okay? And obviously, condom. Then, in a matter of a few minutes, Ash somehow found himself in yet another unforeseen situation. For the third time this week. He swallowed his breath, finding his voice caught in his throat as he lied on his back with the two girls sitting on the bed to his side. He could see them working together on the package that had been on the nightstand, now pulling out one of the smaller plastic packages and carefully opening it. Is it supposed to be slimy? Ash had to ignore Gloria's naive question, trying not to criticize the poor inexperienced girl. I think there are some that are lubricated, that's what it is. Marnie's response made Ash almost crack a small smile, but he was more focused on trying to relax in this situation. Okay, so, hey, wait, we don't need to do this part for you, do we? Ash looked over at the girls, seeing the brunette narrowing her eyes on him as if he had tried to trick them. It's not as if he had even done anything, they were the ones who insisted on going over to grab the condoms. He wanted to agree with her, for the sake of his own embarrassment, but he could also see the curious look in Marnie's eyes as she stared down at the condom in her hand. This was about getting her to experience something new. Would you mind that if I said I wanted you to? Marnie felt her cheeks warm up as his eyes stared directly into hers, not even noticing her girlfriend looking back and forth between the two with worried suspicion. Okay. Gloria almost couldn't believe it as she watched Marnie scoot closer towards Ash, hovering over his waist as she reached for the zipper of his jeans. The brunette forced herself to hold back from stopping her as she watched Ash raise his hips slightly, helping the girl tug his jeans down. Gloria felt childish as she covered her eyes when his boxers came into view while Marnie eyed his crotch curiously, looking a bit confused. Isn't it that supposed to be hard? Well, it's not an instant reaction. At least, it's not supposed to be, Ash replied, the girl looking up at him curiously as he scratched his cheek in thought. How could he phrase this without sounding creepy? It needs a little help, you know. You can't just dive right into SEC, otherwise it's painful, for both sides. You have to get ready. You mean like rubbing it, right? Ash couldn't help but feel guilty at the innocence of her question, going perfectly well with the curious look in her eyes. He gave a slight nod, watching the girl's eyes look back down to his crotch before he felt her hands slowly pull down his boxers. It was no surprise that he immediately felt embarrassed by the girl staring at his soft member, which was natural. It was not a state that any guy would want a woman to see. It didn't exactly help either that she appeared a lot more curious than the average person to see it. He tried not to tense up as her soft hand finally moved closer, her finger poking at the tip of it. Ash watched with mixed feelings as her hand started examining it in peculiar ways, like flopping it back and forth between her fingers, and rubbing a small circle on the opening of his urethra, but in an inexperienced way that couldn't be considered pleasurable. It's not like he could blame her, she had no experience with men, meaning she didn't know firsthand how a real D worked. But what really got his attention was Gloria, who was still covering her face with her palms from her embarrassment of seeing him, although now he could see a small gap starting to crack open between her fingers. Hey, that I might know a way to make this go faster, Marnie looked up to his eyes, blinking curiously at his quiet suggestion. He beckoned her closer, making the girl lean towards his head. If you're not too embarrassed by it. And what's that? She asked, the man lifting his head a little and whispering something into her ear. From behind her palms, Gloria could see Ash's legs in front of her before her gaze started to trail up along his body until she saw his boxers. For a moment she tensed up, feeling her cheeks turn red at the sight of a man's GNTLS for the first time in her life, before she tensed up more at the sudden touch of something on her wrist. She pulled her hands away cautiously before seeing Marnie's face very close to hers, a familiar look in her eyes that Gloria could recognize. The brunette couldn't even finish her thought before Marnie suddenly pressed her lips to hers, making her eyes widen a little in surprise. For a moment, she tried to pull away and question her, but Marnie's lips found hers again before Gloria felt her lower lip bsked outward a little, sending a tingling sensation through her body. Unfortunately for her, Marnie knew exactly how to turn her on. In a matter of seconds, the brunette felt completely at her mercy as her back fell onto the bedsheets, her girlfriend following her down. All she could focus on was the sensation of Marnie's lips suckling hers, not noticing the quieter girl's hands trail down her legs and gently pry them apart, sliding her waist in between them and flattening herself against her. Gloria's arms stretched straight above her head while Marnie's elbows moved outward on either side of the brunette's head, one of her hands pulling Gloria's hat away and tossing it aside while the other's fingers sank into her hair. In her absent state of mind, Gloria had already nearly forgotten that they were not alone in the room. Ash watched curiously as the goth girl's body grinded downward against her girlfriend's, hearing the suggestive noises of their kissing despite not being able to see it. He glanced down briefly, seeing his hand rubbing his member which was now halfway to full mast, thanks to the girl's agreement to his suggestion. It's not as if he had some sick fantasy of watching lesbians, but some opportunities are rarer than others. Gloria began to as she felt her girlfriend get more explorative, one of her hands finding the upper buttons of her dress and parting them. She felt her collar be gradually pried apart until Marnie's palm slipped in and found her bra, taking a palmful before squeezing it, prompting the brunette to bite her lip. Marnie continued kissing her despite this, continuing to massage her breast while her other hand found its way down between their bodies and sneaking up her dress from below. It wasn't a moment later the brunette gasped into their kiss, suddenly trying to squirm out from under her, but Marnie held her securely in place, parting her legs and letting one drape over her hip. Both girls were clearly enjoying this, and so was Ash, who was now starting to get fully hard. To both girls' surprise, Marnie's lips suddenly pulled away from Gloria's as she let out a surprised gasp, her palm coming up to cover her mouth. The brunette narrowed her eyes on her curiously, the quieter girl's cheeks going red in embarrassment before she gasped again, her eyes clenching shut with her eyelashes flickering. Gloria peeked down, trying to peer through the small space between their bodies, but was unsure of what she was seeing. Unbeknownst to her, Ash was now on his knees behind the two girls, one hand on the rump of the girl on top while the other was between her legs, rubbing along the underwear beneath her dress. As Gloria watched her girlfriend's cute reactions, Ash didn't take long to get more daring. Marnie felt her body growing hotter as her dress was pulled up over her but, exposing it in plain sight before Ash's hand found one of her cheeks again, squeezing and caressing it while the other started applying more pressure on the crotch of her underwear. The goth girl could feel her underwear was starting to get wet from her excitement, and she knew she should be embarrassed about how easily it was happening, but all she could find herself wondering was how long he was going to keep teasing her. Thankfully, not long. To her shock, but much more, her delight, she felt her panties pulled to the side before something warm and wet pressed against her crotch, followed by something slipping inside of her. The quiet girl suddenly grew very loud, miming against her will. She tried not to squirm from the tickling of his nose against her behind while a strong pressure suddenly gathered in her abdomen, and before she could do anything to prevent it, Ash started pushing his tongue in and out while skiing on her lower lips, nearly forcing her orgasm out on command. Her body fell limp on top of Gloria's, her legs starting to tremble as her toes curled up tightly, her hands gripping the bedsheets while her head rested on Gloria's shoulder. The brunette glanced over, seeing the familiar expression of euphoric bliss come over her face. The brunette was familiar with helping her girlfriend reach climax, as well as her expressions while it happened, but she couldn't help but feel a little disheartened by how much more intense her reaction was this time. Distracted by her own jealousy, the brunette barely noticed that her curiosity had begun to show. Ash's eyes narrowed slightly as he noticed the girl on the bottom peeking over her girlfriend and peering towards what he could only assume was her girlfriend's butt. But considering the intensity and curious nature of her stare, he couldn't help but feel she was actually looking past Marnie's body. He straightened up on his knees and looked down, reaching over for one of the condoms from the hotel-provided package. Making easy work of it, the condom was soon on his member as he raised it a little and scooted himself closer behind the two girls. Gloria noticed Ash shifting in the background as she watched Marnie's eyes widen a little, not seeing for herself as Ash's tip poked against Marnie's entrance. The goth girl gasped quietly, skiing in her breath before biting her lower lip in anticipation as she felt him start to prod her a little more intensely. She couldn't help it as her hips began to shift backward, but his tip slipped down slightly so that it didn't go inside, but instead rubbed along her crotch. She whimpered quietly, becoming frustrated as she tried shifting to make it slip in, but his D never seemed to cooperate, which added to the growing heat that coursed through her body. Ash could see from the girl's squirming that she was starting to eagerly anticipate what was coming, noticing that the curiosity was still present in Gloria's eyes as she looked down at Marnie's squirming behind. She glanced up to Ash's face briefly, their eyes meeting for a moment and inadvertently sharing a knowing look, then the brunette looked back to her girlfriend. "Hey," the quieter girl looked at Gloria, still biting her lip in anticipation before seeing a smile on the brunette's face. Gloria brought one hand up to Marnie's face and caressed her cheek, staring into her eyes with that gentle look that was one of the first things Marnie had come to like about her. What is it?" the goth girl asked timidly, trying to ignore the hot feeling that coursed through her whole body. Gloria remained quiet for a few moments, only smiling before her head ped slightly to the side, her smile growing warmer. Don't worry about holding back, Kay. Just enjoy yourself. No sooner than the words left Gloria's lips did Marnie feel something hard and hot push its way inside of her, quickly starting to fill up her insides. The quiet girl couldn't even react, her mouth agape and eyelids flickering at the incredible hardness of his D, as it carefully pushed its way deeper inside of her. Ash clenched his teeth a little, trying not to sigh heavily as he felt her inner walls start to twitch against his, tightening and loosening in no defined pattern. He could hear the girl suddenly gasp as his tip reached her inner limits, for a moment trying to push further, but all it did was knead his tip against her insides without actually moving. The sensation to Marnie felt as if she were trying to stretch herself further than what was possible, and while it was true that there were some nights that she did wonder what that could be like, she and Gloria had never gone out to buy any bigger toys than the ones they had. The whole truth of the spectrum was that Marnie did have some experience with, let's say, foreign objects. The two young girls would often share NTMT moments where their hands were not enough, and so they agreed on the introduction of particular toys that they could play with, and not just one or two. Truth is, Gloria's leather bag that sat on the floor beside the bed contained VBRTRS, DLDS, strap-ons, each in a handful-sized quantity of varying sizes and shapes. Of course, neither one was willing to admit this to the man they were currently with. But that didn't really matter to Marnie right now. What mattered was Ash's hips starting to develop a rhythm behind her, his hands on her hips holding her in place as his length began sliding in and out of her pages. The girl's cheek was against her girlfriend's shoulder beneath her, still biting down on her lower lip as she began miming eagerly in pleasure. Gloria looked down curiously at her friend's expression of arousal, frowning a little before looking past her to the man behind her. She could see a similar state of pleasure on Ash's face as well, though he appeared to be trying to hide it while Marnie was in no way hiding it. But what was really difficult for her was that she found herself looking down instead at his moving hips. She couldn't quite see it, since it was currently inside of Marnie, but she found herself growing more curious about his manhood by the second. Was the real thing really that good? A brief glance to her girlfriend's face told her yes, as did the MMS of approval that were coming from her more frequently. As if Marnie could read her mind, the brunette gasped as she suddenly felt a hand sneak under the bottom of her dress. Unable to squirm away, she could only wait before gasping again as Marnie's fingertips found her underwear, quickly getting past it. Gloria's cheeks flushed as two of her girlfriend's fingertips began running up and down her crotch, a third finger slipping inside and mimicking the actions that Ash's D was currently doing to her. The brunette SCKED in her lower lip, her body growing hotter as she glanced down at her BRST that Marnie had exposed earlier. She looked at the clothing that still remained on her body, suddenly starting to feel bothered by it with the growing heat between the two of them. Gloria winced as Marnie suddenly bit down on her shoulder, muffling a delighted squeal as she clenched her eyes shut, her body beginning to tremble. Gloria looked at her girlfriend, almost feeling envious as she watched her experience orgasm. The brunette heard herself make a quiet disgruntled noise as she caught herself looking past Marnie at the man behind her, who was still holding her hips after pausing during her orgasm, breathing a little heavier than earlier. She glanced down at his waist, raising her head a little and trying to peek down at his crotch to catch a glimpse of what had brought Marnie to this level of pleasure. The same thought from earlier crept its way into her brain: was the real thing really that good? I mean, Gloria and Marnie had had a lot of fun together with DLDS or strap-ons, but she had never found herself craving a real one, like on a man and all. SEC should be about being with the one that you care about, right? That was why Gloria was always satisfied being NTMT with Marnie, since she cared so much about her. But maybe in truth, there was something even better about a real one that couldn't be compared to a DLD, and Marnie's subconscious somehow knew that ahead of time. The brunette nearly jumped as her girlfriend suddenly let out a sharp gasp. She couldn't exactly help it since Ash had decided to quickly buck his hips forward against her but without warning, making her clench down on him a little, not to mention she was still riding the after-feelings of her orgasm. Gloria could feel the tingling in her loins growing stronger as she watched Ash's arms wrap around her girlfriend's stomach, raising her back so she was positioned upright on her knees, his length still deep inside her. Marnie's head fell back onto his shoulder, her mouth slightly agape with shaky breaths as one of Ash's hands trailed from the center of her stomach up the middle of her body. The quiet girl surprised even herself as a mmm of arsehole escaped her vocal cords, one of her palms quickly moving up to cover her mouth as Ash's hand snuck its way inside the top of her pink dress. She was used to the soft and gentle touch of Gloria's hands, but the roughness of Ash's hand was something else. She had never thought a man would get the chance to grope her brsts, nor did she wonder what it would feel like, but now she couldn't have imagined it feeling any better. It was so different from Gloria. Her girlfriend was always so gentle, and careful, and wanting to help her reach the end. But Ash? He was squeezing like he was feeling a cloud for the first time, or a child playing with a water balloon in the summer heat. The change of pace was certainly not unwelcome to Marnie, since it was currently making her mind go fuzzy enough that she barely heard the zipping sound behind her back. The brunette could tell that her girlfriend was on cloud 9 by the expression on her face, but found herself bothered by something. And you might be thinking, could it be that her girlfriend was having sex with a man, and she was having to watch? You would be surprised to hear that no, it wasn't. What really bothered her was that she was enjoying it, too. Despite her own personal issues with feeling this way, Gloria could still feel the warmth between her legs growing warmer and warmer as she watched Marnie's jacket be pulled off of her, followed by her dress being pulled down her torso. As her girlfriend was torn between panting and miming, left in nothing but her matching black underwear as Ash tossed her discarded clothes elsewhere in the room, Gloria's hand subconsciously slipped beneath her dress as she brought her knees together, rubbing them awkwardly. The brunette watched as Ash pulled his hips away from Marnie before bucking them forward quickly, forcing out another surprised gasp from the quieter girl. On instinct, she tried to squirm her body away from the man behind her, but one of Ash's arms remained around her stomach and held her in place while his other hand was continuing its fun beneath her bra. As Ash rebuilt his rhythm of moving, Gloria could no longer control herself as her fingers started playing beneath her panties, which had begun growing wetter by the second. The brunette bit her lip, watching as each of Ash's moves made Marnie's expression contort in a mixture of surprise and pleasure, which only made her feel more horny herself. She was doing this to make Marnie happy, after all. But who said she couldn't enjoy herself, too? Unfortunately for her, Marnie wasn't quite as much in a daze as Gloria had thought. As the brunette's focus began to blur from the feeling of her own fingers, she no longer noticed as Marnie's eyes were now looking down on her with an eager curiosity. Despite the man currently moving inside of her, she still felt her body growing hotter from the sight of Gloria playing with herself, which planted a few ideas in her head. The brunette was clearly always going to have some level of resistance to this whole situation, but Marnie didn't just want to have sex with Ash to make herself happy. It's not like she was doing this out of spite, she wanted Gloria to be happy, too. But how could she do that if the brunette had such a problem with intimacy involving a man? Hey! Ash wasn't expecting to hear a whisper from the girl in his arm, glancing down to his shoulder to see her shining eyes looking up at him. He let his moving pace slow down considerably, but not enough to completely stop, before Marnie lifted her head a little. As her lips hovered near his earlobe, he heard her whisper a few more words into his ear before she let her head fall back to his shoulder. Surprised by what she had said, Ash stared at her in disbelief for a few moments, but saw no hesitation in her eyes as she only smiled eagerly in response. He glanced over to the brunette on her back, becoming even more surprised as he saw the truth to Marnie's words, Gloria's hand clearly beneath her own dress and doing something. Ash twisted Marnie's NPL one final time, feeling it grow even harder as another delighted gasp escaped her lips, before his hands repositioned themselves to her hips, taking their time in feeling every curve along the way. Marnie yelped out as a smacking sound cut across the room, before feeling her waist pulled back slightly, her back arching as her upper body fell to hover inches above her girlfriend's. The goth girl felt the lingering sting on the cheek of her butt, imagining that it was growing pretty red by now from the impact of Ash's palm, but she couldn't hate him for it. She asked for it, after all. Literally. Hi-in, with a second slap across the same cheek, the girl's delighted squeal made both her and Ash feel himself throbbing more inside of her. One of Ash's hands grabbed the opposite cheek he had slapped, squeezing and grpng it happily while the other parted from her body entirely with another spot in mind. And before the aroused girl could beg the question, she ummed as her head tilted back slightly, a glazed look of arousal in her eyes as her eyelids flickered. "Are you sure?" the girl whimpered a little, almost feeling bothered by the concerned sound of his tone. Was he really going to make her say it again? She had always been a little worried about Gloria discovering her real inner FTSH, but she had let the brunette know about the more normal ones. Though right now with Ash, she didn't really care. Hell, she wanted him to. No. He was here to help, after all, so why waste this golden chance? Why? Yes, please, Ash. The man winced as he felt her hips move away from his tip slipping out of her and bouncing in the air a little in protest at the sudden exit. Almost surprised at how he didn't explode right then and there, he watched as Marnie, the once quiet and timid girl, stood on her hands and knees, back arched with her butt in the air as it wagged slightly side to side, his own hand on the girl's choker around her neck as she looked back at him, an almost pleading look in her eyes. "I'm your little doggy and I've been a bad girl." Without warning or even another second, Marnie felt Ash's quickly fill her up inside before beginning to move even faster than before. The girl's forehead dropped onto the bed beside Gloria's shoulder, biting down on the bedsheets as she ummed blissfully at what Ash was doing to her. Gloria seemed to still be in her own little world while masturbating, so Marnie finally felt like she could embrace her inner self. So one of her hands found Ash's on her choker, snaking her fingers in between his before squeezing his fingers a little, applying a little more pressure. Ash was a bit concerned at this, but could also feel in his palm the intense MMS from her vocal cords, so part of him figured that she must be at least somewhat enjoying this. He wasn't going to criticize her for this FTSH, but also couldn't quite shake it off, being treated like a dog. Hell, he thought that was just a bad joke when he first laid eyes on her at the cafe, but who knew that joke would actually have some degree of truth to it. The black-haired girl felt Ash's hand carefully pull her throat back, raising her head into the air as her eyes started to roll back, seeing the determined look in Ash's eyes which set a fire to her loins. That was such a hot look in her mind. She swallowed her breath, skinging her lower lip and biting it while panting as he moved, batting her eyelashes in a way that threatened to draw him in. Damn it, Gloria had one condition for agreeing to this, but right now was a really hard time to focus on that. Have I been bad? Ash felt his member twitch inside of her at her words, not to mention her coy tone. She might not have known how to flirt with men, but come on, she must have known this would turn him on. The way she batted her eyes, the fake innocence of her voice, the suggestive things she said, even the way she nibbled on her lip like it was candy, damn it, no. He promised no kissing. No matter how soft her lips looked. Tell me, Ash, tell me how bad I've been. Marnie, he could barely even utter her name before something took over him. His concern about his grip on her throat seemed to suddenly be locked up somewhere else in his mind as his grip tightened a little more, prompting another of arousal from the girl. His other hand ceased grpng the cheek of her but before delivering a slap to it, beginning a slight red mark that would soon match the one on her opposite cheek. Her eyes stared into his with an intense lust, and neither one wanted to back down from this. You've been real bad. How bad? Her tone fell almost to a stuck whisper, making his hardness inside of her become almost uncomfortable. Once more, he started moving inside of her, his new pace making the clapping sound between his pelvis and her but audible throughout the room. So bad so bad that you need to be punished. The man couldn't even believe the words were coming out of his mouth, nor the intention of playing along with this kind of roleplay. But seeing as how much Marnie was into this, how could he not? Yes, punish me more, Ash, teach me not to be a bad girl anymore. The girl smiled happily as his pelvis continually clashed against her butt, his tip prodding deeper inside of her than any of her toys ever had. She would be embarrassed to say it out loud to Gloria, but God, did this feel so much better. In her state of exhausted bliss, her upper torso began to descend slowly towards Gloria's until her chest rested on top of the brunette's, freeing the goth girl's arms to fall uselessly to her sides. Marnie could hardly believe it as she felt her next orgasm already building, and the eager rapidity in Ash's moves were only making it come faster than expected, no pun intended. It was barely another minute of this before she felt the pressure become too much for her body to hold back, her climax reducing her to a trembling mess. There was a split moment before her mind went completely white that she began to worry that her body might uncontrollably release something else from within her as well, but thankfully the condom inside of her was only bathed in love juices and not a mixture of a golden shower. Ash had to clench his teeth together, wincing as her insides became tighter than her previous orgasm, which risked the chance of draining him as well. He ceased his movements, taking a few deep breaths to allow himself the chance to regain his composure and endure, as well as give the exhausted girl a chance to recuperate. His eyes looked at the back of her head, hearing her heavy and shaky breaths before his gaze trailed down the pale complexion of her back, making its way down to her plump behind. He never quite noticed it at any point earlier in the day, but the girl wasn't exactly flat on the backside, though her dress somehow did well to hide it. And the way her back was arched at this moment, the cheeks of her behind up in the air with the two small dimples on her lower back, this certainly made him a lot more thankful to have agreed to this. But there was something else that caught his eye, which piqued his interest. He could see past the connected of their GNTLS were Gloria's legs beneath them, and one of them seemed to be trembling a little. He glanced up to the brunette's face, noticing that she wasn't focused on his and Marnie's actions, but rather something else that didn't involve them. He looked back down, tilting his head back a little and peeking beneath the quieter girl's opening to see that one of the brunette's hands were still reaching up her dress, making him realize that a part of her had finally come around on this whole situation. He almost wanted to ask her about it, but felt that he shouldn't interrupt, and instead swallowed his breath before placing his hands on Marnie's hips once more. But to his surprise, he felt the girl pull her hips forward until his tips slipped out of her. He looked up at the back of her head questioningly, glancing down again and lining up his with her entrance. But just as he attempted to prod inside, his tip instead met the back of her hand and was stopped. Gloria, the goth girl's RTC brought the brunette out of her MSTRBTN-induced trance. Gloria looked over to her girlfriend before Marnie's lips found her own, pressing eagerly against them as she felt the quiet girl shifting her weight on top of her. Ash could only watch quietly as Marnie's knees pried her girlfriend's legs apart and out to the side slightly, planting her knees firmly on the bedsheets to keep them in place. As Marnie continued kissing her, one of her hands reached down and found Gloria's beneath the brunette's underwear, making her emit a surprised gasp as one of Marnie's fingers joined her own inside of her opening. The goth girl's other hand found the inside of her knee, grazing her fingers up her skin teasingly, which worked like a charm as the brunette began to in aroused annoyance at the sensation. Once her hand finally reached the bottom of Gloria's dress, she pinched hold of it and began to drag it up over the brunette's hip, nearly exposing her entire lower half despite Marnie's figure blocking it from Ash's eyes. Then, without warning or even a prompt, Marnie stopped everything. Her finger left Gloria's entrance, even pulling her own finger along with it as her hand pinned Gloria's to the bed beside them. Her lips parted from hers, and despite the brunette's head lifting up a bit and trying to resume it herself, the goth girl tilted her head back with a knowing smile. Gloria's breathing was shaky, and her entire body felt like it was on fire, considering she hadn't even fully reached orgasm alongside her girlfriend earlier. And now after all that, Marnie was just going to stop. Come on, Dunt. Ash was almost surprised at the sound of Gloria whimpering for mercy. She had been trying so hard to remain in control since they met, especially when trying to kick him out of their lives, but now she was completely under Marnie's control. The quiet girl began to lower her head a little, the brunette wanting to lean up and kiss her but her head went off slightly to the side. Gloria tried to stifle a but failed as Marnie's lips found her earlobe, followed by the quiet girl's teeth beginning to nibble on it gently. Ash glanced down to see the brunette's legs trying to squirm around, but Marnie's knees were doing a good job at keeping her in place. Maybe this was a more normal thing than he thought for the two of them. "What would you like, babe?" Ash had to swallow his breath at Marnie's stuck whisper, despite her words not being for him. It was shocking enough of a transition from her quiet and shy self to this treat me like a pet stuff, but now she was playing the innocent slot card like it was nothing. Ash watched as the goth girl continued toying with her ear, which only seemed to agitate the brunette even more as her entire body began to squirm. I wanna come like you did. Marnie smiled at her whimpered words, raising her head a little and staring down into her girlfriend's eyes. Seeing the intense lust in the brunette's eyes only made Marnie more eager to tease her, but maybe that would be going a bit too far. Instead, she decided to go another route she had previously thought of. Okay, the brunette smiled in relief as Marnie hovered her face down over hers, their lips grazing each other before she started planting soft kisses across her cheek. Gloria's eyes slowly closed as she could feel her entire body anticipating her girlfriend's touch, waiting and wondering how exactly she was going to oblige to her request. But all the while, Ash witnessed a whole other side of the same situation. From his position, Ash watched as the quieter girl on top teased and edged her girlfriend beneath her with cute kisses. But at the same time, he noticed something else in his lower peripheral. One of Marnie's hands had slipped down between the girls' bodies and partly covered her entrance like earlier, which even Ash had to admit, he felt a little disappointed by the gesture. Though in the next moment, he felt a little more curious when he noticed her index finger straighten up, pointing downward. He followed her pointing fingertip, and despite already knowing who was on top and who was on bottom, he was still pretty dumbfounded to find Marnie's finger pointing at her girlfriend's panties. Or rather, what they were failing to cover up. The shamrock green fabric was still pushed slightly to the side, due to Marnie and Gloria's antics only moments earlier, leaving Ash to clearly see the small amount of liquid starting to leak out of the brunette's opening. After a few moments of dumbfounded staring, he quickly shook his head before looking up at Marnie in disbelief. I mean, there was no way that's what she meant. This was supposed to be about her getting a new experience, not Gloria, so this had to be a misunderstanding on his part. But despite his inner protests, the goth girl only cast a knowing look back over her shoulder, with a matching sly smile across her lips. Ash blinked a few times, making sure to double-check the brunette's expression about this, but her eyes remained closed as she eagerly awaited what she thought would be her girlfriend's help in achieving climax. Now in Ash's head, that seemed kind of wrong. He was only doing this with Marnie because she asked and he wanted to help, but this would be like forcing Gloria into it. He knew that the thought of that made him a little sick to his stomach, especially with how much the brunette already had a distrust for him. That would earn him a slap across the face, or even a kick to the nuts, for sure. But all the while he thought this, he watched in shocked silence as Marnie simply winked back at him, bringing a finger from her free hand and tapping it against her own smiling lips. He glanced down at his manhood once more, seeing it standing tall and eager for its own due release. He had helped Marnie to orgasm twice, so it had been long enough, but could he really do this? Do you want to come, baby? Ash felt his D twitch eagerly at Marnie's taunting words. Yes so much, Mar, please that I wanna come so mook. He could feel his member throbbing so much it ached. The quiet girl on top began to wiggle her butt back and forth a little, but her hand remained over her entrance. His eyes drifted down to his other option, imaging all the violent acts she would probably hail down on him if he even considered what Marnie was suggesting. And all the while, in her blissful and anticipating state of ignorance of the situation, Gloria could only remain anxious as she awaited whatever Marnie wanted to do to her with her eyes still closed. Then once she finally felt something, the brunette couldn't help but Gloria had always enjoyed when Marnie used toys on her, so she could feel herself getting wetter by the second in anticipation as it rubbed up and down along her entrance. Gloria bit her lip, trying not to make her excitement blatantly obvious. Before something dawned on her. Their toys were still in her bag. And this felt a little harder. The brunette curiously peeked one eye open, becoming even more curious to see the sly smile on her girlfriend's face as she looked down at her with curious eyes. Almost like she was waiting for something. And the moment she glanced briefly past her girlfriend's adorable face, and instantly noticed the almost apologetic expression on Ash's face, Gloria knew. Why dash? Ash, stop, be both of you hold on a sec dash. Unfortunately, the brunette couldn't control her voice as his length drove inside of her in an instant. She could feel her cheeks burn in embarrassment at the intense that escaped her throat, quickly clasping a palm over her mouth to try to silence it, but it was still no use. Gloria had always been quite comfortable with their toys, as long as it was Marnie who was on the other end, so this was strange in many ways. For starters, he was so much harder than anything silicone or rubber-based. Second, he was bigger. No, big seemed like an understatement to describe it. Gloria's eyes started to roll back a little as she tried to regain her composure, but failed to do so at the feeling of a real D inside of her. Were all men this big? She felt like there was no room left inside of her, like Ash's size was almost perfect to fill her up entirely. But she could feel his tip prodding at her inner depths, so maybe he was even bigger than her insides should allow. Oh, God, was he going to stretch her out if this went any further? The brunette was at a loss for words, as well as her breath. She could barely take a steady inhale before she felt his twitch inside of her, which nearly drove her insane. Some of her VBRTRS might be able to mimic what he was doing, but this was the real thing. And she was really experiencing this, despite not initially agreeing to it. But something told her that even if she begged them to stop, neither Marnie nor Ash would let up on her, not to mention she could quickly feel her own body starting to want it. When he finally decided to move, the brunette gasped and bit down on her lower lip, feeling his length dragging slowly against her insides. She felt a brief moment of relief as she could feel his tip nearly reach the entrance, suggesting that he would take it out, but a whimper escaped her as that didn't seem to be the case. The man was trying not to make any disgruntled noises himself as he pushed carefully back inside of her, looking down and watching the rubber over his length disappear from sight little by little. By the time he started to pull away the second time, he didn't realize that the brunette was already feeling a strong pressure beneath her stomach, only growing stronger by the second with his movements. He did notice that she started to smack the bed sheets beside her a little, wondering if that was a sign that she really wanted him to stop this. Don't worry, Ash. See? Ash was confused by Marnie's comforting words until he noticed her lean off to the side slightly, just enough so that he could now see the face of the girl that he was currently inside of. Considering the smacking of the sheets, he thought she was sad and was demanding that he stop, but that definitely wasn't what he was seeing on her face. She was clearly biting her lip as if trying to endure something, and her eyes seemed to be trying to look back into her skull, not to mention the inconsistent and almost childish whimpering that was emitting from her vocal cords. Ash might not have known what Gloria looked like when achieving climax, but he had seen Sonia. And B. And now Marnie. And the look on her face looked pretty similar to what he could remember from them. The brunette felt a mix of disappointment and euphoric bliss as Ash's length disappeared inside of her once more in a quick move, her back arching off the bed and pressing against her girlfriend's. She didn't know if Ash knew how to bring her to orgasm on command, or if he was just lucky, but man did she ever feel lucky for this. She couldn't even focus on the thought as her mind became a white blank, her entire body beginning to tremble as the muscles around her pelvic area began to convulse. Ash was nearly forced to bite his own lip, wincing as the girl's insides clamped down on his tightly due to his rapid re-entry. He noticed Marnie turn her head and cast a look over her shoulder, smiling when she saw that he was clearly trying to hold his own excitement back. Didn't that feel good, babe? Marnie's eyes looked back down to her girlfriend, whose face was still contorted in pleasure as she struggled to re-steady her breaths. So good. Her aroused response made Marnie smile before planting a gentle kiss on the brunette's lips, resting her forehead against hers. See? And just wait, till he keeps going. Wait what? Before the brunette could snap back to reality and question Marnie's words, Ash had begun to move again. Gloria let out an exasperated sigh as he took his time in filling up her insides, his hands finding a place on the insides of her legs. The brunette could feel a part of her brain telling her to put a stop to this, but another part was wondering what else Ash could do. Wait, Ash. It's okay, Gloria. You can tell the truth now. Marnie's whispers made the brunette cast her a curious glance, seeing her giving a knowing look. I don't know what that you mean." With each move Ash gave, the brunette nearly lost her breath and struggled to find the words to respond. Marnie's smile grew a little at this, one of her hands finding its way to Gloria's collarbone before her finger lightly grazed a teasing trail down to one of her breasts. "Come on, Gloria, we both know what I mean." Her whisper sent a shiver down the brunette's spine, and she shivered some more as the girl's fingertip found its way inside her bra and started toying with her NPL. One of the brunette's hands came up and landed above her head as she gave another sigh, the man starting to move a little faster. Marnie watched as she bit her lip, her eyelids starting to flicker as she tried to breathe steadily. "Go ahead and say it, baby, you want Ash to do so much more to you." I can't." The goth girl frowned a little at her response, glancing down at their position and pondering for a moment. The brunette was confused when she felt her girlfriend's hand leave her chest, followed by the goth girl crawling off of her and onto the bed to her side. Gloria's eyes followed her curiously, nearly gasping in surprise as she felt a pair of hands move up her legs and past her waist. Her eyes were drawn forward again, realizing that Ash was starting to lean closer with his hands now near her armpits to support himself from collapsing on top of her. He hovered closely above her, his manhood still inside of her as she noticed him looking down at her figure. Suddenly feeling self-conscious, she tried to squirm backwards away from him, but her back touched something, making her look back to see that Marnie had moved and sat behind her. "You know you can't lie to yourself, Gloria." The quiet girl's comforting tone made the brunette groan to herself a little, her girlfriend's hands finding her own and holding them at her sides. Gloria swallowed her breath, starting to whimper as she watched his hands reach around beneath her back, finding the zipper on her dress. It didn't take long before she felt her butt be lifted off the bed, her dress being shimmied down her figure until she watched it be tossed elsewhere in the room. Her cheeks burned from her mortification of Ash's eyes staring down at her figure with intense curiosity, the girl feeling as if she wanted to die right that moment. Or at least worn cuter underwear. "Can we keep going, Gloria?" The brunette blinked slowly, her curious eyes looking up at the honest look on his face. She felt as though he was also trying to hide some sort of pain, but considering her previous experience of being intimate with men, you couldn't blame the girl for not understanding why. Ash watched the girl's head turn to its side, looking bashful as Marnie looked down at her with a warm and knowing smile. Fine." Her voice was much quieter than before, but despite her clear embarrassment, both Ash and Marnie heard her loud and clear. Pretty soon, the brunette was miming beyond her control as Ash had developed a rhythm of movement, his hips bucking forward and back in succession. The man was almost surprised when the brunette's arms eventually found their way over his shoulders and met on the back of his neck, noticing that Marnie's hands were now on the brunette's cheeks as she was leaning down and kissing her from above. He might not have been able to see Gloria's facial reactions anymore, but he could still hear the brunette's mms muffled by the couple's makeout. Instead, Ash decided to let his gaze wander a little south before one of his hands reached out and pulled Gloria's bra down off her chest. The brunette could definitely feel herself becoming more embarrassed, especially when she felt her nipples getting harder again when his palms started massaging her breast. It wasn't long before she felt the need to turn her head slightly, her lips parting from Marnie's so that she could release a sharp gasp when she felt Ash's lips connect with her other breast. Her body acted instinctively when one of her hands found Ash's forehead, attempting to push him away before she found herself stifling a mm. Marnie resumed kissing her as Ash began suckling her breast while massaging the other, occasionally giving a gentle nibble on her skin. With the experience he recently earned with Sonia and Bea, Ash had gained quite a bit of confidence in being able to pleasure a woman's chest, and Gloria's reactions were definitely telling him what he wanted to hear. The brunette's legs were soon bent at the knees, her ankles planted near her, but as her legs trembled at the delighted feeling of section. Ash wasn't expecting one of her ankles to find its way to his lower back, but it started trying to pull him in eagerly nonetheless, so he decided to finally help the girl out for real. Gloria didn't even have time to react between the moment Ash's moves grew faster, and his teeth and massaging hands started rolling her nipples, before she released an odd mixture of a squeal and heavy groan into the kiss with her girlfriend. Her climax dropped like a ton of bricks, almost forced out of her against her will as she began twitching like crazy. Ash lightly dragged his fingers up her legs starting at her ankles, prompting a mindless and anxious whimper from the brunette before his palms stopped on the underside of her thighs. He propped them up in the air a little, keeping them supported before he started bucking his hips even faster, driving a delighted squeal out from the girl beyond her control. He clenched his teeth as her tightness, adorable reactions, the sight of her and Marnie's near-naked bodies, and his own prolonged release finally started to become unbearable, his manhood driving in and out of her like a piston before he finally delivered one final move, emitting a deep groan as he did so. Just as he felt it happen, he quickly managed to pull his length out of her and let his aching manhood slap lightly against her abdomen, the tip already starting to expand as it was quickly filled with his load. Despite grunting to himself with each flex to let out everything he had held back, he could see that the two girls had stopped kissing and were both now looking directly at the foreign object just below Gloria's stomach. He could see a strong sense of curiosity in their eyes as they watched the rubber tip grow in size, before he noticed Gloria glance up at her girlfriend with a look that seemed just as curious. Regaining his breath, Ash felt the waves of joy start to fade as his member gave its last few twitches, but still remaining sturdy. Before his own hand could reach the condom to dispose of it, he noticed a smaller and more delicate hand give a curious poke at the bulbous tip of the fabric, her fingertip sinking into it slightly. His eyes followed the finger up the arm it was connected to, narrowing his eyes a little as he looked at the girl who had done that. Gloria, the brunette blinked, her eyes shifting up to look into his as if surprised. She looked back down at her hand, her cheeks suddenly going red as she pulled it back to her chest, now trying to cover herself from his gaze as she looked away, looking ashamed. His eyes narrowed a little more. What was that? She was such a man-hater only just earlier today, but had her mindset changed already? Almost as if Ash had in fact read her mind, the brunette's thoughts were a jumbled mess. Why had she done that? Why was there so much? Why did it almost feel springy on her fingertip? Was it really supposed to feel that warm? These thoughts and many more, mostly revolving around the thought of a man's décolleté or her loathing of men or a combination of the two, raced through her mind endlessly. She found her eyes drawn to the load contained by the fabric once more, feeling her throat starting to become dry as she stared at it. She had heard of women who dot with that stuff but that had to be gross. There was no way that could feel or taste good. Go on, babe. You did earn it. Her eyes looked up to the upside-down face of Marnie, who she could see was smiling supportively and referring to what was on her mind. And no, I don't, you have it all wrong, I wasn't thinking of. The brunette's eyes looked away shyly, making the quieter girl's eyes soften as she watched her. Usually it was Gloria mocking Marnie for the adorable reactions, but in the bedroom, Marnie would usually have the advantage like this. And now having Ash here was making it even easier for the goth girl, especially when a playful idea came to mind. Okay, then. I guess if you don't want it. The brunette's eyes followed Marnie's hand as it reached for the man in front of them, her smaller fingers finding the irked member and carefully prying away the rubber casing. With a little help from Ash, she managed to get it off and held it in the air as she looked at it curiously, the brunette below her looking back and forth between her and the condom with an almost worried look. But I have a better idea. Whoa, careful. Ash winced as Marnie's other hand found his, wrapping her fingers around it and pulling it a little. Following her lead to avoid pain, he was guided along Gloria's side until he stopped just beside her shoulder, his D hovering over her as her caramel-colored eyes stared up at it in awe. Without parting from it, Marnie's hand began to slide softly up and down his length, making Ash grunt to himself as he looked at the girl questioningly. He was met with a sly smile in response, as well as a knowing look in her eyes. I'd rather earn some of my own straight from the source. And I'm sure you wouldn't object to this, right, Ash? He was forced to swallow his breath as he felt his D twitch eagerly in her hand, and she certainly noticed it too as her eyes looked down, growing more excited at the feeling. Almost resembling a child with a new toy, the girl quickly lowered herself onto her stomach above Gloria's head, the quieter girl's face inches away from his irked tip as she continued stroking it slowly. He was starting to grow impatient at the teasing sensation, but didn't want to sound like a JRK about it, especially considering the girl had no prior experience like this. So he kept quiet, letting the girl eye his manhood up and down curiously. Incredible. This thing really fit inside me. And Gloria. Hey, Marth. The brunette's near protest went unfinished as her eyes widened a little, watching her girlfriend's face hover closer to the meat rod. Ah, dash. Marnie. Ash was taken aback as the girl's lips suddenly wrapped around his, quickly moving further as he felt more of his errand be bathed in the warmth of her mouth. He nearly stumbled over, feeling one of the quiet girl's hands find his hip to hold him in place, then felt her tongue start to move inside her mouth. Even though her lips could only reach just about halfway down his, he almost let out a gasp, barely managing to stop it before sharply inhaling through his nose. Her tongue had started circling his tip, her lips gliding up and down his length ever so carefully, and her eyes were looking up at him with such curiosity to gauge his reactions. She was supposed to be a lesbian, so why was she so good at this? Shish. Goof. Ash managed to decipher what she was asking, despite his D still in her mouth muffling her words, grunting a little with a few nods. He noticed the girl's eyes shine a little, the corners of her mouth peeking upward slightly as she tried to continue what she was doing. He raised one hand above her head before carefully brushing her bangs off to the side, noticing they had started to droop into her eye. With the suggestive skiing sounds and the evidently eager movements of her girlfriend, Gloria watched with a small frown on her face as she started to get an odd feeling in her stomach as she watched what played out just above her. She knew that she had agreed to this, but wasn't it supposed to be just SEC? And what was with that, you earned it, stuff? It's not like Gloria wanted that, she was coerced. Forced. There is no way she would ever want a man's SMN. And she certainly wasn't jealous of Marnie for trying to get some herself. She didn't have any feelings for Ash whatsoever. No way. And definitely not his D-. His hard. Gross. Big. Hot. Big. Marnie, that feels so guodmn, perplexed by his reaction, but very welcoming of the twitching eagerly in her mouth as it grew a little harder. Marnie's eyes looked up at him oddly. Ceasing her movement for a moment, she heard a sound that she kind of recognized, tilting her head a little to look down. Just south of the errand she was having fun with, she noticed a pair of familiar lips suckling on a dangling sack of stretchy skin, as proven by how the lips were pulling it away from its host a little to test its durability. Glor. Not even bothering to take the D out of her mouth, the quieter girl eyed her girlfriend curiously as the brunette felt an orb within the sack be pulled in past her lips, making the man gasp out in shock. Gloria silently opened her eyes and looked up at Marnie, letting their eyes meet for a moment, before she closed them again and returned her focus to toying with Ash's ball. The goth girl's eyes narrowed in suspicion, finally making her release her ORL grasp on Ash's manhood. No fair, he's mine right now. Well, that I got bored just watching. Ash gave a puzzled look to the brunette lying on her back, watching as she dragged her tongue over his sack before gently skiing another ball in her mouth. She released it after a few moments, her nose scrunching up slightly. Tastes weird. Men.no worse than silicone.so. Come try the real thing. Both Ash's and Gloria's eyes shifted to the quiet girl after she spoke, watching her wrap her lips around Ash's tip once more, suckling it like a nursing baby. For Ash, not only was it cute to watch the girl act so childish, but it even felt great too. Too distracted by this, he didn't notice one of the brunette's cheeks puff out slightly as she cast a glare in his direction. Forgetting about someone? Ash suddenly let out a gasp, flinching and becoming worried as he felt a soft hand take hold of his ball and squeeze a little. Ag dash. Gloria, ease up, be gentle. Gentle, his desperate pleas made the brunette break into a smile, her hands starting to shift the two orbs around inside the sack as if playing with them. Marnie glanced down at her, seeing her happy expression which made the quiet girl feel a little relieved. She didn't think Gloria would have any fun since this started, so seeing that look on her face was such a relief to see. Well, then let's see if you'll forget about me a second time, JRK, Ash's brow furrowed at her words, looking down to see the brunette rolling over and shifting herself beside Marnie in a similar position. Before he could question her, the brunette's hand found the base of his, which was still currently submerged in Marnie's mouth. She acted in a similar way to Marnie when she started, giving light strokes to the exposed half of his length as Marnie watched her, almost feeling a sense of pride as she resumed focus on her half of the work. "Come on, babe, have a taste. It smells so strong gross. But it's like a good gross don't you think?" Not really. Yet again, Ash found himself stunned silent at the position he had found himself in. Not once, not twice, but for a third time since arriving in Galar, Ash found himself in bed with a woman, and two, this time. Looking down in a mixture of pleasure and awe, he watched the black-haired goth girl liking up and down one side of his, while the other half was taken care of in a similar way by the brunette who hated him only earlier that same day. At this point, Ash wasn't sure what about this he believed the least, that a girl as cute as Marnie was sking his D, the same day they first met, that Gloria was no longer glaring at him like he was a pest that needed exterminating, that he had somehow managed to hold back and only come once so far during all this, or that both girls, who were also dating each other, were sking his D, at the same time. Seriously, how do you wrap your head around all that? It's like some kind of adult novel or something. Gloria, stop trying to hog him. The quieter girl's playful whining made Ash chuckle, then immediately groaned as the brunette took hold of his ball again. Whatever. You're the one who helped force him on me earlier. I'm just getting payback. Ash could feel her grip was more gentle than earlier, making him sigh at the sensation as his family jewels rolled between her fingers. Marnie's eyes narrowed on the brunette in suspicion, a quiet grunt of dissatisfaction emitting from her vocal cords before she quickly wrapped her lips around just his tip, sking much more intensely. God Ash. Marnie, not so intense. Gloria glanced up and noticed a strained mix of pleasure and surprise on Ash's face, getting another odd feeling in her stomach. Though at this point, she would be a fool to try and call it odd anymore, since she knew exactly what it was. She just didn't want to admit it. Hey, JRK, thought I said not to forget about me, the man couldn't help but gasp before groaning a little louder, feeling Gloria's lips expand around nearly his whole sack. Using her tongue, she parted his jewels so that one pressed to the inside of either cheek, making the man groan more deeply, which made Marnie cast him a worried look. The brunette, on the other hand, found his reactions fun and amusing, so she obviously continued, rolling them around against the inside of her mouth. Ash's hands fell to the bed sheets on either side of him, forced to support him as he felt his stature growing a little shaky as the girls tag-teamed his GNTLS. After a few minutes, Ash somehow found their positions changed with himself kneeling over top of Marnie as she lied between his knees, her lips now playing with his ball like her girlfriend had while Gloria was getting her own taste of what Marnie had spoken so highly of. Despite Ash's grown SXL experience in the past few days, he knew that he wouldn't be able to last much longer against these two at the same time. Oh, Ash. Hey, what are you doing? Don't worry, just lie like that. The two girls, one eagerly excited and the other anxiously worried, remained still as Ash's hands repositioned them, as well as himself. The end result made Gloria frown a little. She was lying on her back again, with Marnie lying directly on top of her in the same direction, while Ash was on his knees behind their heads, his D, hovering mere inches from Marnie's lustful eyes. Hey, this seems a little. The brunette's expression seemed to show a little hesitation about something, but her voice went unheard. Ash was already starting to grunt under his breath as Marnie's lips took no time to eagerly latch around his, making the brunette's eyes narrow a little as she felt jealousy rising in her once more. Giving neither Ash nor her girlfriend any warning, both of them gasped as Gloria started having her own fun, her lips around Ash's ball and her hands slipping beneath Marnie's panties. Babe. Marnie was drowning in lust as she groaned with Ash's D against her cheek, trying to resume her skiing on it, but the brunette was proving too distracting. Ash winced, tensing up a little as he felt her teeth graze against his mindlessly, but Gloria beneath her was making up for it with interest as her tongue played with his jewels. The brunette felt a soft touch on her cheek, seeing one of Ash's hands moving down past her eye to tuck some loose hair behind her ear. She used her free hand to grab his before it pulled away, releasing the orbs from her mouth before skiing down on one of his fingers, hearing him groan a little in response. Despite her change of attitude, he was still surprised at this, not thinking of her as the straightforward type. But as she brought a second finger into her lips, her tongue tracing around them skillfully, he felt a familiar tingling starting to well up in his ball. He pulled his D out of Marnie's lips, earning a disappointed groan from the quiet girl before poking his tip against Gloria's lips, sending a flash of heat between her legs. Marnie whimpered with a small frown as she watched her girlfriend's lips part open, his length sliding in as the brunette ummed against his skin. The man could feel he reached just short of how much Marnie could take in, feeling his tip reach resistance a little early, which made the trio hear the brunette GG a little. Gloria looked down at the remainder of the meat which was left out of her mouth, making her feel a little disappointed in herself before she tightened the grip of her lips on his skin, skin abruptly hard, which made Ash grunt and nearly fall forward. Marnie could feel herself getting more jealous after seeing Ash's reaction, bringing her head down and straightening her neck with her chin against Gloria's. "Come on, Ash, don't just spoil her." Ash blinked as he looked down, seeing the quiet girl with her mouth open and her tongue hanging out, a strong look of desire in her eyes. "I want a taste, too," the brunette groaned quietly as she felt his length pull out of her, then she could no longer hide a groan of annoyance as she watched it slide into Marnie's lips. "I said to stop ignoring me already." Ash hesitated, unsure of how to react. Noticing that Gloria's mouth remained open with her tongue out a little, he thought of going back to her, but somehow Marnie seemed to notice this from a glance up to his face, carefully holding the tips of her teeth against his skin to keep him in place. The man felt like he was in a no-win situation. He couldn't give attention to one girl without the other complaining about it. So what was he supposed to do to make both girls happy together? When he felt Marnie's teeth part from him, he quickly slipped away as she groaned again in disappointment. Given the opportunity he provided, he put a hand over his tip and sure enough, Gloria's lips pressed against it, prompting a similar groan from her as both girls' eyes looked up to him questioningly. "Here." Marnie felt a hand on the top of her head, applying a little pressure to make her tilt her head downward slightly. She found herself looking down in Gloria's eyes, and the brunette doing the same in return as Ash adjusted until his hovered in the air between them. Both girls glanced down curiously at it, then looked back to each other's eyes, getting the same idea at this moment. Matching with Ash's hopes, he felt the girl's lips attached to the top and bottom of his, suckling on his skin before starting to drag up and down in opposite directions. He could feel his energy building by the second, his eyes finally noticing the panty-clad butt of the quiet girl on top, and the small dimples of her lower back as her butt arched upward. Neither of the girls were expecting the shocked yelp that escaped Marnie's vocal cords. Gloria watched curiously as her eyes went wide, looking up at Ash in shock before her eyelashes started to flicker, a lustful look overcoming her eyes. Unbeknownst to the brunette, thanks to their position preventing her from seeing, Marnie's lustful eyes were a result of the quiet girl's back arching further as a pair of stronger hands had taken hold of her thighs, raising her butt into the air before Ash's lips hungrily pressed to her crotch. The girl's tongue work on his became lazy, the feeling of his tongue between her legs making her mind grow hazier by the second. He teased up and down the outside of her opening for a few moments, then quickly drove in and hastened his pace, making the girl cry out a little before stopping and repeating. He could see her legs starting to tremble a little in the air to either side, also feeling the occasional twitch of the small muscles in her thighs. Both girls ummed a little as he started to move his hips, his D dragging past their lips and past their chins before pulling back, and starting to repeat. Gloria looked down at the moving manhood curiously, watching and starting to remember his rhythm, before seizing her chance. As Ash's tip pulled back, Gloria nudged her chin against Marnie's and pushed her head upward a little, so when Ash's hips bucked forward his D drove straight into her waiting mouth. Ash groaned a little into Marnie's crotch, which prompted a similar noise from her in response as the brunette's ORL grip on him tightened, but he still managed to pull away, much to her disappointment. Before he could buck forward again, Marnie got her revenge against her girlfriend and did the same thing to her, his D filling her own mouth instead. Despite not noticing the subtle changes between their mouths, he continued to move his hips eagerly, the girls taking alternating turns in receiving his length with an eager against his skin as it filled their mouths. Ash's eyes looked past Marnie's crotch and noticed one of Gloria's hands playing with herself, piquing his curiosity before he reached a hand around and gave her a helping hand of his own. The brunette gasped in surprise, but gave no objection to the action as his fingers started playing with her in a way that she couldn't compare to herself. She felt a small shock to her loins each time his finger moved inside, and each time he brushed across her CLT, her hips shook involuntarily. Both girls could feel a familiar pressure beneath their stomachs, growing stronger as the man pleasured both of them at the same time. M.March. I.ICA ain't. It's okay. Babe. Me, too. Let's do it. Together. Following their supportive words for each other, Ash increased the speed of his hips. His tip easily reached the back of their throats with each forward movement, the girls no longer caring as they gagged loudly at the sensation, only further driving Ash's energy to continue. The two girls could feel their climaxes getting closer, their bodies starting to tremble in anticipation as they felt so hot it was almost unbearable. Ash could feel their tongues now finding his tip before it either mouth, starting to fight and pull him in their direction, intensifying the tingling in his ball. As he felt it start to travel towards the base of his member, Ash slurped loudly on Marnie's opening while his tongue drove in and out rapidly, one hand on her lower back to keep her butt in the air while his other hand's index and middle finger moved into Gloria at a similar pace as his tongue, his thumb brushing circles on her CLT. Both girls ummed out loudly, the man feeling their lips tighten on his tongue and fingers simultaneously before he finally couldn't take it anymore. Both girls' minds nearly went blank as they were driven to orgasm together, their lips falling slightly into a lazy half-kiss before being covered in a hot and sticky substance. Ash grunted with each forceful spurt of SMN, feeling his two fingertips inside of the brunette become doused by her love juice while his tongue was bathed in Marnie's. His eyes were clenched shut due to his own release, but he could feel from the slight shift in Marnie's weight as her legs shook uncontrollably in the air to either side of his head, and he knew that Gloria's figure on the bed must be going through a similar experience. Ash nearly flinched and gasped as he felt their tongues find the head of his, grazing around it as he continued to eject SPRM onto what he could only assume was their faces. And sure enough, when Ash finally felt his orgasm subside and pulled his head out from between Marnie's legs, tilting to the side a bit and looking down, he saw the two girls lazily liking his with a large amount of his SMN on their lips and cheeks. When his senses started to come back, he began to feel a little worried when he noticed just how much cum had landed on Gloria's face, thinking the girl would want to murder him when she snapped out of it. But he decided to keep quiet, gently lowering Marnie's lower half back on top of her girlfriend's, watching their trembling start to dissipate. When the girls started to come back to their senses, both of them blinked as they looked at each other, seeing the condition they were both in. They glanced up to Ash's D, which still had a stream of jizz leaking from the tip, then back to each other. They both had a strong conflict ion of emotions. Marnie was relieved to see her girlfriend, who was usually such an avid man-hater and protested Ash's presence from the very start, now in euphoria thanks to that very same man. Gloria was relieved to see her girlfriend happy, despite it being thanks to a man and not herself, and was having trouble believing that she was somehow roped into it as well. But what both girls shared in common? They loved the look of SMN on each other's face, and the taste on their lips wasn't as bad as either of them imagined. Ash grunted, steadying himself as he watched the girls begin to kiss each other with his D between them. The smacking sounds of their lips against each other's lips as well as against his skin weren't exactly helping either, making his member twitch in excitement as their tongues cleaned each other of the sticky substance that covered them. While Marnie switched to Ash's tip and SCKED eagerly like a child with a bottle, Gloria began cleaning her cheeks and jawline before the girls switched, forcing Ash to look away and think of something else to avoid risk of becoming excited again. After a few minutes, the two girls got up and sat beside each other, curiously looking at the results of their cleaning each other's faces. Gloria could still hardly believe that she was involved in this, and Marnie couldn't believe that she had somehow convinced Gloria to join in, but neither one were truly bothered as they both broke into a delighted smile. So, was it as good as you imagined, Mar? The brunette's question made the quiet girl ponder for a moment, before her smile grew a little. Even better. And I'm sure you would agree, too, huh? The brunette blushed, glancing quickly to Ash's manhood before she lowered her head slightly in shame. Marnie watched her reaction in amusement, before wrapping her arms around her and pulling her into a tight hug. Thank you, Gloria. I'm sorry I was too afraid to ask you. But I'm so thankful that you were understanding. It's okay, Mar. And also, the brunette cast a quick glance to Ash, noticing a curious look on his face before she narrowed her eyes on him in suspicion, moving her lips closer to Marnie's ear and covering it with her hand for secrecy. Thank you. For sharing. The quiet girl smiled more at her whispered words, pulling back and making the brunette suspicious about her expression. You're really cute, you know that. Gloria blushed more, puffing one of her cheeks in frustration while gently punching the other girl's shoulder. Shut up. Ash's eyes shifted back and forth between the girls, starting to smile to himself at their interaction. Most men would probably be thinking about bragging to their friends about having a THRSM, or trying to go round 3 with them, or even trying to take a photo as some kind of evidence, but not Ash. Watching the two girls, all he could do was feel happy. He had done his part in helping relieve the awkward tension between them. Sure, the SEC for him was a bonus, but he was more relieved by the happy smiles on both of the girls in front of him. He was trying not to think it back at the cafe when he first saw them, but now he could no longer, nor want to, deny the fact. These girls were both super cute, but maybe that's part of the reason they seemed even better when they were together. Hey, Ash, he blinked out of his thoughts, now noticing that both girls were looking at him, which nearly made him jump. He suddenly grew nervous because of his thoughts, focusing a little more on Gloria's gaze before looking to Marnie. Why yes, he noticed the brunette's eyes narrow on him slightly, not helping with his nervous feeling before he noticed the quiet girl nudge Gloria's arm. She glanced over to Marnie, giving a quiet sigh to herself before looking forward again with the suspicion removed from her eyes. Thank you. For everything. Marnie's calm words perplexed him a little, looking at her curiously before looking to Gloria. But why bother, right? It's not like she would thank him, or even treat him like a person now that they weren't having. Yeah, thank you, Ash, he blinked a few times, not believing the words from her mouth. Both girls could clearly see the shock on his face, making Marnie chuckle a little while looking to her girlfriend, who was starting to pout in frustration. Shut up. I can be nice, you know, and I'll only ever thank you this once, got it? Right, I was just surprised, is all. I didn't expect you to thank me, I thought you would go back to looking at me like I'm dirt, or something. The brunette's cheeks flushed red as Marnie began to laugh more, covering her mouth and turning away a little. Did I really act that badly? Kinda, yeah. Oh, why bad, I guess. Ash smiled as he gave a quiet sigh to himself. A hesitant and half-butted apology like that, yeah, that sounded more like the Gloria he had met earlier. Anyway, I really do appreciate your help. You didn't even know what the problem between us was, and yet you were still willing to blindly help. I can't thank you enough for that. It's alright. After everything today, I'd be okay calling us even. He waved his wrist in the air dismissively, making the brunette appear hesitant before giving a small nod and looking away to the side. So, Ash, he looked back to the quieter girl, who had managed to calm her laughter and was looking at him a little shyly. His brow furrowed at this, noticing one of her hands slide over and finding Gloria's before taking hold of it. If you don't mind me asking, were you sticking around Hammerlock for a while? I didn't exactly have plans, but it's not like I've got anywhere to rush off to. Why do you dash? Then Ash stopped. That sounded a little too hopeful to be idle small talk. Well, we did reserve this room for an overnight stay. Gloria's head turned at this. What, Mar? You still want it? You're not done. Well, you did say that you're okay with it. I meant the once. I thought that would be enough to get it out of your system. And so did I. Until Ash started, and it just felt so good, and come on, you can't say that you didn't enjoy it. What, Ash? This isn't about me. Ash smiled as he watched the two girls start to bicker, unable to resist chuckling, which got their attention. Marnie smiled at his reaction while Gloria blushed again, looking ashamed before Marnie pulled her into a kiss. When she pulled away, she moved her lips to Gloria's ear on the opposite side of where Ash was. "I won't expect you to tell Ash, but you know you can't hide the truth from me, babe." Ash watched as the redness of Gloria's cheeks got worse, becoming curious at the unheard words that Marnie had just whispered to her. After a happy smile, Marnie sat back on the bed and raised her hips, tugging the final piece of fabric on her figure down her legs, shaking the underwear in the air a little while giving Ash a knowing look. "So then, Ash, need a place to stay for the night?" Ash was almost dumbfounded, not able to find his words as he watched the girl tease him with her own underwear and an oddly stuck smile that did not match her personality at all. He cast a brief look to Gloria, expecting the brunette to have a hard negative response to this. But even more oddly than Marnie's smile, she looked bashful. "Well, if you need a place to stay the night that it would be convenient." Ash blinked a few times at her coy words, noticing a sly smile on Marnie's face as she looked over at the brunette knowingly. He looked back and forth between the two girls, once again wondering the same question that seemed to highlight the past few days of his life: how did he end up this lucky? "And if you say yes, you can come take this pair off yourself." Hey. Marnie, don't just offer my underwear without my permission." "Ash, that is not a valid offer," the man chuckled, watching as Gloria tried to squirm away, but was now held down by Marnie as the goth girl held her legs apart with one hand showcasing the brunette's panties still being worn. Both girls' eyes were drawn down as they noticed Ash's manhood give a few happy twitches, starting to regain his former solidarity, which made both girls swallow their breaths as their loins started to feel warmer. Marnie turned directly away from Ash, lying her head on Gloria's chest and looking back at him with a playful pout, arching her back and wiggling her hips back and forth teasingly in the air. "Don't just stand there, treat me like your doggy even more, Ash." The man's deep grew harder instantly at her words, the brunette puffing a cheek in frustration as she became embarrassed at her own thoughts. If you really insist, but if you even think of calling me doggy, I will make you regret it." Ash chuckled nervously at the difference in their reactions, ignoring the suspicious look he was receiving from the brunette, despite her hand pulling her panties aside to reveal her eager womanhood. With one exposing herself while the other wiggled her butt to beckon him over, he gave a quiet sigh to himself. "Well, at this point, why not, am I right?" And once more, that particular room of the Love Hotel became filled with the sounds and pleasures that derive from its very purpose of existence. No one else in the building could hear the MMS of the three indulging in each other's bodies, nor the new squeals and euphoric cries they emitted when one of them finally decided to break out the toys in the leather bag beside the bed. I can't say for sure who it was, but let's just say, Gloria had a little motive to get revenge on her girlfriend for helping a man get her into bed with him. But despite all that, Galar was nowhere near running out of SXL interest. And what that meant was, unbeknownst to the raven-haired young man this tale follows, that somewhere in the region was one more state of affair that the universe had placed for his path to cross. Is it a case of destiny? Or is this perhaps truly a series of cases that have been strung along by pure luck of the young man from Kanto? Ash could never know for sure, nor could the gorgeous ebony model unknowingly waiting for his unplanned arrival. But maybe after a few days of rest for the exhausted man, the tide of fate might be a little more compassionate. Galarian Gestures, Chapter 4, A Model's Envy. The sun was shining down on the grassy fields, a gentle breeze making the blades of grass sway ever so slightly as it whistled across the land. The temperature was nice as well, which made this the perfect area for wild Pokémon to graze and live in peace. Sure, the wandering trainers who passed through could be a little annoying sometimes, but there was the occasional stronger Pokémon who could help out the weaker ones if they were ever bothered by humans. Most humans would take off running when they saw a Macamp running towards them, or if a Gyarados were swimming towards them, and that sight provided entertainment for the smaller species. Yes, all in all, the wild area was very nearly a perfect habitat for Pokémon. Which is why a certain raven-haired trainer was finally able to relax so peacefully right now. Ash sighed in content, arms crossed behind his head as he lied on the soft grass. He could feel the sun's rays keeping him warm, while the breeze was keeping him from growing too warm, and the sound of the lake at the base of the hill made this seem like the perfect place to relax. And boy, was it ever, Ash had definitely earned it, considering the crazy things happening in his life lately. It's not as if he didn't enjoy any of it, but all men have their limits, no matter how much they might brag about it. And even though Ash has never breathed a bragging word about his endurance, the past week has shocked even him in how much he's been able to handle. But still, there's always a limit. Ash let out an exhausted sigh as the memories of the past week drifted through his mind. Thankfully he had enough self-control to not let them affect his body, seeing as how he was in a public place and all, but he still had to wonder about it. No matter how much he pondered, he couldn't see how any of this had happened to him, let alone consecutively. I mean, he had been through SEC, to job offers, to working out, to SEC, to being a third wheel, to being a romantic therapist, to SEC, to more section. He thought dealing with B was a struggle, but at least she was only one person to focus on at once. Although, despite everything, picturing their faces in his mind made him crack a small smile. He had only ever been friends with a girl before, and he just couldn't bring himself to see a good friend like May or Dawn as a romantic interest, since their travels together had made him see them more as sisters if anything. But then that day exactly 1 week ago in the lab, meeting Sonia, and seeing her smile just triggered something. Then the same thing happened with B, even though that time actually started with her teasing him, but that's beside the point. And then again with Marnie, and even Gloria, it was like seeing the smile of a girl he wasn't already close to started up a part of his heart he didn't even know he had. But was this even genuinely liking them? Was this the feeling everyone talked about that would start towards love? Or was he just some kind of playboy? How the hell was he supposed to figure any of this out on his own? Whatever, he could worry about that later. He had all the time in the world, but right now, he just wanted to relax his mind as much as his body in this calming atmosphere. The past 2 days had been a blessing for his body since the moment he left the Love Hotel. It was a bit of an amusing surprise to see the two girls revert to their normal selves once outside, but despite Marnie's shyness and Gloria's gung-ho affection for Marnie, both girls were willing to try and convince him to stay with them a little longer. He had an inkling of how that would play out, though, so he played it safe and said he had other plans in Galar, which made the girls a little disappointed. But just as it had happened with Sonia and B, both Marnie and Gloria coaxed him into exchanging phone numbers on their cells. He had hoped it was only for talking and remaining friends, but something about their energy when getting his number made him a little suspicious. He stretched his arms above his head, a quiet grunting sound escaping him as he did so before he completely relaxed again. He couldn't even remember the last time he could relax so freely like this. He had been stressing out so much over his developments with multiple women lately, this past week has seemed to last forever. He never fully realized just how exhausted he was, so relaxing like this is just what he needed. No worries, no stress, no woman begging him for one more round, just him and nature. Just resting. Easy. Ash's eyes snapped open when his snore grew louder, making him jolt upright. He rubbed his eyes, groaning to himself a little in disappointment. He was a little disappointed that his dream was cut so short, even if it wasn't some CC dream about fraternizing in the workplace, or being teased in a public gym, but he still enjoyed the lack of stress about it. Anyway, now that he was awake, he should probably get going and do something today. It's not like he could lounge around forever. But upon turning his head, his eyes found something that made him stop. The hill he sat on arched upward further out beside him, flattening out at the peak as it overlooked the lake beneath. He had chosen this spot earlier because it was so peaceful, and it lacked any other people around to potentially bother him, but now it seemed he wasn't so alone anymore. And he wasn't sure whether it was the way the sun was cast on her, or how her hair swayed freely in the breeze behind her, or the overall grace of her whole image, but something made his eyes unable to peel away. He watched the woman part her black and white striped blazer down the middle, pulling it off her back and lowering it onto the grass beside her. Discarding her garment revealed a red crop top that cut short just beneath her chest, the edges of the fabric angled inward as they led from under her arms towards the center of her neck, stopping at the collar with two small straps leading around her neck. The entirety of her arms were bare and visible, as well as the midriff from the edge of the top down to her waist, though Ash couldn't see it very clearly given the distance between them. Her arms moved up to pull the stray strands of hair Ash couldn't see on her face behind her ears, her hands trying to gather all of her deep blue hair to one point. Though Ash could still notice the bright streaks of sky blue highlights in her hair, his eyes were drawn south as one of her legs moved backward a little, her change of stance slightly adjusting the black skirt-like fabric tied around her waist. He noticed the fabric hike up on her upper leg a little, making him think for a split moment that he wished he was closer and could see better before he forced that thought out of his head. His eyes narrowed curiously, wondering who the woman was and what she was doing as he watched her stretch her arm to the opposite side in front of her, then repeated, all while alternating in bending her knees. He couldn't help but feel as though she looked familiar, not to mention the almond-colored complexion of her skin. It didn't seem like something you would see every day, which made it all the more interesting in his eyes. If he didn't know better, he would have thought she was a model or something as he watched her move closer to the edge of the land overlooking the water. Maybe that's why she seemed familiar. Wasn't there some famous model in Galar who doubled as a gym leader? Or maybe it was the other way around. He figured that must be it as her toes neared the last blades of grass beneath her, making him ponder on the gym leaders of Galar in his head as he watched the female form begin to fall through the air beneath the... Wait, what? What the hell? Ash jumped to his feet in a panic, snapping back to reality as he noticed that the woman had jumped right off the cliff, just like that. Before he could even think, his feet were already rushing his body down the hillside towards the edge of the water as he watched her form fall straight downward, his eyes wide in panic before glancing down at the last moment. He dug his shoes into the dirt, managing to slide to a stop just before he reached the water as he looked up again just in time to watch the woman's straightened form fall straight into the water with a splash. It wasn't big, like she had belly flopped or anything, but grand enough to match the grace of her dive. Ash's eyes looked up to the top of the hillside where she had jumped from, then back to the fading ripple of the water where she disappeared, struggling with an internal debate. Should he jump in and help her? Should he stay out of it and pretend he didn't see it? What if this was some weird suicide attempt? What if she didn't even come back up for air? What if she was already dead and he was just some poor nearby bloke who would be suspected when the body was found? Arg, what the hell was he supposed to dash? Then a large splash nearly scared him, making him fall back onto the grass behind him as he looked up. His eyes went wide, not in horror, but in awe. The way the sun shined on its scales made the beautiful serpent almost glow in the daylight, twinkles of sparkling rainbow light visible across portions of its body. It opened its mouth and cried out its name, its voice sounding almost as angelic as its appearance, before gravity started to help with its descent in the air. As it fell, its body started to turn slightly, making Ash squint a little as he noticed something on its back. He was almost too stunned by everything to recognize that it was the woman who had jumped into the water riding on its back, blinking in a stupor as they dove back gracefully beneath the water's surface with another splash. A few moments passed in almost complete silence before the surface of the water broke once again, the serpent's upper half rising above the water along with the woman on its back. Ash's thoughts of helping or even saving her quickly dissipated in his mind when he watched the pair start to swim in a figure-8 pattern, quickly coming to the realization that her jump was most definitely intentional, but also planned. Still in a daze as he watched them swim around, the raven-haired man didn't even notice that 10 minutes passed rather quickly. He barely noticed as the serpent finally made its way towards the shallow edge of the water, circling around and letting the woman hop off its back and onto dry land. She turned and faced the water before kneeling down, seeing the serpent's head floating as close as it could get to her. "Sorry I couldn't stay longer, Milotic. I promise I'll stick around longer the next time, okay?" The serpent gave a nod, chiming its name before turning and diving back beneath the water's surface. The dark-skinned woman straightened up, brushing some strands of wet hair on her cheek behind her ear before turning her head, stopping when she noticed the lone man standing by the water's edge. "Oh, hello, I guess our splashing around must have woken you up, huh?" The woman's eyes narrowed slightly, watching him blink a few times before his eyes seemed to adjust and realize that she was no longer in the water. Then he began to panic. Oh. Sorry, I was just that I noticed you jump into the water, and got concerned, and didn't realize that you. Oh, I see. I suppose that would be a little alarming if you didn't know. Her eyes looked up to the top of the hillside where she had jumped from, looking up and down the noticeable height of her jump. Well, yeah, and I really hope this doesn't sound rude or anything. The woman watched with curious eyes as the man became bashful, which in a way did not surprise her. She had met all kinds of people over the years, including all sorts of interactions with shy fans, overexcited fans, intimidated fans, you name it. This was just the sort of thing she was used to in her everyday life when she wasn't working. You are Nessa, right? As in the gym leader and model? Yes, that's right. Ash swallowed his breath, suddenly feeling a bit nervous. Sure, he had considered her graceful at first sight up on the hill, but now she was directly in front of him and he knew for sure it was her. It felt as if the aura of maturity and grace in the air around her threatened to swallow him whole. Is something the matter? No, sorry, it's more like. Ash grew quiet, becoming more embarrassed. A famous gym leader model was standing right in front of him. How was he supposed to admit that he was intimidated? Oh, I see. You must think I'm more intimidating in person, right? Ash flinched, his brow furrowing with a look of shock. She just totally read his mind and didn't look at all fazed by it. It's okay, there's no need to be nervous. I'm still only a person, there's no need to treat me any differently than anyone else. Huh. But you're a gym leader, and a model. I mean, you're an actual celebrity. Ash's remark made Nessa give a quiet sigh to herself, bending her arms across her chest and holding her elbows. Even so, that's only letting society's viewpoint of me cloud your judgment. Sure, it's true that I am more well known for my modeling career, as well as fighting as Hulbury's gym leader. But actions do not change one's basic identity. I am still a human being, so why treat me as anything else? Ash's brow furrowed a little more. Well, that's true, but that doesn't make you as plain as most people might be. I mean, you're a strong Pokemon trainer, and not to mention your beauty, it's no wonder everyone wants to treat you with respect. The words came out so naturally that it took Ash a few moments afterwards to realize what he had just said, starting to grow embarrassed. Thankfully, one look at the gym leader made him realize that his compliment didn't faze her. She must be quite used to comments like that, after all, considering her profession. I don't mean to sound pretentious, but that I think you deserve at least that much respect. I suppose. The woman's grip on her elbows tightened a little, the corner of her mouth sinking slightly. Another day with no luck, she figured, no matter how much she might wish for it. At the same time, Ash grew nervous as he suddenly realized his situation. Sure, he had just complimented her and had it shrugged off, then talked about her celebrity status like it was a gift, but he was so focused on their words that he hadn't really considered the visual of this. Considering she was swimming only minutes earlier, droplets of water still dripped down her slender figure, clinging to her skin thanks to the lack of fabric coverage. Being much closer now helped Ash to more accurately assess her manner of clothing, noticing that her small red top was very closely attached to her almond-colored skin, not to mention the clear lack of anything underneath it. Ash forced himself to keep his eyes averted from the two small points equidistant on her chest, just above her crossed arms. While looking away, he found his gaze drawn further south to the black skirt that now clung to her like a second layer of skin, the angle of the cutoff revealing one leg to her upper thigh while the other only showed to just above her knee. Did you consider it beautiful? Huh? Ash blinked, freezing up. He looked at her, noticing she had turned her body slightly and now had one hand up to her face, brushing some wet hair behind her ear while she looked at him rather curiously. A few moments was all it took before Ash's face warmed up, a shade of crimson appearing on his cheeks as her words repeated in his mind. Considering what he was just thinking about, rather, trying not to think about, and how she seemingly read his mind earlier. Oh, God, could she actually read his mind? Did she know that he was just trying not to check her out? I mean, there is nothing else she could have meant by that exact phrasing. She had to know, she was silently judging him right now, and would judge him even more based on his response. Should he be honest and prove he's a pervert? Or try to deny it and be criticized as a pervert? There was just no winning here. It's okay, I can handle criticism if need be. He swallowed his breath when her arm crossed over her chest, pulled upward slightly, bringing a little more accentuation to the lack of attractive body fat he has seen on that spot of other women. Sure, she didn't have big ones like Sonia, but they were still a fair size, kinda like BEA's. It's not like he would insult them, I mean, in that respect they're still beautiful. Wait, what the hell was he thinking? She was probably hearing his thoughts right now. Purge them all. No thoughts about her BRSTS. No pervy thoughts whatsoever. So, then. What was your opinion? Ash felt his stomach tightening. He wanted to say whatever it took to not get punched, but the thought of lying to her so blatantly just felt wrong. I do think it's incredible, the trainer sighed quietly to himself afterwards, letting his head sink in defeat. He had actually just said it, right to her face. Somebody punch him now. Would you say, graceful? Ash's brow furrowed as he looked at the grass below him. Did she just really ask that? Graceful, he couldn't help but inquire on it. I mean, no offense, but has anyone in history ever used the word graceful to describe BRSTS? Or maybe she was talking about her whole figure and not just. Yes. Did it strike you as elegant? As if it could symbolize the poise and unpredictability of life itself? Whoa, now this was getting a little deep. Poise of life? What the hell was she talking about? He was just being a perv and letting his thoughts wander to appreciating the sight of her chest. He wasn't thinking about life or anything like that. Is this how celebrities are in person? He wasn't sure what to say here. He could follow along, and hope this didn't go somewhere even weirder, or deny it and possibly hurt her feelings. But maybe terms like this were normal for a professional model. Was he the weird one for not understanding any of this? I've been told recently that it was lacking something. He glanced up curiously, noticing a worried look on her face as she looked out at the water. Something that made it obvious I were putting up a front. That I had no depth to my image. Ash blinked. Depth. Did she mean her size? Someone seriously told her that she was lacking size. I've had this issue before in the past, but I always seem to have trouble overcoming it. Every so often, it returns, and my managers have told me that it can help, but I just feel as though time is only an encumbering factor to it. I wouldn't say that. The woman's eyes were drawn back to Ash at his quick response, albeit an absent-minded one. He withdrew a little, scratching his cheek as he looked away nervously. I mean, every person is different, you know. I can't really say you can blame time, that you have plenty of reason to thank it already. The woman's eyes narrowed on him slightly, her head tilting a little. How do you mean? Her inquiry made Ash grow embarrassed again, his hand shifting to the back of his neck. I think you're plenty beautiful already. You shouldn't care what other people say you need improvements on. Given Ash's embarrassment and aversion of his eyes, he wasn't able to see the slight glimmer that appeared in the woman's eyes as she stared at him. That I want to. But I'm afraid the eyes of society are always demanding more, for me to be more, for them to see more. Ash nearly flinched a little, pondering on her implication. Was some shady photographer trying to get her into other fields of modeling? So, I've been trying my best to come up with a solution, one that could potentially last longer than a one-day fix. But I've had very little luck with it. I just can't provide them with the quality that they want. Is that right? He found his eyes naturally drawn back to the woman's top, trying desperately to look away with no success. Listening to her words, all he could think about is the possible disgusting meaning behind them. Ash knew to some extent that corporations and businessmen could be rather ugly on the inside, but never wanted to believe that such demands were being made of women. It made him feel sick. You shouldn't. No, you can't worry about it. The woman glanced over, seeing the man staring at her with a serious look in his eye. Something like that, people just telling you to be better, or to do more. It's unfair and a bunch of crap. The woman remained silent, watching with curious eyes as his fists began to tremble at his sides. No matter the situation, making unfair demands is just plain wrong. But it's even more so when it's some pig making demands of women. I won't try to defend men on something like that, and I won't even bother trying to say that I'm entirely different. I'm no saint. I'm not pure, and there is no man alive who can say any different. We all have our urges, that is unavoidable, but what is avoidable is our failure to stop the desire to act upon those urges. And men who are unable to do that are the problem, because no woman deserves to have to deal with that. So don't just listen to those idiots. They don't own or control you. You choose what you want, not anyone else. You don't really believe that, don't you? Nessa stared at him in awe, a glimmer returning to her eyes of something she thought had left her long ago. Working for so long in her line of work, it was something she thought was no longer possible, that it was hollowed out and replaced during her career. Could this man be someone who truly? Of course I do. I mean, seriously, judging someone just by their looks or by the size of your chest is so messed up. Like honestly, what does it even matter to anyone else? The woman's eyes trailed down from the man, to the grass, then eventually down to her feet. A handful of moments passed before his words really registered in her mind. My chest. What in the world are you talking about? What? Oh, God. Now I see, when I said I was told I lacked depth that you thought I meant in regards to my body. And you thought that I was talking about revealing more skin to the camera. I'm very sorry. When you said you think it's incredible. I'm so sorry. The woman's eyebrow raised a little when she watched the man's head go down to the grass again. They had moved to the top of the hill, now standing beneath the lone tree that provided some shade upon it, with the man on his knees bowing in front of the woman as if begging for his life. Or at least protection of his name from being a pervert. Her hand's grip on her elbow loosened a bit, her other fist against her cheek as she cracked the smallest of smiles. No, it was my fault for not being perfectly clear. Her response made Ash feel even more embarrassed, wanting to dig a grave beneath himself right now. I've never heard a man so willing to comment on my chest before. I really don't know why. I was just trying to be honest. Didn't want to piss you off or offend you. Her fist opened and her palm flattened against her cheek, starting to feel amused. Her eyes slowly trailed down to her arm crossed over her stomach, then to the front of her wet top. She noticed the moisture, recounting their time talking and recalling the constant aversion of his eyes from hers, deducing what he had really been doing as she quickly crossed her arms together, making sure they covered the twin peaks that were visible on her top. Well, I do appreciate your honesty. The woman turned her head, quickly glancing down at her body once more before looking out at the water. To think asking his opinion of her swimming with Milotic could lead to a misunderstanding like this. You can lift your head, I'm not some control freak. Ash's eyes opened, focused on the grass at her remark. He felt cautious, but tilted his head and peeked with one eye. He first noticed that she was now sitting on the ground with the tree supporting her back, holding the blazer she had taken off earlier between her chest and her knees as she hugged them closer. Mixed with the fact that she was sitting facing partly away from him, he unfortunately caught a glimpse past her ankles to see more of the skin that had been previously covered by her skirt. His brain momentarily noticing her skin color grew lighter the further north his gaze dragged along her legs, before he shook the thought from his head. I really am sorry, for all of that. I had no idea you were just talking about how you looked with Milotic. He reluctantly raised his head from the ground, but still refused to look in her direction. Nessa noticed this with a brief glance, feeling the corner of her mouth perk upwards again before she patted her palm on the grass beside her. Ash noticed this, his brow furrowing a little. Don't worry, there's no hard feelings. Why not come relax? The man couldn't help but feel a little anxious at her words, but eventually crawled over with a cautious attitude. He considered sitting where her palm had beckoned him to for a moment, but decided against it and took place on the opposite side of the tree as the woman, planting his back against it. He bent one knee and rested his elbow against it, his eyes wandering out to the side at the body of water. Unbeknownst to him, the woman was doing the exact same thing, a small smile on her face as she watched the sun sparkle slightly off the water's surface. "It's beautiful, isn't it? Huh? Wait, I wasn't Dash. I meant the water. Oh, yeah, it is. Every time I see it, I wonder how something can be so beautiful and tranquil." "Yeah, I'm sure you're used to hearing that from everyone around you." "Well, not many people view the water in the same light as me, so it's not that often." "I didn't mean about the water, I meant you." "Oh," the woman felt her smile grow a little. It was odd, she was so used to getting compliments in her line of work, she had heard nearly anything you could say. Over such an extended time, she had since learned to be able to pick apart sincerity in the words of others, being able to recognize most comments from her photographers or producers as hollow or half-butted. But she wasn't getting that sense right now. "So you truly think I'm beautiful, then?" She closed her eyes, smiling. Any average man would either get embarrassed or sound even more desperate after a prompt like that, so surely this guy would. Of course, her eyes opened quickly. What was that? She was so used to men being intimidated or getting cocky after she backs them into a corner like that, but he just sounded comfortable. Sincere. Was this guy a playboy who was used to this? But then why did his words sound so genuine? Is that right?" On the other side of the tree, Ash's brow furrowed a little at her response. Maybe you're like the one I heard about." "Huh? Say again." He looked over to the grass beside him for no particular reason. "A few days ago, a friend of mine told me that she finally met someone. I thought she was simply lying to me, but the more she tried to tell me about it, the more I started wondering if it was really true," the gym leader explained, looking down at her knees. "Though it still threw me for a loop. I never expected her to find a man that she would actually approve of." "Sounds like your friend's hard to please," Ash commented, resting his head back against the tree and looking up at the clear blue sky. The tanned woman on the other side of the tree cracked a small smirk, but it didn't last long as her thoughts continued in her head. "Yes, she certainly can be. She's always been a strong woman, so a man any weaker than herself was a no-go from the start, even when she gave them her special chances she tells me about." Ash's brow furrowed. "Wait, was she? Chances?" he had to ask, but he really hoped he was wrong. "Yes. You see, her main concern with a man is their physical compatibility." Ash smacked his palm over his face. "No way was that a coincidence. And she's told me about how whenever she finds someone she thinks might have potential, she gives him a trial run. And by that, I mean Dash. I think I know what it means." "Oh. Well, it sounds like she's finally found someone who managed to impress her. She's told me over the phone that she agreed to keep in contact with him, which is the first man she's done that with." The gym leader straightened her legs on the grass, placing her hands on her lap as she looked down at her thumbs starting to twiddle together. "And there's no way I would ever tell her this. But I admit I am kind of jealous." "Right, huh?" Ash blinked, turning his head a little as his brow furrowed. "Why would you be jealous?" "Well, the modeling business doesn't exactly provide a lot of personal time. And what little I do get, there is basically no privacy to it." The woman started tracing small circles on the back of her hand, a small frown on her face as she recalled her previous conversation with her fellow gym leader. "And naturally, my position as both a model and a gym leader is seen as intimidating. So, unlike my friend's active lifestyle, I haven't had much time for my own personal time, if you catch my drift." "I think I do, yeah." He brought a hand to his face and rubbed the arch of his nose between his eyes. "Seriously, what are the odds that she would run into him for all of this?" And so, hearing her talk about this new boy toy of hers it got me feeling a little envious. Especially the ways she bragged about him. Her friend's words drifted back into her mind, bringing back a certain feeling in her chest which drifted to the rest of her body. Her one knee turned inward slightly, starting to rub awkwardly against her other leg. "Wait, she brags about Dash. Ash's question was cut short as he felt a vibrating sensation in his pocket. He pulled out his phone, looking at the screen and seeing the notification icon, as well as the sender's name. He sighed to himself, feeling a familiar sense of fatigue wash over him at the sight of the name. Oh, great, and speaking of. His words piqued the interest of the tanned woman, who looked down to the grass beside her. She heard a quiet tapping noise from the other side of the tree, and following his previous words, his sudden silence. A few moments later, she heard a quiet groaning sound from the younger man, which only egged on her curiosity. Ah, man. Ash groaned to himself again, rereading the simple message on his phone's screen. It was short and straight to the point, which definitely made sense coming from my place, tomorrow at noon. Jim will be busy. Ash's eyes widened, his body tensing up at the sound of the feminine voice over his shoulder. His head whipping to the side, he looked at the curious expression on the woman's face as she peeked over his shoulder to the phone screen. He quickly pulled it down to his stomach, covering it. Was that a friend of mine, and from what you said earlier, I think she's a certain friend of yours, too. Ash could see her eyes narrow slightly, taking a few moments before she appeared to understand. Oh. So you're. Yeah, I'm the boy toy, as you put it. Oh. Sorry, I didn't mean it to sound rude. It's fine. I guess I didn't peg B as the bragging type, so I never considered what to do if someone found out. Ash trailed off, his eyes inevitably sneaking a little further south from the woman's face, making his cheeks heat up rather quickly. Her hunched-over figure was unfortunately giving him a particular eyeful, since water droplets were still rolling down her skin from her earlier swimming. And the way her top still clung to her ebony complexion like a second layer of skin, plus the proximity of her face to his. Well, at least it's nice to put a face to the one she's been talking about. With Ash's eyes currently avoiding the woman due to the compromising view, he didn't notice as her own eyes began to wander a little. The sleeves of his jacket hid his arms from sight, so he didn't seem too muscular or anything, which she thought would have been a deciding factor with B. Even though he was sitting down, she could still tell he was fairly tall, perhaps even taller than herself. She had always been told she had a tall and slender figure, but it's not as though men being taller than her was uncommon. Overall, this guy looked pretty average in her eyes, which only made her more curious about BEA's interest in him. His face was pretty generic as well, the woman only noting a small Z-shaped scar on either cheek beneath his eyes, as well as his unkempt black hair. They didn't seem very interesting, but then she found her eyes drawn towards his own. Their auburn color was almost warm, like he put no effort in hiding his emotions. He left them on display, which was a sense of honesty Nessa didn't see very often in men she encountered. It was refreshing, to say the least, not to mention different. And if that were true, then the way his eyes were avoiding her and looking away must mean something, so why? The woman's eyes finally looked down over herself, noticing her posture. She straightened up, drawing an arm across her still wet chest as her cheeks flushed. Modeling might be easy for her, but something like this isn't what she meant for. I'm sorry about that. I didn't mean to. That's okay, weird to say, but I'm kind of used to it lately. Nessa leaned her back against the tree, now sitting just around the corner of the trunk from Ash as her eyes narrowed slightly. He's used to it. Oh. I suppose B has kept you busy, then. The woman's comment made Ash frown a little, scratching his cheek. Hey, do you mind if I ask you something? Sure, go ahead. Well, why are you talking to me like this? Even before I said I knew B, you were saying some rather personal details. Why would you tell that to a stranger? Well, for starters, if you told others that you discussed such personal matters with a well-renowned gym leader and model, how many do you think would believe you? I guess, that actually makes sense. Plus, before we started talking, you were nothing more than a stranger. Isn't it a bit childish to be embarrassed by such things if it's with someone you are never likely to meet again? That I guess. But even so, you have no problem talking about your SEC life? Like at all? Well, you don't seem to have a problem with it now, Ash blinked, realizing she was right. In the past few minutes, he had somehow grown comfortable enough to barely notice the embarrassing topic of conversation, and thought nothing of it. Besides, isn't it a natural thing to want to talk about? I guess. Ash's words were hesitant. It's natural to talk about your SEC life. As if life were that casual, stuff like that, especially in public, would normally get you shunned, yelled at, or just plain judged. Though the more he thought about it, the more Ash felt his cheeks start to heat up. She mentioned that she didn't get much time to herself, and that she was envious of Bea. Did she really mean that stuff? If so, then that she wanted something like Bea has. Besides that, I'm sure you must have a lot to say, with how much Bea brags about you. His cheeks grew hotter at her words, the young man really feeling embarrassed now. God, no, not at all. His exhausted sigh made the woman's eyes drift over towards him, a sense of curiosity within her. Surely he was being modest. Is that so? Nessa didn't feel convinced as her eyes started to drift once more. She remained quiet as she eyed up his hip that was closer to her, her head tilting forward and towards him a little. It wasn't much longer before she found herself plainly staring at the crotch of his pants, her thoughts wandering to the various things Bea had told her about him. She pulled her legs closer together, feeling a particular itch that she was trying to ignore. That's not what I've heard. Huh? Ash blinked, unable to resist his curiosity before looking over at her. The moment his eyes met hers, he tensed up, realizing that she was staring right at him. How long was that the case? I've heard that your stamina is quite impressive. As well as your size. And that you know well what you're doing. Ash swallowed his breath, noticing the girl starting to lean over before one of her hands fell to the grass to support her. Her hips turned slowly off the grass to follow her upper body, his eyes struggling not to look down at the way her movements showed off her curvy figure. She wouldn't stop mentioning it, how you seemed to know exactly what she was thinking, and what she wanted at every moment. Nessa, and just like so often this past week, Ash got a bad feeling about this. The woman was now on her hands and knees, turned towards him and inching closer, a very curious look in her eyes. What are you doing? I was wondering that I'd be paying you. Her question made him blink, a vacant look in his eyes. The woman could tell he clearly wasn't understanding the situation. What I mean is there money involved? Are you doing it simply for the SEC in return? Or is there no payout for you at all in your arrangement? Hold on a sec. Where is all this coming from? His stammering made the ebony woman pause. Where was this coming from? She did say she had become envious of Bea, which certainly wasn't wrong, but still. Look, first of all, this is strictly a verbal agreement. I'm not getting paid or anything, or vice versa, I just agreed to it because I owed her. And I kinda couldn't refuse, no matter what. The woman was curious when he trailed off, watching him scratch his cheek. Unbeknownst to her, within his head, his thoughts were running back to the memory of why he made said agreement, as well as the incredible sensation he experienced with Bea. To be honest, I just don't want to disappoint her. Though it's not to say there aren't positives for me in the end, all things considered. So it's only out of courtesy. Mostly, yeah. Like some bad male GGL. So would you consider other women if you had the chance? I hate to say it, but that's kinda already happened. Before running into Bea, I came to Galar for work purposes and talk with a certain researcher in Wedgehurst. Things went a little differently, and I met with her granddaughter, Sonia, and, well, stuff happened. So Bea wasn't your only woman? No. Then shortly after parting ways with Bea, I ran into two girls who were having relationship issues, and still not sure how, but I became some kind of SXL mediator between them. Wow. So you've slept with 4 women. Why? Yeah, I know it sounds like I'm a scumbag, and trust me, you're not wrong for that. I mean, I just went with the flow with each of them, and even though it's only been this past week, things just kept moving and never seemed to have a break in sight, so today I was really glad to find this spot and dash. Wait, back up. Did you say that it's only been this past week? The woman blinked in surprise, staring at him in disbelief. There was no way she heard that correctly. I mean, men were supposed to have troubles going even a second round, right? But that I end 7 days. With 4 women. And if B was telling the truth about his endurance, then he must have been that way with the other girls, too. So with 4 girls, let's say at least 4 or 5 times each. All within 7 days. I know, I'm disgusting, believe me, I'm ashamed of myself for losing control so often lately. Ash let his head sink in defeat, mourning for his personal image. Of course Nessa thought of him as a sleaze, and he can't exactly defend himself from that. But what he didn't realize was that the woman was too distracted by something else weighing on her mind. Not to mention, somehow, it only just dawned on Ash what he had just told her. Wait, I didn't mean to say any of that. And why did you even ask me about other women in the first place? Because if you were willing that I'd like to make a similar agreement. Your agreement with B is to meet whenever she calls for you, right? That would work, or even arranging just 1 or 2 days a week. Wait, scheduling is not the problem here. What are you talking about? I'm asking your opinion on when we could meet. And that's the problem. Are you actually serious about this? You want to do the same things with me that I do with B? Well, yes, it's not as though you don't come highly recommended. Ash's cheeks flushed, watching the woman put a palm to her cheek as she looked over to her side with a small smile on her face. Man, why did B have to complicate things by telling someone? You did say you would consider other women, if given the chance. Or is it that I'm no good? Don't get the wrong idea, that's not it. The woman pulled her aggressive approach back a bit, letting her behind fall back and land on the grass as she watched him expectantly. He scratched his cheek, looking up at the sky. It's not that you wouldn't be any good that I meant it when I said you were beautiful, since that's obvious because of your modeling. I just don't think it would be a good match between us, you know. I mean, you're famous and well known, so I'm sure you're envied and loved by all kinds of people. If anyone found out you were doing something like this with a nobody like me, I wouldn't care. Ash blinked, looking back to the woman with a furrowed brow. I understand that it would hurt my professional image. But I wouldn't let it bother me. I've already mentioned that I'm a person just like anyone else, so the thought that I have SXL needs shouldn't be mysterious or strange. Right. Ash couldn't help but feel odd about hearing a woman admit that so easily, much less one older than him. Besides, this agreement would eventually benefit my work as well. Ash's brow furrowed again, swallowing his breath as he noticed her rise onto her knees again, drawing one closer towards him. How do you mean? He asked hesitantly, watching her hands move towards him along the grass as she leaned forward a little. It's been so long since I've had development in my SEC life. And on more than one occasion, I've wondered if that's the reason I've had recurring troubles with my work. A few loose strands of hair fell down her cheek, the woman brushing them behind her ear. So when B first told me about you, I wondered, would something like that help me? If I were to find someone I was physically compatible with, and could satisfy me, would that fix whatever issue I was having with my expressions in my photos? And then, as if it were a prayer being answered, I ran into you here. And no, this was just chance. Ash's defense didn't hold strong as one of the woman's hands fell beside his leg, her fingertips grazing the side of his pants. Regardless, that I'm still envious of B. And it's made me realize that I want something similar. He tensed up when her hand moved onto his leg, noticing her scoot her lower body closer towards him as her other hand his arm and squeezed lightly. Her eyes remained focused on his, not breaking eye contact as Ash noticed a particular gleam in her eyes. So I'll ask again, would you be willing to do the same thing with another woman other than B? But, wait. Ash swallowed his breath, knowing he was cornered. The look in Nessa's eyes showed no signs of backing down. Her physical behavior suggested she was definitely serious about it. And to no surprise, he felt himself slowly starting to follow her lead in the situation. Once again, he found himself in this situation, with no inkling as to why or how a woman could approach him about something like this. Like you did with B. Won't you help me? Ash remained silent for a bit after her question, unsure of how to respond. He had given in to women asking him for SEC so often lately, agreeing to help her felt almost like the expected reaction by this point. But if he says no, he would inevitably feel bad for refusing her, despite it being for the sake of his health. I mean, considering the physical exertion he's been through the past week, plus BEA's consistent future visits, he might run himself ragged any day now. So how could he be able to put up with another woman? You aren't planning to give up on this, are you? His sudden tepid tone made the woman's eyes grow soft. Before her expression could show any sign of concern, she felt something touch her hand that rested on his lap, glancing down to notice one of his hands covering hers. If I agree to this, just for today, will you give up on the idea of an agreement? She blinked, unsure if she heard him correctly. Those are the terms, take it or leave it. You can accept, and I'll help you right here and now. She felt his hand squeeze hers a little, guiding it a little towards the inside of his leg. Or, you can refuse, and I'll leave. We'll never speak of this again, and that will be the end of it. Your choice. Wait, you can't just. I need to think about this. The serious look in his eyes didn't waver, his gaze simply wandering out towards the body of water beneath them. Go ahead. But in reality, we both know what you're going to decide. The woman's brow furrowed, noticing him lift his free hand in the air in front of his chest, extending one finger. First reason, you're the one who asked me. So it's clear that you want this. Wait a second. 2. After everything that B must have told you, whether I know and or believe it or not, are you really willing to give up the opportunity to try it yourself? Hold on. And 3rd, your top has been giving me a nice view for a while now, and you've made no effort to cover it up. The woman's eyes were drawn down to her chest, noticing the truth in his words as she looked at the 2 small bumps that protruded beneath her wet top. She thought to use her free arm to cover them, but something inside of her told her not to. So, then do you agree to the terms? I want to know first, why. His eyes looked curiously back to hers, noticing a sense of struggle in her eyes. Like she was having an internal debate against herself. Why would you be against something like this? Don't men normally dream of a situation like this? Normally, I'm sure guys would. But, his free hand reached over and found her cheek, his thumb rounding beneath her chin and guiding her face gently closer towards him. Despite her professionalism in a career of modeling, Nessa felt her cheeks flush. Someone had actually managed to make her feel embarrassed. She wanted to protest, and to pull away, but all she could do was stare ahead into the warm auburn eyes that stared back at her. I get a different vibe from you than I did with B. B was strong, and aggressive with taking what she wanted. You're meek, when it comes to men, aren't you? What are you saying? Her hesitance to respond only confirmed it in Ash's mind. The younger man glanced down to her lips for a brief moment, then looked back up, seeing the woman's cheeks grow redder in an instant, confirming that she noticed his actions. Are you saying I'm easier than her? Not at all. In fact, it might be the opposite. Her brow furrowed at his words, noticing his face starting to draw slowly closer. She could feel his shallow breath against the tip of her chin, which tickled her, trying to ignore it. Someone with a strong will like B. I'll admit, it was hard to break that shell of hers. But somehow, I managed to get her to behave like any other timid and embarrassed girl. Now I wonder, would that be easier to do with you? Or would it be more difficult? What do you mean? She felt as if her breath were being forced out of her. Her heart had started beating faster since he pulled her in, and now their faces were close enough that the tips of their noses could almost touch. She could see a blush on his cheeks, but he didn't even seem fazed by it. Just how used to this was he? You're not as gung-ho about SEC as B, so there's a chance you could still refuse this. Maybe it's because of everything I've been through this past week, but the thought of a woman suddenly rejecting SEC is now strange. So if you still want something like what B has with me, the woman felt a shiver travel down her body as Ash did 2 things simultaneously. 1. Their joined hands on his lap traveled directly over his crotch, her palm being pushed lightly against something that was starting to become hard. 2. His thumb that was beneath her chin had pulled up and now rested over her lips, slightly prying between them and pulling her lower lip downward. Her eyes never parted from his, her breathing trying to remain steady, but his palm applying some more pressure to her palm on his crotch was making it difficult. She wasn't aware of her absent-minded actions during his sudden stuckdown until the tip of her tongue suddenly grazed against his thumb, sending another shiver down her body. Only this one traveled directly between her legs. The pleasures of being a woman. Do you want me to remind you? Just this once, then. Ash smirked, noticing her head begin to tilt back and move forward together. Knowing what this meant, despite how Ash had been over the course of the week, this time was going to be different. He had decided he was going to control the flow from the start this time. So instead of her lips pressing against his, the woman's eyes opened a little further as she felt his thumb snake into the small gap in her lips, brushing along her tongue. Her brow furrowed, unsure what to think of this as she looked into his eyes questioningly, but a knowing look in his eyes told her this wasn't going to be so easy. Her eyes widened even further when something found her lower back, grazing over her but before giving it a squeeze. Her eyelids flickered a little, suddenly struggling to remain open as her tongue fell limp in her mouth, dragging lazily against his thumb which seemed to toy with the woman's appendage. Despite his hand having moved, her palm continued to knead on the growing bulge in his pants, clearly curious to meet what was inside. His face moved slightly to the side and past hers, his breath suddenly tickling her ear. "Get comfortable, I have a big appetite." His words brought her loins to life in an instant, the previous itch now becoming a full-blown fire that she needed him to extinguish. There was no mystery to the meaning of his words as she quickly turned her torso, resting her butt on the ground and planting her back against the tree, her legs parting eagerly before one of her hands traveled south to her loins. She began rubbing 2 fingers up and down along the fabric, the warmth in her crotch still lingering before one of Ash's hands stopped hers. He got on his knees in front of her, starting to hunch over before he paused. The woman watched curiously, her loins tingling in anticipation before seeing the corner of his mouth curl upward into a smirk. Hey dash. Nessa couldn't even get her protest out before she felt her butt hoisted off the grass. A deep crimson overtook her cheeks as she stared up in shock, seeing her legs now in the air as Ash's arms wrapped around her stomach for support, his mischievous smirk hovering mere inches above her crotch. W8. This is embarrassing dash, the woman's complaint cut short, replaced by a mmm of approval as her bikini bottom was pulled to the side and his lips wasted no time in finding her crotch. The woman couldn't help but follow up with a gasp when she felt his tongue poke against her entrance, then a sudden squeal as it drove into her without warning. Her toes were already curled up tightly, her legs beginning to tremble in the air as his tongue eagerly explored her insides, showing no sign of going easy on her. She knew B had said he was aggressive, but seriously? He was like an animal in heat right now. She wasn't even sure if it was his incredible skill or her lack of a sex life as she already felt a pressure growing beneath her stomach, almost scaring her a little. She was never one to come so early, or at all in some cases, and yet all it took Ash was barely a minute of eating her out. He wasn't quite expecting it so quickly, but somehow wasn't surprised when her legs suddenly wrapped around his head and squeezed tightly, her muscles trembling uncontrollably. He looked down with an amused expression, seeing and hearing the woman squealing into her palms at her first orgasm, but Ash was not planning on letting it end there. Thanks to what Nessa had told him, for some reason, he now felt the need to live up to BEA's expectations. Nessa could only see white as she felt his tongue continue to ravage her, despite her already reaching climax. One of her hands shakily tried to move to his head and stop him, but once his tongue found a particular spot along the top of her PP, her arm fell uselessly to the grass beside her as she let out an extremely content sigh. BEA's words of praise couldn't even do this guy justice, his skills were on the highest level. She put up no resistance as she felt herself lowered down to the grass, before she was turned over. Her head suddenly lifted off the ground as a gasp escaped her lips, her back arching to protrude her but in the air thanks to Ash's hands guiding her hips. There was no time for rest after this before she felt a familiar warmth find her lower lips, his nose now tickling her as it prodded between the cheeks of her behind. She didn't know it, but his eyes were appreciating the view as his tongue didn't go inside of her, instead choosing a different, but nearby target. Another surprised gasp escaped the woman as his tongue brushed across her CLT, quickly followed by one of his fingers prodding its way inside of her. Her hips trembled a little, held in place by his other hand before a second finger found its way inside, the woman's eyes starting to roll back. God damn, no wonder Bea took such a liking to him. Barely another minute passed before Ash watched her entire figure begin shaking, hearing the woman struggle to hold back an intense of arousal to no success. He pulled away from her crotch, looking over the opening and watching a small amount of her SEC juices finding its way to the outside world. He savored the small amount that had found its way in his mouth before liking his upper lip, putting a hand on either cheek of her but before starting to massage them. Nessa didn't even have the energy to question what he was doing, feeling the younger man seemingly play with her behind like a toy, before she was flipped over onto her back. Already feeling tired, she merely watched him with curious eyes as he positioned himself beside her, one of his hands finding its way between her skin and her top. The shape of his open hand remained clearly visible on her chest as his palm seeped into her BRST. She could feel her hardened NPL poking at the center of his hand, seeing a playful look appear in his eyes as he glanced over to her unoccupied BRST. An involuntary squeal escaped her throat as his teeth suddenly clamped to the second hardened tip beneath the red fabric, rolling it slightly as his eyes looked up to her. She could tell he was gauging her reactions, wanting to hold back and regain at least some dignity here, but alas it was hopeless. She bit her lip to prevent miming again as his palm kneaded her one BRST skillfully, her other BRST's NPL being toyed with gently between his teeth. Her legs bent, knees rubbing together awkwardly as the warmth in her loins grew stronger once more. He glanced back, noticing her legs' clumsy movements, before bringing his free hand between her legs and running up and down along the inside of her thigh. He felt her legs shiver at his touch, but he remained intent on caressing her skin, hearing a quiet whimper coming from the woman which made him smile. I need a second, she noticed one of Ash's eyebrows raise upward slightly, as if he were silently questioning her. Unfortunately, his eyes then closed before his teeth released her NPL, hovering lower along her figure. Her brow furrowed as she watched him close the distance between his face and her stomach, a gasp escaping her as she felt his tongue poke into her belly button. This was a feeling she was unfamiliar with, so her sudden squirming and ticklish behavior came very justified. But to Ash, that was only entertainment and evidence that he was doing well. He planted his lips on the skin of her stomach around the small hole, his tongue continuing to play around inside as he felt her hands trying to push his head away to no avail. He reached one hand back up her frame and beneath her top, making the girl gasp as he found her BRST again. His other hand, which was still brushing up and down her thigh, was now moving 2 fingers in and out of her opening, making the woman's legs tremble and rub together even more. Nessa had never been at more of a loss in her life. She knew she had wanted to be pleasured like Bea was, but this was just insane. It was like making a woman come was his second nature. Ash's eyes looked up curiously to the woman in amusement, feeling her stomach starting to shake beneath him as she groaned against one of her palms, her eyes looking up with her eyelids flickering. Her other hand was planted firmly in his hair, keeping him in place with no chance of moving as she struggled against her third orgasm in such a short time, which was not something she even thought possible. And they hadn't even gotten to the actual SEC yet. P.Please.Ease.Rest, her exhausted request made Ash smile, raising his head. Then would you be okay returning the favor? Her eyes lazily drifted towards his face above hers, her lips agape slightly as she panted heavily. She swallowed her breath, giving a small nod. A sense of anticipation coursed through her body as she watched him rise onto his knees, undoing the button and zip of his pants before pulling them down slightly, followed by his boxers. Her eyes widened, marveling as the man's SEC organ sprung into the air from the confines of the fabric. She felt her mouth quickly become dry, licking her lips in an attempt to moisten them before watching him move on his knees closer beside her head. She turned her head onto its side, her cheek tickled by the grass as his D was now hovering over her, her eyes looking up and down the impressive length of it. Maybe it had been too long, she didn't remember it being so veiny, or big. The way it twitched happily. The thick meaty smell. Ash's eyebrow twitched, almost wincing as he watched her start planting kisses up and down the side of his. He could hear her breathing in deeply through her nose, inhaling his scent, which should have embarrassed him, but perhaps he had somehow gotten used to these kinds of things. Instead, all he did was groan quietly as her lips enveloped his mushroom tip, starting to push a little further along the length. She didn't go very far before retreating, repeating that a few times before she merely focused on the tip, suckling it and poking at the entrance to his urethra with her tongue. She felt one of his hands find her cheek, his thumb softly rubbing back and forth on it, but her hazy mindset only allowed her to focus on the meaty taste in her mouth. A few minutes in, Ash noticed the woman's eyes looking up at him curiously. He figured she must be trying to judge his reactions to what she was doing, and little did he know, he was right on the mark. Does he not like this? B mentioned she did this plenty, and he was going crazy for it. Her eyes narrowed on him slightly as she sucked down some more of his, allowing more saliva to build in her mouth. He barely seemed to react as she made no attempt to hide the noises from her actions, slurping and gargling loudly as his D was coated with her excess saliva. What's with this guy? Is he that experienced with this that it barely affects him? Her gaze looked down to his D-, a slight look of irritation on her face before she suddenly pushed most of his length into her mouth. Ash was taken aback by this, noticing the woman's lower body turn onto its side while her upper body laid flat down, her chest on the grass and her elbows propping herself up a little. He wondered why she suddenly turned up the heat, her head now bobbing forward and back, hearing the gargled noises as his tip now reached the back of her mouth. She glanced up to him curiously, noticing one of his eyes were now closed as if trying to endure something. Now that was more like it. D.Dmn. Ash couldn't help but groan, the woman's lips suddenly managing to reach around the skin at the base of his member. He could feel the tip push into the start of her throat, feeling her vocal muscles constrict around it as he heard her gg a little at the sensation. He almost expected her to give up on this, but was surprised as she instead found her gagging to be some kind of motivation, starting to deep-throat his entire length with minor difficulty. One of his hands found the top of her head, starting to pet her as if praising her for her efforts, which oddly enough the woman didn't have a problem with. Full glow, her words came out undefinable thanks to his D reaching down to her throat, but her expectant eyes looking up at him told Ash exactly what she meant. He gave a nod, his thumb grazing down to her cheek and rubbing it softly. This made her pause her movements for a few seconds, giving Ash the impression that she was about to stop. But then she started again, not to mention more aggressively. Go ahead, she suddenly pulled his D out of her mouth, taking a deep breath in before starting to pant onto his tip as she continued staring up at him expectantly. You can come like this that I don't mind. Despite all of his recent experience with women flipping switches during SEC, he couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly at her words before watching her quickly suck him down again, resuming her aggressive deep throat. He winced, the intensity of her suction making his legs start to shake before his but fell back onto the grass. Since his length slipped a little out of her mouth, her lips quickly followed after him. The eager bobbing of her head told Ash that she wasn't joking with what she said, his fingers sinking into her hair a little as her repeated GGS further drove his arousal. Each time his tip reached her throat, she could feel it twitch inside, which strengthened the burning sensation between her legs as they started rubbing together in an effort to contain her excitement. Here she was supposed to be pleasuring him, but this was still helping her in the end. Feeling another hand on her head, she glanced to either side to see both of his hands holding her head in place. She figured that was him telling her that there was no chance she could escape, and hell, that didn't bother her a bit. She could feel herself getting wetter by the second, the itching in her loins now almost unbearable as her body anticipated what would come next. She was surprised by how long he was able to last, but in the end, she needed this part to end already. Even if it was exciting for her, she knew what came next would be. Ash grunted, her suction somehow becoming even stronger as her tongue started circling around his, her slurping now louder than ever as her eyes closed to focus. His grip on her head tightened slightly, feeling his climax finally starting to rise to the surface. Nessa peeked one eye open and looked up at him with curiosity, noticing that his face had finally started to become a little red. Their eyes met for a few moments before, without a word, they both closed their eyes and focused only on what was happening. The woman had never been more eager and anticipating in her skin, and Ash figured that focusing on only the feeling of the BLWJB would help intensify it, which it did. For a brief moment or two, he found recent memories flashing across his mind, but forced them out of his mind. He didn't want his attention to waver from what was happening right now. Nessa's eyes shot open as his fingers suddenly grabbed a small amount of her hair and yanked slightly, immediately followed by a surprising amount of hot liquid ejecting into her throat. She couldn't help but choke on the sheer volume, not to mention how sticky it was as she struggled to swallow it down. Her struggles made her cough some of it back up into her mouth, the warmth coating his, which made him tremble even more at the pleasuring sensation. His hips bucked slightly off the grass, hearing a gargled response from the woman he couldn't decipher. It wasn't long before she could finally pull her lips away from him, a small dribble of SMN sneaking down her chin as a few thin strands drooped from his tip. Her tongue grazed out across her upper lip, followed by her bottom, cleaning up any trace of the liquid before she swallowed it down. She began to breathe heavily, coming to terms with everything that just happened as she tried to look up to his eyes. But her gaze never made it beyond his still sturdy manhood. Ash grunted, feeling his back hit the ground before a weight settled on top of his pelvis. Staring up questioningly, he watched the woman lean down over him, her face hovering inches from his as the peaks of her BRSTs touched his shirt. "Would you prefer me to be top or bottom?" Her aroused tone made his give an eager twitch against her butt, the woman biting her lip. Despite the question, Nessa wasted no time in lifting herself slightly above him, holding his member straight as she pulled her swimsuit to the side like earlier. Ash couldn't help but look down at the gesture, noticing that his tip still held a small amount of the sticky mess from earlier, not to mention a lack of rubber material covering him. "Wait, are you not carrying a condom?" His question made the woman's head tilt slightly, a curious look on her face. She glanced down, then back to his face, seeming to dawn on her. "Oh, that's okay." Ash's brow furrowed before he suddenly groaned, feeling his gradually become submerged inside of her. Looking down at their crotches in question, he did in fact see that his manhood was completely out of sight, hearing the woman's shallow breathing as she adjusted to his size. "And Nessa? What are you doing? What about Dash?" Ash was suddenly silenced by the woman's palm over his mouth, making his brow furrow again. He saw that her lips were slightly agape as she tried to steady her breathing, but it was proving difficult with how big and suddenly he went all the way in. Her eyes had a bit of an absent look in them as she stared down at him, but it was also gradually becoming rather lusting. "It's fine that I'm on birth control." Ash's brow only furrowed deeper. Seriously, what was with women and trusting that statement so easily? "It won't happen easily. So please do with me what you did for B." The woman's plea touched a nerve inside of Ash, just as it had so often in the past week. Without so much as a warning, the woman on top of him suddenly tightened up, letting out an involuntary whimper before she started moving her hips. "Well, wait a second," he grunted, feeling her inner walls massaging his as she moved. The gym leader lifted one leg and planted her foot on the ground beside him, proceeding to do the same on the other side as her free hand held Ash's chest for balance. She continued to rise and fall on top of him, making sure his did not leave her PP with each move. Ash was still in question about her proceeding, but was even more bothered that he was starting to fall into her pace. He thought that by this point, he would finally be able to have a bit more control and refuse if need be. Unfortunately, with the way that Nessa had begun to bounce on top of him, that didn't seem to be the case. The woman's eyes suddenly lit up, a surprised escaping her as she felt a pair of hands grab the cheeks of her butt. Biting her lip, she tried to keep her embarrassing noises to a minimum as he began grpng her, but it was proving more difficult than she expected. Just as B had foretold, Ash knew exactly what he was doing, and he knew it well. A few minutes later, the woman was taken aback as his arms moved to wrap around her waist, pulling her forward so that she fell off her feet. She instinctively pulled her knees forward, keeping them close to Ash's sides to prevent a growing distance between their bodies. One of his hands found its previous place on her, but while the other ran up the center of her back, making her shiver, which only got worse when she now felt Ash's breath on her neck. The woman let out a happy whimper when Ash's lips found the nape of her neck, teasing her for a few moments before she felt his teeth begin to nibble on her skin. Her breathing grew raspy, their shift in position giving him control as he bucked his hips upward to move inside of her. Her feet slowly dragged along the ground, her ankles finding their way together on the grass behind his back as each of his moves sent a heatwave coursing through her body. She could feel another pressure growing in her abdomen, bringing a drunk smile to her face as she wrapped both arms around his head, pulling him closer to her neck in anticipation of what was coming. And only moments later Ash was forced to wince, feeling the woman's PP squeezed tightly on his as her legs trembled against him. He could hear her shaky breaths in the air above his head, making him smirk as his teeth released its grip on her nape, revealing the small purple patch of skin. He pulled away enough to see her face, noticing the absent look in her eyes as she stared up at nothing in particular, her mouth agape as she took quick and shallow breaths. Nessa could barely focus as she felt her body being moved, her back landing gently on the grass before she felt her top being tugged away from her skin. Looking up curiously in a daze, she saw the red fabric be pulled up along her outstretched arms before being dropped on the ground beside them, then her hips left the ground before the same thing happened with her bikini's bottom piece. Suddenly feeling drafty, she pulled her legs together and brought her ankles up to the left side of her behind, one of her arms drawing across her now bare chest. "Don't cover up now," his tone made her shiver, his hand carefully prying her wrist away from her chest along with her arm, making the woman blush as she was exposed. His eyes admired the woman's figure, noticing the outline of her toned stomach due to her swimming, but clearly not as defined as Bea's. Trailing up, the complexion of her skin gradually changed as his gaze reached her brsts, the fair-sized mounds looking distinctly lighter than the rest of the skin along her body. A single glance up to the woman's face and Ash could tell that she was clearly embarrassed being so exposed to him, so in an attempt to make things even, he pulled off his jacket before his shirt went up over his head, tossing them aside. He noticed the woman's eyes glued to him the entire time, showing no care of where his clothing had landed as she now took in the sight of his bare torso. He watched her eyes carefully scan from his chest down to his stomach, before going to his arms on either side. He could see a clear sense of excitement in her eyes, but could not be aware of the sudden dryness of her throat at the sight of him, nor the rapid increase in her heart rate. Until his hand found her left brst. As his fingers remained stretched out, trying to caress as much of her chest as one hand could, his fingertips began to feel the rapid beating from inside of her. He looked curiously at the woman's embarrassed expression, seeing her close her eyes and turn her head to the side. Ash wasn't even surprised anymore when he found himself thinking that the woman was adorable. As he pinched her NPL, the woman let out a happy mmm before she sat up, surprising him. Both her hands pushed back on his chest, making him land on his butt again before she straddled him like earlier, helping his D find its way inside of her before her lips found his collarbone. She began planting kisses along it while starting to grind her hips against him, her kissing trail making its way slowly down his pec before finding his NPL. The Kanto native tensed up, her lips suddenly attacking his NPL, feeling strange and uncomfortable. Was this how each of the girls felt when he did this to them? As if reading his mind, one of the woman's hands found his opposite NPL, pinching and rolling it between her fingers, which prompted a grunt from him. She peeked up at his reaction to her efforts, noticing a mixture of strain and arousal on his face, which made her smile as she started nibbling on the small bulb. His hands once more found her butt, squeezing and grpng eagerly in an attempt to turn the tables back on her, but somehow she maintained control over him. "Do you like this?" Her stuck tone made Ash look down, seeing her playful eyes looking up at him. He couldn't help but feel a little annoyed at this, and she could see it on his face as she continued dragging her hips up and down along his pelvis. "What's wrong? I thought you would have some kind of comeback for something. So simple." "Oh yeah. Nessa's eyes widened as she suddenly landed on her back, her cheeks turning red as she watched her stomach rise in the air in front of her, her knees hovering back closely to either side of her head. With her feet in the air above her head, all she could do was stare up at her exposed crotch as Ash parted his legs and planted his feet on either side of her, standing above her. Nessa wasn't sure whether she should be more embarrassed by the fact that her bare butt was up in the air, or that the younger man standing above her was currently positioned his D downward to line up with her wet lower lips, but instead could only swallow her breath at the playfully knowing eye contact he was making. How about this for a response? Without warning, his D lowered into her opening like some kind of hardened meat drill, driving an aroused from the gym leader. Her hands managed to find her mouth and cover it, though her MMMs were too lustful and recurring to be kept from Ash's ears as he began moving downward into her. The position was certainly new for Nessa, and she was currently having no complaints about it at all. She felt his hands on her hips, adjusting her a little so that just her butt hovered above the ground, but he was still positioned above her with her ankles on the ground to either side of her head. It wasn't long before she felt his movements bring on her next climax, which was much more intense than the previous ones, and the fact that Ash didn't bother to pause for her to recover simply added to the pleasure. He watched with a smile of amusement as her toes curled on either side, her eyes rolling upward as he heard a muffled squeal behind her palms, only giving more incentive for him to keep going. He moved his hands to her thighs, running his fingers up and down the soft skin before finding the best spot to rest his palms, squeezing the plump flesh and picking up the pace of his moves. He heard the woman starting to with each forward movement of his hips, wondering how she was even managing to take proper breaths before he pulled his D out, starting to drag it teasingly up and down her lips. What are you doing? Her hands finally moved, revealing her slightly agape mouth as she began breathing heavily into the air. Her tongue hung out the corner of her mouth, a glazed look in her eyes as she stared up at him with a slight furrow in her brow. Keep going. Ash glanced down at his manhood rubbing against her womanhood, thinking back to his previous encounter with Bea and the condom-related accident that transpired. If things were to continue here, what chances were there that the same thing wouldn't happen again? Nessa had said she wanted the same experience that Bea had, but surely she couldn't have meant that. Bea might not have even mentioned that at all, so there's no guarantee that Nessa knew. And just remembering the incredible sensation it was for him made Ash's member twitch eagerly against her opening, prompting her legs to squirm in his grasp. Did Bea tell you everything that happened? All of it. Despite his questions, the woman continued to stare up at him as she struggled against her lust. Moments passed in silence before her gaze drifted to the side, a slightly troubled look coming across her face that confirmed his fears. Yes. And that you're okay with that? Ash watched as her eyes refused to meet his, a tinge of red coming across her cheeks. There was no way, right? I mean, they only just met today, and Nessa is both a gym leader and a famous model, for God's sake. There was no way she could risk the chance of being found out on doing something that crazy with someone she didn't even know. And yet, Ash couldn't help but realize that nearly all the same checkboxes applied to Bea as well. She had only just met him. She was a well-known gym leader. The public would tear a battling icon like her to pieces if they found out something like that had happened. The only thing she lacked in comparison to Bea was a modeling career, which only further illustrated the point that he should not be playing in these dangerous waters. So why the hell was she being so quiet right now? She did say that it felt really nice, her words brought a dumbfounded expression to Ash's face. Slowly, her icy blue eyes drifted back, softening as they met the warm shade of auburn in his. Without knowing why, she didn't speak another word. She could have mentioned more of what Bea told her. She could have protested and claimed those words were a mistake. She could have even searched for the truth inside of her and told him straight. But that was difficult to do, namely because she wasn't sure. The idea of it did worry her. Imagining it made her body ache, almost as if something were missing. Ash was still stunned in silence, watching as her hands reached out to either side of his face, softly touching against his skin as their eye contact never broke. He could hear her try to quietly swallow her breath, which in turn made him do the same out of nervousness. They both waited for one another to say something, anything, to break the tension. But no words were uttered. Not another sound was made. All that lingered were her previous words echoing in Ash's mind, and Bea's praises of a cream pie in Nessa's. Their thoughts were hazy, but both knew it was a bad idea to go through with it. There were so many negatives, so how could they? Ash couldn't help but think of his accident with Bea being just that, an accident. So there was no logical reason he would allow the same thing to happen again this time. It was just too bad that logic didn't seem to be on either of their minds right now. Both heads moved forward, their lips clashing against one another in a frenzy of arousal. Their shared hot breaths made it difficult for either one to find actual oxygen, one repeatedly breaking off before the other pulled them back in and alternating. Their tongues found each other with no trouble, fighting for dominance as Ash managed to keep the advantage, holding Nessa's back in her own mouth, which only drove the woman to try harder. The fire in her loins grew more intense as he started rubbing his member along her opening again, the younger man feeling her whimper into his mouth, which made him smirk a little, taking one hand and lining his deep, straight with her pelvis before quickly moving inside. Nessa's eyes opened wide, her eyelashes starting to flicker as she felt every collision of his pelvis against hers, hearing the slapping sound of his sack hitting her butt. Just as well as she could feel it. Even though she felt another orgasm building quickly, she tried desperately to stay quiet, simply wanting to enjoy this and not divert his attention from what he was doing. Even as it came and her legs started shaking in the grasp of his palms, he still continued, her mind going entirely blank as her eyes rolled back with an absent look. Despite her exhaustion from the pleasure, she could feel Ash's deep inside of her twitching eagerly, throbbing even more as her inside squeezed down on him happily. Ash could feel a tingling in his ball, warning him of his impending climax, just as he remembered had happened with the Stow-on-side gym leader, but he pushed the thoughts from his mind and started moving faster. He knew if he thought about it, then his conscience would stop him. The woman ummed into their kiss, feeling her but touched down against the ground before the man's hands found the grass to the outer sides of her upstretched legs. He hovered more closely to the center of her folded body, his deep, driving down into her like a drill that pinned her to the earth. Despite her flexibility, she could feel a slight stinging in her lower back due to the position, but she didn't care. She didn't want, no, she couldn't risk Ash stopping this. If she had, then one of them might come to their senses before. Ash felt her arms wrap around his head, her fingers running through his thick hair as her tongue fought more dominantly, managing to find its way into his own mouth. Her pee-pee tightened up, surprising him, which only made the woman mmm as he throbbed even more against her insides. The tingling in his sack was now growing too strong to ignore, his deep practically begging for a release as it slid in and out of her with ease, considering the wet state of arousal from the woman. She felt him groan into their kiss, coming to her senses just enough to notice as his eyes closed, his eyebrows furrowing down as if in a state of intense concentration. The sight made her body shiver in anticipation, her pee-pee gripping him tightly as if trying to squeeze him out like a ketchup bottle, which only made it harder for Ash as he tried to continue his moves. The slapping noises between their pelvises were growing more and more frequent, the gym leader already feeling another pressure building beneath her stomach, almost frightening her at how fast it had arrived since the last. Clenching her eyes shut, she couldn't help but let a delighted squeal ring out from her vocal cords as she felt one final and powerful move of his pelvis against hers, followed by a sensation she considered indescribable. Her eyes widened as far as they could go, shining excitedly as she felt a large amount of hot liquid filling the deepest parts of her pages. The fleshy walls of her insides trembled closely against his, greedily sking out every drop the man had to offer to her, which his manhood certainly did not object to. Ash could no longer control his hips, trembling as he tried to keep still and enjoy the sensation, but his muscles betrayed him and gave an involuntary jerk forward every so often, which always prompted a very feminine gasp from the gym leader's mouth into his. Even as they both felt their own climaxes begin to subside, they seemed to stay together longer than need be. Whether that was out of fear of coming to terms with what had just happened, or of making a mess on the grass, or simply not wanting this sensation to end, neither one could truly decide on a final verdict. Inside their minds, they were speechless, so what could really be done right now? Then slowly, Ash began to pull out until he felt his tip nearing her entrance, hesitating before slipping out. His manhood was followed by a thick stream of his white essence, which oozed down the peak of her lower lips and began to dribble onto her arched abdomen and stomach. She felt him lift off of her, his hands carefully guiding her legs back down onto the ground as she now laid out flat, taking in a much-needed breath for air when his lips pulled away from hers. When their eyes met, Ash swallowed his breath, instinctively expecting some kind of outburst or angry backlash. But as it had so often recently, the sight of a smile coming across the woman's face baffled him, as did the suggestive words that followed it. "That you're not done. Right." Nessa wasn't even given a moment to recover before she felt herself turned onto her side, a pair of hands lifting one leg into the air before her insides were filled up in an instant. Her eyes lit up, her head falling softly against the grass as she panted, feeling his D regaining its rhythm inside of her, both adults hearing the wet and sloppy sounds as his earlier load bathed his moving member. She could still feel how hot his SMN was, and now mixed with the hot determination of his still sturdy D, wanting to pleasure her, she wasn't sure if she was even going to last as long as Bea had. That girl was certainly more physically trained for such an exhausting routine like this, so Nessa felt determined not to let herself be one-upped by her fellow gym leader. Ash winced, feeling the woman's ankle in the air come down and rest just over his shoulder, her butt sliding closer and flattening against his pelvis. She turned slightly, swinging her other leg up and over his shoulder just like the other, bringing her upper body forward and pulling him into another deep kiss, miming as her tongue made no hesitation in searching for his. The younger man was taken aback by her actions, not to mention how much tighter her insides had suddenly gotten due to the position change, as well as her heightened arousal. To the woman's delight, his hands found their favorite place on both cheeks of her butt, squeezing roughly as he started bucking his hips intensely, the claps of their colliding flesh now much louder and faster than earlier. Her hands moved down from his cheeks and hooked around his sides, her nails clawing into the skin of his back as if trying to pull him in even closer than he already was. Her lips broke apart from his, letting out a gasp as she felt herself turned over forcefully, landing on her stomach, which caused his D to slip out of her. Frowning at the loss of his D dash, she looked back over her shoulder before her hands reached back and took hold of her butt, parting her cheeks before she had an idea. Ash was about to resume their SEC from behind when he noticed her starting to move, watching in awe as one of her legs swung straight out to the side along the grass, before she did the same. With the opposite leg, resulting in a perfect split. His eyes fell on her open crotch, which became more visible as she arched her lower back slightly, lifting her but enough to reveal the eager hole she wanted him to fill, her hands still holding her cheeks apart for easier access. He noticed her flex her posterior muscles a few times, only RSNG the man more as he looked up to see a knowing smile on the woman's face as she looked back at him. A breathy escaped her as his D poked against her entrance, not quickly driving inside this time, but starting to prod and drag along her lips in a teasing manner. The woman couldn't help but whimper, not even caring about the embarrassment of it anymore as she wiggled her behind a little, trying to tempt him into changing his mind. And change his mind he did. Her eyes lit up as he slowly pushed inside of her, the woman feeling every inch of him drag against her insides as he filled her up more and more by the second. Once his tip prodded against the back of her PP, it prompted another from the woman as her inner walls began to tremble in excitement against his, making the man smirk before he started moving. Unlike with Bea, he chose to go slow and steady this time, savoring the feeling of each move as he pulled his length back towards her entrance, and then back inside before repeating. The gym leader felt like her entire body was on fire at this point, trying desperately not to squirm and seem desperate. This still felt nice and all, but she wanted to be f'd, not teased. She propped her butt upward a little further, timing well with a forward motion of Ash's hips which pushed his length inside of her a little faster than he anticipated. A grunt escaped beyond his control, making the woman smile confidently to herself before she pulled her hips forward in the air, then proceeded to push them back. Ash clenched his teeth, trying not to groan as she took the matter into her own hands and built a more steady rhythm of her own, bouncing her butt forward and back on his crotch. His eyes couldn't help but stare down at the plump mounds of flesh slapping against his pelvis, a quick ripple coursing across each of the mounds as they collided against him. Nessa smiled in victory again as she felt one of his hands find a cheek that they adored, the other reaching beneath her and finding one of her BRSTs before starting to toy with her NPL. As Nessa came to yet another orgasm, she momentarily had the thought that she needed to thank B for letting her know about just how amazing SEC could be. A playful slap on her behind made her cry out in delight, before being surprised as the hand on her but finding her other NPL and playing with it just like the other hand was, his moves suddenly growing forceful and rapid before his torso fell onto her back, the man groaning like a beast as she felt another load be ejected inside of her. She was amazed that it didn't feel to be any less in volume than the last, nor any less intense as his body prevented her from escaping the fate of the cream pie. Shortly after, just like the first time, his emerging tip was followed by a gush of SMN before she looked tiredly back over her shoulder, noticing his manhood still twitching eagerly in the air with a layer of sticky substance coating it. Ash tilted his head back, sighing as the woman's tongue circled around his, cleaning up every trace of the mess he had made. Her eyes looked down at her work as if in a daze, her lips pushing ahead along his skin so his length began to disappear into her mouth. His hand found the woman's head, petting her in recognition of her efforts as the woman glanced up, feeling a sense of pride at the content expression on his face. She let his D emerge from her lips with an audible pop, making her smile before she stared up at him, liking her lips eagerly. "What are you up for now?" He could tell by the look in her eyes that she was waiting for him to take charge like earlier, as well as the way her tongue started running up and down the side of his at a taunting pace. Even though it was obvious she was waiting for a move from him, her behavior only made him want to tease her instead. "Well, I didn't peg you for a quitter, but we could take a break." The woman's tongue stopped, her eyes narrowing as she stared up at him. Ash held back a smile at her reaction and tried to maintain composure, seeing on her face that his comment clearly struck a nerve. Not to mention the way he fell back on his butt, courtesy of the woman's hand that had pushed on his chest. He tried to sit up afterwards, but winced and froze, letting his head fall back against the ground as one of her hands took a tight grip on the base of his manhood. Not so fast." Her stuck tone made it hard to remain still, her fingers grazing carefully up his length before letting her hands leave his skin, leaving one fingertip against the opening of his urethra. She started guiding his tip in a small circular motion in the air, feeling him throb and twitch every so often. "So then, Ash, you really think I'm a quitter?" Not exactly. It sure sounded like that's what you said." "I was only being considerate. Come on. What's wrong? Can't handle it?" Ash's eyes narrowed slightly, staring at the woman in suspicion as her lips curled into a smile. He knew it was just to get back at him, but he couldn't deny that it still stung a bit, considering the teasing proximity of her face to his D-. Just as he opened his mouth to respond, he let out a grunt as her hand found the base of his manhood again and squeezed it, the woman positioning herself on her knees between his parted legs. "Don't be such a quitter, Ash. We're still having fun." He glanced down, watching as her face hovered closer towards his member, noticing that she arched her back to give him a view of her toned rear, both of her palms trailing their way down the inner sides of his legs. Without warning, she switched from teasing mode to serious mode as his entire length disappeared into her mouth in an instant. A sigh became a as her throat constricted around the head of his D-, her tongue starting to run circles around him before she began bobbing her head. Now more experienced with his size, the woman had an easier time deep-throating him as she kept her eyes focused on his facial reactions, watching his facial muscles flinch and twist between pleasure and agony. Nessa, not so fast." The woman ignored his plea, opting instead to actually move faster, her GGS becoming more frequent as his tip bounced against the back of her throat. Even after everything they'd already done, Ash could feel her actions easily bringing a tingling sensation to his ball, growing stronger by the second as he watched her handle him like a pro. He couldn't help but think back to be handling him in a similar manner, suddenly recalling BEA's favoritism towards edging her partners, which planted a worrying feeling in his stomach. The rational and composed Ash might have hated him for this, but sexually active and horny Ash couldn't risk losing to this woman like he had with B in terms of his climaxes. Nessa's eyes shot open when she felt his hands grab the top of her head, pulling her down as his hips bucked upward off the grass, letting loose a primal groan as his tip exploded a bath of jizz to coat the inside of her throat. His hips trembled, forcing out as much as he could as he listened to repeated swallowing sounds from beyond his waist. Eventually, he moved his palms from her head, allowing her to rise up and take a deep breath in at the lack of oxygen. He watched her crawl up over top of him, knees planting on the grass to either side of his stomach while her hands stopped on both sides of his head, her face hovering over his. Her hair partly fell over her shoulders as her icy blue eyes stared down at him, a slight look of annoyance on her face. "You know you liked it," Ash smirked, knowing exactly what she was thinking and giving his response beforehand. Unsurprised, he watched her lips begin to curl into a smile as she gave a slight shake of her head. "And whatever will I do with you in return?" Her enticing tone made him come to terms with the physically exhausted state he was in, breathing a sigh as he rested his head back on the grass. "Whatever it is. Can it wait for another day?" He watched one of her eyebrows raise a little. "Oh. So now you're willing to make an agreement with me? After all of that, even if I wanted to. Something tells me you wouldn't let me even get up right now." "True. So, shall we just meet by messages, or have a scheduled day for you to dig me down?" Before he could respond, he heard a nearby buzzing noise, his attention drawn towards his discarded jacket. The gym leader was reluctantly courteous, moving off to one side and allowing him to fetch his phone. He rolled over and rummaged through the pockets, finding his phone and waking it from rest mode, his eyes narrowing slightly at the sight of 2 notifications. He opened the first, his eyes widening slightly at the short message, accompanied by a particular image. "Hey, Ash. Still waiting on your report from the Stow-on-Side mural. Better finish up quick and hurry back, or my future assistant might need some proper guidance." Winky face. Ash swallowed his breath, his eyes drawn to the image that accompanied the message, which depicted a familiar young woman with cheerful eyes and a rather provocative smile. He noticed she was wearing her lab coat, as per the image of her title as a researcher, but noticed one of her hands tauntingly pulling a corner of the collar downward as she was clearly bending forward a little. But what really got Ash's attention was that the lab coat was parted down the middle, and it sure didn't look like there was anything on underneath it. Shaking his head a little, he tried not to stare at the image any longer before switching to the next message. This one brought a smile to his face, not of a perverted nature, but simply one of entertainment. The image depicted 2 young ladies posing together, each with an arm around each other's shoulder, the one with brown hair giving a beaming smile as the black-haired girl appeared rather embarrassed by something. He couldn't help but be curious about the latter's expression, but found some solace in the text that was attached to the image. "Hey, Ash. Mar was too shy to text you first, and said this shot was too embarrassing to show you, so here you go. But no funny business with it, got it?" He chuckled a little at the menacing tone he could imagine in his head from the brunette, shaking his head slightly before his phone suddenly buzzed in his hand. The new message switched him from the current conversation into a new one, with another pairing of text and an image. His brow furrowed a little as he noticed this image was a little different from the other, almost opposite, really. The black-haired girl had a happy smile on her face as she hung forward over the shoulder of the brunette, arms around her neck as she poked her girlfriend's cheek. The brunette curiously had a rather visible blush across her cheeks, a look of panic in her eyes as Ash could only imagine Marnie had snuck the camera in front of her for the shot. But when he squinted, he could see something small and pink half concealed in one of Marnie's hands. Some kind of controller, maybe. Since Gloria likes embarrassment, here's a shot of us having fun downtown in Motostoke. Just testing out a new toy on the go, which quickly became Gloria's fave, tongue sticking out. Ash's expression went blank, his eyes now looking back and forth between Gloria's embarrassed expression and the small controller in Marnie's hand. Did they actually? He slowly returned the phone into his pocket, sighing quietly to himself. Seriously, how did he of all people get wrapped up in all of this? Some men can only dream of such a reality, he could imagine, but this reality was almost more like a nightmare considering the physical exhaustion he was dealing with. But, as he looked out at the sun reflecting off the water and casting a brilliant shine across the view, his mind was filled with racing thoughts of his recent adventure in Galar. Sonia, a researcher, B, a gym leader and exercise enthusiast, Marnie the timid, and Gloria the eccentric, and finally, Nessa, the gym leader and well-renowned fashion model. No matter how hard he might try, he could not figure out how even one of these beautiful women had even considered him as a SXL partner, or even shown any interest in him. And yet, a smile found its way to his face. He figured that no matter how hard or long he thought about it, be it now or in the future, it would always bring him back to the one lingering thought in his mind that he had decided on. When he does accept Sonia's offer at the lab, there would be some benefits to sticking around in Galar for a while longer. END